Launching. Qingqing Phoenix Community. The large-scale virtual reality online game Wenxian will officially launch tomorrow at 10 a.m. Ye Xun had just opened his eyes when he heard the advertisement on the television. Startled, he nearly fell out of his wheelchair. Wenxian, the very culprit that had led to the tragic deaths of him and his elder sister, hadn't it already been released for several years? He hurriedly looked around. The familiar two-bedroom apartment entered his eyes, and in the kitchen a familiar figure was busy cooking. The electronic clock on the wall clearly showed, September 25, 2030. This is 2.5 years ago. I've been reborn. Recalling the events of his past life, Ye Xun still shuddered with lingering fear. No one had expected that Wenxian, a virtual reality game that had taken the world by storm for several years, would actually merge with reality. The demonic beasts and bosses from the game suddenly appeared on launching, causing a series of disasters and turmoil. Soon after, players gained the abilities they had in the game, able to cast divine powers and spells, ride the wind and wield swords, summon wind and rain in the real world. For a moment, order on launching collapsed, sin flourished on the earth, and demonic beasts ran rampant. The reality was like a purgatory of doomsday. Ye Xun and his sister lived each day in extreme caution, scared to go out easily, afraid to even cook in case it attracted disaster. But eventually 2 thugs broke into their home. One of them was actually their neighbor, someone they had interacted with frequently on ordinary days. Those 2 damned beasts. Ye Xun gritted his teeth in hatred. At that time his sister had fought to the death with the 2 thugs, leaving him alone. Just as he was at a loss, a streak of multicolored light suddenly flashed past the window and drilled into his body. Immediately afterwards, countless people flew to Phoenix Community shouting the words, "Seize the creation holy treasure." A man in black struck a palm that turned him into a puff of dust. Could it be that Zhaohua holy treasure made me reborn? What exactly is it? Ye Xun was puzzled. He thought about it, then felt there was no need to ponder. The matter had already passed. What he needed to consider now was how to avoid the tragedy of his past life. Without a doubt, Wenxian would still eventually merge with reality, the doomsday would still come. But he had no confidence at all in reversing his fate. When players first entered the game, their DNA data would be tested to determine their innate aptitude. In his past life he had been plagued by illness and his aptitude was extremely poor. In the game he could only linger at the lowest level, his cultivation stuck at the first stage, the chi condensation stage, stagnant. Even by the day the game merged with reality he had gained very little power. Ye Xun despairingly realized that even if he lived his life again he would still be destined to struggle for survival. After all, his DNA would not change. What meaning was there in being reborn? Please enter Wenxian and activate Zhaohua holy treasure. The sudden inexplicable consciousness that rose in his mind startled Ye Xun. Was he hallucinating? Only when the inexplicable consciousness appeared again did he confirm it. Zhaohua holy treasure. Ye Xun recalled the scene right before his death in his past life. He hadn't expected that even after being reduced to ashes the Zhaohua holy treasure was still on him. Now he was finally excited. The holy treasure was still there, and now it was guiding him into the game. Could he defy his fate and change his life? Relying on his past lives' knowledge of the game, the gameplay, secret realm information, etc. This time he would surely live a different future. "Xiao Sun, come eat." A gentle voice sounded. Ye Xun came back to his senses and turned his head toward the kitchen. The girl in the kitchen was youthful and beautiful, her skin so delicate it seemed to break. She was so pretty that it was hard to look away. At the moment she was untying her apron with her hands behind her back. Seeing his elder sister alive again, Ye Xun's nose tingled. In his past life she had stood firmly in front of him, refusing to retreat a single step until she perished. In this life he must protect his sister and let no harm come to her. Ye Xun secretly swore, wanting to embrace her. But bound to his wheelchair he could not move easily. "Sis, how about we play Wenxian together?" At the dinner table Ye Xun pointed at the still playing advertisement on the television. In his past life, for various reasons, they didn't start playing Wenxian until half a year after its launch. But by then it was already too late, they had fallen far, far behind. Now that he had been given another chance, naturally he had to enter the game as early as possible, and he would bring his sister along too. Ye Xun could hardly wait to know the role of Zhaohua holy treasure. This. Si Ning hesitated. "The doctor told you not to be exposed to electronic devices often. It'll be fine if I just play a little less every day." Si Ning hesitated for a long time, thinking that her brother was too bored staying home alone every day, and having something to pass the time might be good. So she softened and agreed. After the meal the two went out to buy gaming equipment. As soon as they left the house they saw their next-door neighbor also about to go out. See school beauty, what a coincidence. The neighbor boy's eyes lit up, his expression very excited. Even the pimples on his face seemed to tremble. His gaze automatically ignored Ye Xun in the wheelchair. Si Ning gave a lukewarm nod of acknowledgement and pushed Ye Xun into the elevator. She found this annoying sycophant very repulsive, but since they met so often, ignoring him would seem very rude. Pan Hui stuck to them like a plaster, following into the elevator and making forced conversation. With his back to him, Ye Xun clenched his fists, a glint of murder flashing in his eyes. After the game merged with reality, many people gained supernatural powers from the game. Some who had originally been honest and simple suddenly turned vicious and savage. It was as if they wanted to release all the pent-up pressure from their daily lives at once. This very guy in front of him was like that. At that time he and another person had broken into their home one after another, intending to do evil. His sister actually had a chance to escape, but she stayed to protect him and ended up perishing together with the two. Ye Xun didn't know the exact identity of the other guy yet. But he still had to settle the score with this one in front of him, though it wouldn't be rushed. He couldn't defeat him now. They walked all the way to the community gate, where Pan Hui reluctantly said goodbye, watching the two leave, a look of infatuation flashing in his eyes. Arriving at the Ask the Immortal experience store, he saw the large screen at the entrance playing the game's promotional video in rotation, with a long queue forming in front of the door. The promotional video introduced that this is the first virtual reality immersive holographic game on launching, with a realism level reaching 99. The marketing tactics of Ask the Immortal were extravagant, covering almost all media. Initially, netizens scoffed at the game, considering it false advertising. However, when the offline experience store of Ask the Immortal opened, announcing that everyone could experience the device for free for 10 minutes, the game's reputation instantly reversed. Upon entering the game, one felt as if traveling through time and space, stepping into another world with an immersive presence. Every grass, leaf and tree in the game made it impossible to distinguish reality from virtuality. Even various sensations such as touch and smell were identical to the real world. It's utterly incredible. The technological level demonstrated by the game seemed to surpass the understanding of launching, and the company behind Ask the Immortal appeared as if out of nowhere, unheard of before. Various speculations emerged online, with the most popular being that it was alien technology. It was said that governments of various countries were also considering this possibility, bracing themselves as if facing a great enemy and beginning to deploy space weapons. Hua Xia was even preparing to implement the Minbija plan. This world was heading in an unpredictable direction. Si Ning stood outside the store pushing a wheelchair, with people around frequently glancing over, marveling at this unusually harmonious pair. The women exclaimed, "Oh my God! This young man is way too handsome. My idol Kai Kunkin compared to him is like a common chicken. His face perfectly fulfills all my fantasies about a novel's male lead. What a pity he's disabled, but he looks so elegant in the wheelchair. He's just too pleasing to the eye, even if disabled I'd want to stay by his side every day. Such a pity, I wonder if the leg in the middle still works." Every time they went out, it attracted a lot of attention, and Ye Xun had long been accustomed to this. Too good looking, no helping it. His sister was smart, always wearing a mask when going out, hiding herself well. "Hello, ID like 2 wristbands. Do you have a couple's version?" Ye Xun's voice broke the dazed state of the customer service girl. "Oh. Only black wristbands are available, which automatically adjust to the wrist size." Ask the Immortal had 2 types of login devices. One was the wristband and the other was the game pod. The gaming experience between the two was vastly different, and so were the prices. The wristband was relatively cheap, costing only 99.99 Huaguo coins, while the game pod was much more expensive, priced at a full 1 million. Naturally, Ye Xun and his companion couldn't afford the game pod. When Si Ning heard him mention couple's version, a blush rose on her face. When they went out, they usually pretended to be a couple to avoid harassment, but she couldn't help feeling shy. "Xiao Sun, just buy one for yourself." "I want play," she said softly. This was too expensive. There wasn't much money left on her card. She would buy anything Ye Xun wanted without hesitation, but when it came to herself, she was reluctant in every way. Although the game wristband could be purchased in installments, she didn't like overspending. "Be good, buy it." Hearing Ye Xun's unyielding tone, Si Ning was both amused and helpless. What was this inexplicable CEO vibe? I'm the one swiping the card. With so many people in the store, her thin-skinned nature made her too embarrassed to argue further, so she reluctantly swiped the card with tears in her eyes. Seeing the remaining balance of 4,352.47 yuan in the text message, Si Ning's breath caught. After walking out of the store, she said painfully, "Xiao Sun, can I return mine? We don't have much money left. When I don't have class, I have to tutor. I don't have time to play, and I don't even like gaming." Sis, play together with me. In his past life she used this same reason to start playing too late, which caused her strength to fall behind. Ye Xun thought for a moment and persuaded her in a way she could understand. The promotional video just now said that nearly 2 billion people worldwide have already purchased it, and that number is increasing every day. This means Ask the Immortal is a new trend. We need to seize this opportunity. We can definitely make money in the game. Well. Si Ning hesitated for a moment, then felt he had a point. A pig can fly if it stands in the wind right. Might as well give it a try. Back home when the time came, the two entered the game together. Although the official server opening was tomorrow, they could create their characters tonight. We cultivators, what fight do we fear? All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows like dew and lightning, thus should you view them. I have an immortal heart long bound by worldly dust. When will the dust vanish and light be born, illuminating 1,000 mountains with myriad blooms? Kill. The 10-minute introductory storyline ended. Tisk such immersion. Even though Ye Xun had experienced it once before, he still found it astonishing. After leaving the storyline, he slowly descended to the peak of a mountain. Although he could stand in the game, he still felt a strong sense of powerlessness. Ding. Body scanning in progress. DNA binding in progress. Innate talent testing in progress. The ethereal emotionless system voice continued to resonate in this space. Ding. DNA binding successful. Innate talent assessment complete. Your basic attributes are as follows: current cap. Strength 1050, evaluation strength of a chick. Physique 550, evaluation frail as a willow. Spiritual law 650, evaluation ant-like talent. Divine sense 550, evaluation muddy and confused. Agility 250, evaluation moves like a dead rabbit. Your special attributes are as follows. Comprehension 510, evaluation rotten wood uncarvable. Luck 810, evaluation doomed fate. Charisma 1010, evaluation peerless grace. Cultivation path guide. Rumors say that on the azure firmament continent of Ask Immortal, there is a pavilion of exquisite beauty where men bear feminine features and are as beautiful as flowers, pursued by those who favor such styles. Recently there is a shortage of male performers in the pavilion, which is not a bad option. Damn. Seeing the familiar cultivation path guide again, Ye Xun still felt exasperated. In his past life he was cursed with such trash talent, so much so that he could only linger at the lowest rungs of the Ask Immortal realm. A player's attributes are proportionally enhanced based on their talent. For example, in the early stages of strength, 1 point of strength attribute adds 10 of the talent's base attack power. The higher the talent, the more attributes are added. With his talent, the attributes gained from leveling up several times were less than what others gained from a single level. And most importantly, the comprehension value. If the comprehension value is too low, one cannot even break through to the next realm. He was perpetually stuck at the first realm, the chi condensation stage. The assessment of innate talent was quite unique. Typically, fitness enthusiasts and martial artists in the real world would have high strength and physique talent. Parkour athletes and gymnasts would also boast decent agility talent. However, there were also those who appeared physically average, spending their days as shootins, never exercising or training, yet possessing exceptionally high talent. One could only say they possessed that innate gift but had never awakened it in reality. Logically, a disability shouldn't affect one's talent either. Ye Xun couldn't fathom why he was like this. Where is the creation divine artifact? Wasn't it supposed to activate upon entering the game? Ye Xun had no desire to remain a useless person in this life either. Thus he hurriedly called out to the sky, shouting 3 times before finally summoning the creation divine artifact. Ding! The creation divine artifact, the Ye stone, has been detected. Do you wish to activate and bind it as master? The originally tranquil game space was instantly illuminated by a radiant 5-colored light. Finally out. The delay had nearly shattered his Tao heart. Activate. Ding. The Ye stone has successfully acknowledged you as its master. Passive ability activated. Ding. Bathed in the remnants of the sky-repairing liquid from the Ye stone, the soul-seizing curse of past life upon you has dissipated and all your innate talents have reached their maximum cap. Ding. Blessed by the soul of the creator goddess Ye, you have gained the innate skills divine blessing, divine graces, protection and heartfelt resonance. Soul-seizing curse of past life. Ye Xun was astounded. His physical condition was actually caused by a curse. At that moment he could feel that even his body in the real world had returned to normal. No wonder. Ever since he could remember, he had been frail with weak legs that could barely function, forcing him to rely on a wheelchair. And as time passed, his body grew weaker, his mind became muddled, and he never passed his exams. Yet strangely the hospital could never find any illness. Who would have thought it was all caused by a curse? Is there such a divine being on Blue Star? What deep-seated grudge could this be? Before he could ponder further, his mind felt as if it had exploded. Consciousness surged and countless chaotic memories from the past were automatically organized and sorted. Among them were elementary and middle school knowledge, tutoring procedures, water and electrical repairs. And the basic swordsmanship and combat experience he had repeatedly learned in Ask Immortal. And so on. The memories were crystal clear. Thank you, Ye Stone, for your grace of rebirth. Ye Xun paced back and forth in excitement, reveling in the feeling of his now powerful body overwhelmed with joy. Check my talents. Ding. Your basic attributes are as follows. Strength 100100 evaluation, heaven-bearing strength. Physique 100100 evaluation, golden sinews and jade bones. Spiritual law 100100 evaluation, immortal talent. Divine sense 100100 evaluation, profound thoughts like an abyss. Agility 100100 evaluation, chasing stars and lightning. Note the basic attribute cap for normal individuals is 50. Your special attributes are as follows. Comprehension 2020 evaluation, extraordinary insight. Luck 2020 evaluation, ultimate auspicious fate. Charisma 2020 evaluation, immortal visage and jade countenance. Note the special attribute cap for normal individuals is 10. Cultivation path guide you, hold the sun and moon, pluck the stars, if there is no one like you in this world. In Ask Immortal, any sect is yours to choose. Isn't the attribute cap 50? How did it all become 100? Ye Xun was shocked and quickly summoned the Ye Stone. Ye Stone, a divine creation treasure infused with the holy power of the creator goddess Ye, granting it extraordinary abilities. This is the sole remaining piece from the celestial repair. Grade sacred grade. Trait bound to its owner, stored in the Dantian. Does not occupy backpack slots or equipment slots. Cannot be spied upon, traded, dropped, stolen or discarded. Unique passive doubles innate talent cap. Heavenly Mending Fluid 0 note, can repair all damage and anomalies below the sacred grade, convertible from primordial chaos chi at a 1:1 ratio. Ye Xun suddenly realized that the double talent was due to the Ye Stone's passive skill. No wonder it's a unique passive, it's utterly overpowered. Innate talent affects attribute bonuses, and its significance to cultivators is self-evident. It can completely overturn one's fate. Moreover, the later the stage, the greater the impact of innate talent. With Ye Xun's talent double that of an ordinary person, it is no exaggeration to say that he might one day defy the heavens and slay immortals. Even slaughter gods as an immortal. Tisk, beneath the immortals I am invincible, above the immortals it's a one-for-one exchange. As for the heavenly mending fluid, its effects seemed quite extraordinary from the description. Ye Xun pondered but had no idea where to find primordial chaos chi. He had never even heard of primordial chaos chi in his past life in the game. Putting away the Ye Stone, he summoned his attribute panel and examined the skills he had acquired. Character unnamed. Skills: Divine Blessing, active skill. The benevolent goddess Ye, wise and sacred, created the world and nurtured the people. Skill effect: automatically recovers 5 HP per second, can be toggled on and off, it will be no cost and no cooldown. Grace of Divine Protection, passive skill. Effect: when struck by a fatal blow, forcibly retains 1 HP. For the subsequent 3 seconds, it shields against any form of attack from any direction. HP cannot be restored during this period, and upon the skill's end instantly recovers 50 HP. Cooldown 12 hours. Heartfelt Bond, active skill. Ye as the divine matchmaker, moving the heart to weave red threads, awakening the wise eyes to perceive emotions. Skill effect: in a free state, instantly teleport to a member of the opposite sex with affinity 80 who is not in a special map. Cannot bring others along. No cost. Cooldown 24 hours. Ye Xun was astounded. He read through the skills repeatedly and felt like kowtowing to goddess Ye on the spot. These skills were absolutely mind-blowing. Tremble, earthlings. From today onward call me the man who blows things up. The character creation space was rather monotonous. After a moment of self-satisfaction, Ye Xun had no desire to linger and issued the command to log out. Ding. Friendly reminder: this game is bound to the player's DNA. Changing login devices does not affect existing characters, and characters cannot be recreated. Create a character name now. Yes. Please name your character. Ye Xun fell silent in thought. In his past life, when he played Quest for Immortality, he had scoured many old strategy posts and knew various gameplay mechanics. Among them the in-game ID was a crucial element. Back then most people followed their usual gaming habits and chose random names which many later regretted deeply. For instance, some named themselves Fire Chicken Flavored Rice Cracker or Milk White Snowdrop. NPCs would find such names displeasing or even repulsive. Forget about improving NPC affinity, it would be a victory if it didn't drop into the negatives. Similarly, names with suffixes like Emperor, King or Bro would make NPCs perceive the player as arrogant and conceited, leading to displeasure and difficulty in raising affinity. Quest for immortality would merge with reality in the future and NPCs would appear on Earth, making affinity extremely important. Ye Xun wondered if he should choose a refined and elegant name. Forget it. When reality merges, having two different names would be strange. Name Ye Xun. Ding. Character creation complete. Using a real name in a game had the downside of making one vulnerable to real-life targeting. Ye Xun didn't mind. He knew that changing names had little effect. If one truly offended a powerful figure, they could trace everything about an ordinary player down to their ancestors through appearance and subtle clues. They could even find the player's ancestral graves, let alone their home address. To avoid trouble, one either kept a low profile and avoided offending major figures or quietly moved to a remote mountain forest. Hiding one's real name was useless. Log out. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden hue on Ye Xun in his wheelchair, a warmth that made one wish time would freeze at that moment. He opened his eyes and slowly looked around. Everything he saw was clearer than ever before. He stood up, straightened, and the feeling of solid ground beneath his feet was identical to that in the game. But when he tested his strength, he immediately sensed something was off. Too strong. I feel like I could punch through a wall. Has the innate talent boost already taken effect? It shouldn't be merging with reality this early. Ye Xun was unsure whether he was the only one receiving power from the game or if everyone was. He'll check the game forum later. The Quest for Immortality forum was undoubtedly in an uproar due to the innate talent boost. As Si Ning stepped out of the bedroom, she saw Ye Xun pacing back and forth on the floor. Xiao Sunyu, her eyes were filled with shock. It wasn't until Ye Xun picked her up and spun her around the living room several times that she finally accepted the reality of his recovery, and tears of joy streamed down her face. Over the years she had managed the household alone, earning money while caring for her disabled younger brother, bearing an immense burden. Under her relentless questioning, Ye Xun simply said that he had recovered right after creating his character. Really? Is this game that miraculous? Si Ning's eyes widened as she racked her brain, unable to fathom the scientific principle behind it. Now she felt grateful for heeding her brother's advice to purchase the gaming equipment. Sis, this game is extraordinary. We need to take it seriously. Ask for leave from school. Alright, I'll call my advisor later. Have you created your character? Mhamin called Ning Xun. Before his recovery, Ye Xun's mind had been clouded and he had forgotten to remind her about the game name. Just like in his past life, his sister had chosen the name Ning Xun, no major issue there. What about your aptitudes? Si Ning sighed, disheartened. My charm is only 9. Ye Xun was baffled. For a normal person the maximum was 10, wasn't it? Was 9 low? And was charm the only thing on her mind? Typical woman. That said, Ye Xun couldn't find fault with Si Ning's appearance. She was widely recognized as the most beautiful campus belle in the Qingqing University forums. So where was that 1 point of charm deducted? Could it be her figure? Ye Xun looked her up and down. She stood 168 centimeters tall with long straight legs that flowed in graceful lines, a slender willow waist so fine it seemed barely graspable. Higher up, well, he seemed to have found the reason. He wasn't sure if it was a B or a B, but that was probably where the charm point was lost. Tisk, this game had terrible taste. What are you looking at? Sensing his sister's murderous intent, Ye Xun gave an awkward smile and quickly changed the subject. What about the other aptitudes? He already knew, but he had to pretend to ask. The rest are quite average. Strength seems to be 24, physique 38, spiritual technique 34, divine sense 46, agility 40. And insight maybe 5. Luck is really low, only 1 point. Si Ning said gloomily. The cultivation path guide seems to suggest I go to something called the Misty Phantom Mansion. Ye Xun remained silent. These aptitudes weren't terrible, but they weren't exceptional either, above average perhaps. Her luck stat was indeed quite low, and his sister had been unfortunate. Born into a declining family, she had faced a massive earthquake as she grew up, losing both parents. In her past life she had ultimately perished as well, her darkening buffs fully stacked. Seeing his sister's mood dip, Ye Xun said nothing. At times like this comparison with others helped. So he turned on the computer and opened the official forum. Let's take a look together. The forum was predictably buzzing like a festival. Discussions about charm were especially lively and many shared his sister's peculiar focus. It started when a popular celebrity named Lu Xiaofei had her charm stat exposed by her sly assistant. It was 8 points, sparking countless heated debates. Ye Xun knew Lu Xiaofei. She was quite pretty, especially her striking aura beloved by many. He considered her facial flaws and physique and found the game system's assessment quite fair. But her fans were clearly dissatisfied. Besides mocking the aesthetics of Asking the Immortals, they were calling out other actresses, urging them to reveal their charm stats for a showdown. Yet as the actresses shared their stats, few matched the 8-point mark, only Na Zhigao. And a handful of others. None scored above 8. Most were below 8. Asking the Immortals evaluated charm based on DNA data. Some celebrities who had undergone facial surgeries, though beautiful in appearance, didn't score highly. This dramatically increased the value of an 8-point charm. However, when several female passers-by with 8 points and one with 9 points appeared, the star's halo began to fade. Seriously, are the stars this lackluster? Not a single 9-pointer. That passerby with 9 charm is like a fairy. Absolutely gorgeous. Is this what they call masters among the people? I think it's normal. As everyone knows, celebrities before and after makeup are two different people. My star filter is shattered. After browsing the forum for a while, Si Ning's spirits gradually lifted. She realized that 9 charm was a very high score and no one had yet shown a perfect 10. Next they wandered into the male star section and found the situation similar. Masters still walked among the people. The forum was rife with arguments over charm, especially among fan groups with constant comparisons. But beauty was never objective, each person had their own taste. In contrast, the multidimensional evaluation of Asking the Immortals was quite precise. One person's facial features might be no worse than another's, but a difference in height would naturally yield a different charm score. For instance, someone might look good on the surface with handsome features, but if they were lacking, well. Besides charm, other aptitudes were also hotly debated. Si Ning found that while her aptitudes couldn't match those who had revealed top-tier stats, they were still above the passing line overall. At this point, those who had revealed top-tier aptitudes in the forum were flooded with private messages receiving recruitment offers with salaries higher than the next, a meteoric rise. Before Asking the Immortals had even officially launched, it had already changed the lives of many. Meanwhile, those with low aptitudes gathered to shout at the officials, crying foul. Unbelievable. Some are born in Rome, others are born as beasts of burden. Can't a game treat everyone equally? Sorting people into tiers from the start. I feel like I've been reincarnated again. Trash game, him out. He'll just get crushed if I play. Haha, some rich folks are worse off than us poor bastards. Absolute fairness doesn't exist in the world. In this regard, Asking the Immortals is quite realistic, and it even somewhat narrows the gap between rich and poor. It's acceptable. Lying Flat Guild welcomes you to join queue. Aptitude Boost Pack 10 to each stat, only 998 genuine goods. Order now while stocks last. For details. Scammer above, get lost. I spent 3 months' salary on the gaming equipment and this is what I get. Geneva refund. The authorities paid no heed to the players' outcries, remaining utterly silent from start to finish. Ye Xun saw no posts about anyone's body suddenly changing, and Si Ning's body remained as usual, so he stopped browsing the forum. Late at night, after Si Ning had fallen asleep, he quietly slipped out and knocked on the neighbor's door. Revenge never waits until the next day. This was his life creed after recovering his health. Unfortunately, there was no response after knocking for a while. Ye Xun thought for a moment that guy seemed to have gone out in the afternoon and he hadn't heard the neighbor's door open since. With his current hearing, if that guy had returned he would definitely have heard it, unless he missed it while creating his character. Forget it, he'll come back tomorrow. No need to force the lock now. If he's really not home, it would alert him. 9:59 a.m. After breakfast, Ye Xun linked their devices and entered the game together. Ding. Welcome to Novice Village No. 404 of Asking Immortals. Pain sensation is reduced to 5 with extremely high freedom. Players do not stick to conventions. May you attain Tao and ascend. Blue skies, white clouds, fresh air. Wow. It's so real and beautiful. Such a leisurely ancient town, more authentic than scenes in costume dramas. This is the living environment of my dreams. Don't push. Damn. Who touched my ass? Why can't I touch women? Isn't this game 100% real? Pfft. You pervert. Bro, the game isn't a lawless place. The crowd was bustling, all exclaiming in awe. The space for character creation was ultimately too monotonous, it lacked the realism and vitality of the novice village. Ye Xun sighed inwardly. Each novice village could hold 100,000 people and they had entered right away, yet they were already assigned to no. 404. So many players, and what a truly auspicious number. Wow, Xiao Sun, you look so handsome in ancient attire. During character creation one could choose hairstyles and hair colors. Ye Xun casually picked a black hairstyle similar to Louis Ku's version of Yangguo. This hairstyle was very common, chosen by most, but it only highlighted who looked awkward. Si Ning's choice was also beautiful, with an ethereal fairy vibe, a different charm from reality. What should we do next? She wasn't used to crowds tightly gripping Ye Xun's arm. Ye Xun was also a bit lost. The novice village was a place he had never been to in his past life. When he entered the game before, for some reason he had appeared directly outside the village. But his sister's landing point was in the normal novice village. It was very strange. Come on, let's first find. Before he could finish, he saw everyone around staring at them, whispering, marveling at their stunning looks, and some even trying to reach out and touch. It seemed Si Ning's compliment about his handsomeness had been overheard. They had initially wanted to glance at Ye Xun and start mocking, but were instead overwhelmed by his handsomeness. The man beside her stood tall and elegant like an immortal among clouds, his ink-black hair cascaded like soft lustrous silk, his eyes were as cold as stars like a deep valley spring. Even in coarse linen his transcendent aura could not be concealed. Looking at the beauty beside him, her brows were like paintings, her eyes clear and bright as if twinkling with stars. Truly a celestial maiden. Ye Xun watched helplessly as a pretty young girl ahead walked while staring at him, then bumped into a tree and vanished in a flash of white light. Oh, this damn charm. Let's leave here first. Ye Xun pulled Si Ning, finally squeezed out of the crowd, and ran to a hidden alley. Those people looked on in bewilderment. Why can he touch women? Why can't I? Bro, didn't you read the game guide? Physical contact between opposite-sex players is restricted, just like pain reduction and blood censorship. The game isn't a lawless place designed to prevent prostitution in the game. Then how did they do it? If two game devices are linked via close-range data association offline, they are considered a real-life intimate relationship, allowing physical contact in the game. Alright, by the way, you said opposite sexes can't touch, but same sexes can. Damn. What do you want? Stop, you beast. In the alley, Ye Xun checked his backpack. Inside was only a red gift box, the game's novice gift pack. The game's backpack was very small, with only 20 slots. Later it would disappear and everyone would use storage rings. Open the gift pack. Congratulations. You received a weapon selection gift pack. Please choose your desired weapon. Ye Xun pondered for a moment, then chose the sword, just like in his past life. Actually, he didn't want to use a sword this time, but for now it was the weapon he was most familiar with. He would get through the novice period first and choose another class when it was time to change jobs. After all, no one had many skills in the early stages. Ding. Congratulations. You received a wooden sword. Ye Xun glanced at its stats and, as expected, wooden sword, novice weapon equipment requirement none, additional attribute physical attack 1. Even playing again he couldn't help but complain, what a terrifying additional attribute. Such a generous novice gift pack. The coarse linen clothes only covered the body with no stat bonuses. This game was very unfriendly to new players. Xiao Sun, what weapon should I choose? Choose the zither. Later follow the game's advice and enter the misty illusory realm. For now, practice with the zither. Among Si Ning's aptitudes, spiritual sense and agility were quite good, so she could focus on them. The misty illusory realm was a sect specializing in spiritual sense. The first class was Mystic Sound, a control class with mostly long-range debuffs and crowd control. In her past life she had entered the misty illusory realm and the class suited her personality well. Okay. With her choice, a wooden zither appeared in her hands. Wow. Such a beautiful zither. Si Ning caressed it with delight. Ye Xun's face darkened. In both lives it was the first time he had seen someone express such affection for a novice weapon. Check status. Character Ye Xun. Cultivation Mortal Realm 01 Level 0. Health 1. Mana 1. Physical Attack 2, Wooden Sword 1. Magical Attack 1. Defense 1. Special Treasure Niwa Stone. Equipment Wooden Sword. Innate Skills Divine Grace, Divine Blessing, Heartfelt Connection. As expected, starting with a mere 1 health point, a single stumble could be fatal. The girl who had just collided with the tree was a perfect example. She died instantly and went to respawn. Recalling that scene, Ye Xun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Alas. Blame this deadly handsome face of mine, it actually managed to claim a life. Why are the attributes so low? Si Ning asked, somewhat puzzled. At level 0, everyone's attributes are the same. It's only when you break through from the mortal realm to the Qi condensation stage, level 1, that you gain attributes, and they vary depending on one's aptitude. Come on, let's head out. As the pair stepped out of the alley, they encountered a girl wearing a white veil. Hello, miss. Please hold on. The girl turned to look at Ye Xun, momentarily stunned. You. Are you calling me? Yes, may I ask where you got that veil? Ye Xun had never been to the novice village in his past life, so he genuinely didn't know, nor had he seen any related posts, probably because it wasn't worth mentioning. The young girl pointed a finger. You can get one for free over there along with masks. I'll take you there. Ye Xun was speechless. That spot was not far from where they had descended. They had simply been in too much of a hurry to notice. No need, we can go by ourselves. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, he pulled Si Ning and headed in that direction. Being able to get a free mask was truly a blessing. Everywhere he went he drew endless stares, and Ye Xun was utterly fed up with it. I'm here to cultivate immortality. Not to be some kind of incubus. And it wasn't just him, Si Ning was also annoyed. Along their journey she attracted just as much attention as Ye Xun. If she hadn't been constantly by Ye Xun's side, she would have been surrounded by people trying to strike up a conversation long ago. After obtaining the mask and veil, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease. Most players put on these items upon entering the game as they could conceal both beauty and ugliness. However, they became useless once they left the novice village. Old sir, is there anything we can help you with? Ding. Old lease favorability towards you has increased by 10. Current favorability 10. First encounter with Bond. The old man handing out masks stroked his long beard and said with a smile, you young folks from another world are so warm-hearted. Our village hasn't been this lively in a long time. But your strength is still too low. First go to the private school over there and listen to the old pedant talk about the path of cultivation. After listening for about half a cup of tea's time, once you've learned how to cultivate, then you can come back and help us. Ye Xun was aware of this. Going to the private school to learn the path of cultivation essentially meant listening to the old man explain how to issue attack commands to level up by defeating monsters. Half a cup of tea was roughly equivalent to 5 or 6 minutes. After listening you would automatically level up to 1. Thank you, old sir. Oh, by the way, young man, never go to the ruins west of the village. That place is a death trap for anyone who enters. Alright, thank you for the warning, old sir. Ye Xun pulled Si Ning and turned to leave. Favorability was truly a wonderful thing, it had even netted them a free warning. The ruins west of the village, he had seen mentions of them in forum posts said to be quite eerie. But exactly what was hidden there remained unknown. Ye Xun found it rather intriguing. After all, dying meant you could just respawn. It would be a shame not to go and see for yourself. Once players left the novice village they could never return. Ye Xun was familiar with NPC favorability. The maximum was 100 and the initial tiers were 0:15 First encounter with Bond, 16:30 Kindred Spirits, 31:45 A Mutual Admiration, 4660 Heart-to-Heart. In the game, high favorability with NPCs primarily increased the chance of triggering hidden quests which could reward rare items upon completion. If favorability was high with shop-type NPCs, you could get discounts on purchases. Large guilds had significant demand for bulk items, and buying in large quantities with a discount could save a considerable amount of money. Players with high favorability among shop-type NPCs were highly sought after within guilds. Beyond that, NPC favorability branched into two paths: the friendship mode and the romance mode. Friendship mode. 6170 Deep affection and righteousness. 7180 Utmost sincerity. 8190 Brotherly love. 91100 Life and death bond. Romance mode on the other hand was 6170 Budding affection. 7180 Uniquely devoted. 8190 Hearts in harmony. 91100 Through life and death. Ye Xun knew that these two paths were not entirely determined by gender. It wasn't a given that a male and female would inevitably develop into romance mode. If he befriended an old grandmother, even though they were of opposite sexes, it likely wouldn't develop into romance mode. Conversely, it wasn't set in stone that two people of the same gender would always end up in friendship mode. In romance mode, One needed to reach at least the budding affection stage at 61 for a confession to have a chance of success. But even that was not guaranteed. They might say they needed to think it over. It mainly depended on the character's personality. The culture in Ask the Immortal was relatively traditional, with women being more reserved. At the uniquely devoted stage of 71, the confession was almost certain to succeed. Moreover, above 71, simple physical contact like hugging, holding hands, and even kissing were possible. As for sharing a room for dual cultivation, that required at least hearts in harmony at 81 or above. However, this standard did not apply to places like brothels nor to Blue Star outside the game. Favorability between players was not displayed. These NPCs in this game are so realistic. On the road, Si Ning recalled the old man's gestures and expressions and noticed how he treated each player differently, prompting her to exclaim in wonder. Ye Xun nodded and reminded her this game is very special. Remember sis, you must be cautious when talking to NPCs and treat them like real people. In the early stages of the game, many players fall into the trap of empiricism, assuming NPCs are just like those in previous games, standing still repeating the same lines and endlessly clickable. Some players would latch onto an NPC pestering them with questions, even asking absurd things like how to care for a sow after childbirth or how many steps it takes to put an elephant in a fridge, before finally insulting them as artificial idiots. Then they would get slapped flying by the NPC. Other players would harass beautiful female NPCs with lecherous looks and frivolous words, meeting the same grim fate. This also resulted in their favorability plummeting to negative values, entering relationships like disgusted, dismissive, deeply hated. If they encountered an NPC with such a relationship in the wild, they would indeed be attacked. Feeling Si Ning's light steps and her radiant youthful smile, Ye Xun's mood lifted as well. After recovering his health, he chose not to tell Si Ning the truth about the game, unwilling for her to learn of those unbearable past memories and bear the heavy burden again. Just as they passed by the private school, they witnessed a very amusing scene. Everyone get the hell out. This place is taken by our war god hall. Wait until we've all leveled up before you come back to study. A burly player shouted at the entrance of the private school. The courtyard was quite spacious, seeming to accommodate around 500 people. Ye Xun peered inside and saw an old scholar lecturing, but due to game rules the sound was inaudible from outside the yard. Among those seated inside, some were dozing off, others whispering, and a few looked impatient. Of course, there were also those sitting upright listening attentively. Their eyes held the same innocent foolishness as college students. Why won't you let us in? Don't you know first come first served? First come my ass. You think this is queuing for a phone? Might makes right, understand. We've got over 1,000 brothers who need to study. Come back in 20 minutes. Damn. I can't stand these cliques. Brothers, most of them are at the mortal realm with only 1 HP. Only the 5 guards have leveled up. Let's attack together and wipe them out. Players could attack each other in the novice village. At that moment they could indeed join forces and obliterate those at the private school entrance. But the War God Hall members' next words silenced them. Think it over. We've got over 1,000 brothers leveling outside. With one call they can surround this place and stop you from leveling up today, believe it. At that no one dared to object. Ye Xun chuckled wryly. This War God Hall was indeed domineering. Most players, influenced by habit, obediently followed the game's guidance, coming to the private school to reach level 1 before heading out to fight monsters. Ye Xun had studied the early game forum posts in his past life, recalling a studio that couldn't enter the private school for hours due to gatekeepers. Frustrated, they went to the wild to fight monsters. They sacrificed dozens of players to finally kill a monster, unexpectedly achieving an accomplishment that made countless others envious. This time Ye Xun was determined to claim that achievement. After the curse was lifted, his insight recovered, and the basic sword techniques and combat skills he had repeatedly learned and forgotten in his past life were now ingrained like muscle memory. Even in an unknown fight, he was confident that with just one attribute point he could outmaneuver wild monsters through positioning. So he whispered, sis, let's leave the village and fight monsters directly. Leveling up early, the reward for being the first out of the novice village is crucial for you. The reward for being the first to leave the novice village was useless to him, but his sister needed it badly. Okay. As they turned the corner, they saw an old man angrily kick a player flying several meters, cursing, if you want to beg, learn some manners from that beggar first. You have hands and feet, why do this? Endless nonsense. I'd rather throw my sword in the latrine than give it to you, damn it. Sure enough, some clueless fool had appeared. Ye Xun smirked inwardly. But this NPC was truly hot-tempered, even spouting vulgarities. Ye Xun looked closer and recognized him as the weapon shop owner, whose shop was filled with swords and blades. Forging iron daily, his irritability was understandable. The player's face was full of gloom. After all, this scene was a public humiliation and the nearby players were indeed gloating. A 10 had flashed above his head, but he wasn't dead, indicating he had already leveled up in the private school. Beside where he fell sat a beggar, disheveled and with a dust-covered face unidentifiable. The beggar shot the player a sideways glance as if to say, "You're not even qualified to be a beggar." Enraged, the player shouted, "What are you looking at? You stinking beggar, think I actually want to learn from you? Damn it." As the words fell, the air seemed to freeze and a suffocating pressure descended upon everyone. Fine, fine. So now even mangy curs dare to curse at me. Slap. 999,999. With one slap, the beggar turned the player into a flash of deathly white light. Holy crap. The nearby players were utterly astounded. They had assumed the NPCs in the novice village were mere mortals, never expecting such a terrifying existence to lurk among them. I must get an epic quest. With this thought they rushed forward, showering the old beggar with concern and warmth. Yet in the next instant the beggar slapped them all to death with a single blow. Stay the hell away from me. Ye Xun shielded Si Ning behind him, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and stood his ground without moving. That casual slap had nearly dealt 1,000,000 damage, his cultivation was utterly transcendent. How could a novice village harbor someone with such terrifying cultivation? Ye Xun cautiously glanced at the beggar, then quickly averted his gaze, pretending to look at the ruins behind him. To his surprise, he noticed some chaotic childlike graffiti scrawled on the broken walls. This is... Ye Xun narrowed his eyes. Ding. Due to your exceptional insight you have comprehended the sword technique, drawing sword art. Well well. It was the drawing sword art, no wonder it looked familiar. He had learned it in his past life, but only from a manual. He quickly checked the details. Drawing sword art, mortal grade sword technique. Legend has it that it was created by a wandering swordsman from the ancient era of the Nine Heavens continent. The unsheathing and striking flow seamlessly into one, embodying boundless sharpness and resolve in an instant. Proficiency 01000. Usage restriction can only be activated when the sword is sheathed. Skill effect temporarily increases attack speed by 1, delivers a swift single-handed draw strike dealing 150 physical damage to a nearby single target. Skill cost none. Cooldown none. It was exactly as he remembered. With his current stats, using drawing sword art would deal a whopping 3 damage points, truly terrifying. But Ye Xun was puzzled, why was this sword technique carved here? Young man, come here. Ye Xun snapped back to reality at the sound. The beggar was staring at him with blazing eyes as if he had discovered a rare treasure, his gaze rather unsettling. Senior, what are your orders? Ye Xun told Si Ning to stay put and walked over alone. Though the beggar's features were indistinct, his gaze gave Ye Xun a familiar feeling, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Even his voice seemed familiar, yet Ye Xun couldn't quite place it. Hey young man, your insight is truly remarkable. Would you be willing to do this old man a favor? Once it's done, I will surely reward you handsomely. Ding. Ye Qianshan's favorability toward you has increased by 10. Current favorability 10, newfound bond. Ding. Due to your extraordinary insight, you have deciphered the drawing sword art breakdown carved by Ye Qianshan, triggering the unique hidden abyss level chain quest of seeking immortality. Save the violet firmament sword sect. Quest ultimate reward, divine artifact 1. Quest failure penalty, luck permanently 10. Tip: the quest consists of 3 rings, all must be completed to receive the ultimate reward. Holy freaking crap. A divine artifact. Ye Xun nearly lost his composure. In seeking immortality, equipment grades from low to high are mortal, spirit, mystic, earth, heaven, immortal, and divine. The Chinese server had 10 top-tier hegemon sects, each with a single unique sect-guarding artifact, a divine artifact. Currently there were only about a dozen known divine artifacts on the continent, almost all held tightly by the hegemon sects, rarely seen in public. Even the sect masters of hegemon sects wouldn't carry divine artifacts on them, they were placed within the sect to suppress fate only brought out in a war of annihilation. A divine artifact was like an ultimate imperial weapon, supremely precious and rare. Yet now a quest rewarding a divine artifact had just been triggered. For such an epic quest to appear in a novice village was simply too absurd. Ye Xun imagined himself strolling through the martial world wielding an ultimate imperial weapon. What a beautiful sight. TSK seeking immortality truly had wonders everywhere. He reread the system's prompt, save the violet firmament sword sect. The violet firmament sword sect was one of the 10 hegemon sects. A mere stomp of their feet would shake the entire continent. He hadn't even qualified to enter in his past life. This quest seemed incredibly difficult. But for a divine artifact he'd give it his all. This junior is willing to help. Hey young man, you have great courage and remarkable talent, truly a fine seedling for cultivation. To embark on the path of immortality one must possess such resolve. Hesitation and indecision will never lead to great achievements. Innate talent couldn't be fully discerned by others if the old beggar only thought Ye Xun had decent aptitude unaware of its true extent, otherwise his jaw would have dropped in shock. Ye Xun smiled modestly. Thank you for your kind words, senior. I am honored by your teaching. The old beggar nodded in satisfaction and produced an envelope. Then it'll trouble you young man to deliver this letter to the sect master of the Violet Firmament Sword sect. Understood. Ding. Successfully accepted the unique hidden abyss-level chain quest of seeking immortality, save the Violet Firmament Sword sect. Current progress: save the Violet Firmament Sword sect. Ring 1 quest, deliver Wenxian's letter in person to the sect master of the Violet Firmament Sword sect. Quest prerequisite: complete the abyss-level secret realm trial in the novice village. Quest time limit 7 days. Ring 1 quest reward 5,000 reputation points. Quest failure penalty: chain quest automatically cancelled, luck permanently 10. Ye Xun took the envelope, stored it in his backpack and performed a sword salute. This junior takes his leave. With that he turned and walked away with Si Ning. After they had gone some distance, Si Ning teased with a laugh. You two were so funny just now. What? The way you talked, senior, this junior, just like in TV dramas, and that gesture you made. Si Ning mimicked the motion. It felt so ceremonial. Ye Xun chuckled wryly. I learned the sword salute from TV. So what task did that old man give you? Ye Xun showed her the quest and Si Ning's mouth fell open in astonishment. A unique hidden quest. You're so lucky. Ye Xun remained silent. His sister's focus was always so peculiar, shouldn't she be astonished by the divine artifact reward instead? A unique hidden quest didn't mean that Ask the Immortals had only one such quest, but rather that the quest itself was exclusive. Once he accepted it, no one else could ever receive the same one. Although there were tens of thousands of beginner villages, they were all projections. Every player encountered the same NPCs. On the forums, players from other villages were complaining about the old beggar, speculating on what quest he might offer, trying again and again like moths to a flame. The old beggar's hands must be sore from all that clapping. A moment of sympathy for the elderly. Ye Xun appreciated the exclusivity of hidden quests. Even if other players met the requirements now, they couldn't take on this divine artifact quest. An abyss-level quest must be incredibly difficult, right? Ye Xun nodded silently. It was indeed challenging, and the very first step was already a hurdle. Completing the beginner village's abyss-level secret realm trial, no one had ever done it in his past life. It was the same now, no one could accept him. He had already planned to finish the abyss trial, refusing to leave the village until it was done. Now with the quest it was a perfect alignment of goals. The time limit was troublesome though. He had to complete it within 7 days, and he wasn't entirely confident. As for saving the Violet Thunder Sword sect, he didn't want to be a sword cultivator this time, not because he disliked swords but precisely because of the sect. In his past life the Violet Thunder Sword sect met a tragic end. As a 9th-rank overlord sect and one of the continent's mightiest powers, it was ultimately destroyed. He had intended to avoid this doomed ship and choose another path, joining a different overlord sect. Yet now it seemed there might be a turning point, and that turning point was him. When they arrived outside the village, they were stunned to find a sea of people surrounding the level 1 monster area. Each hopping chick, as soon as it spawned, was struck by a flurry of weapons, scattering a few feathers before vanishing. Many stood at a distance, unable to squeeze in or claim any monsters. The path of cultivation was always like this, a constant scramble for resources with rare moments of equal sharing. Truly no one should ever be a chicken, or they'll end up in a mess of feathers. Si Ning remained silent. Ye Xun sighed, took her hand and headed farther away. The area was overcrowded, so they would have to hunt level 2 monsters instead. Yet as they reached a quiet little hollow, they discovered a lone chick strolling leisurely, having somehow wandered there. Ye Xun was pleasantly surprised. He quickly formed a team with Si Ning and instructed, "I'll fight, you follow my commands." All right. Ye Xun studied the chick for a moment. Unfortunately he hadn't learned the perception art, so he couldn't see its stats before attacking. In his past life he had never been to the beginner village, so he wasn't familiar with the monster attributes, but it wasn't a major issue. Gripping the wooden sheath with grace, he found the right angle and stepped forward, his arms swift as the wind. Draw sword art. 1. Both Ye Xun and Si Ning were speechless. All that effort for such a pathetic result. The chick's eyes reddened, it chirped sharply, spun around and launched a counterattack at Ye Xun. As he dodged and weaved, Ye Xun checked the chick's stats. Furious chick influenced by spiritual energy, showing signs of mutation, highly irritable and prone to attacking with especially sharp beak and claws. Type common, beast realm, chi condensation, layer 1 HP 80 physical damage 8 defense 3 skill peck. No wonder even the draw sword art only dealt 1 damage, he couldn't even break through its defense. Ye Xun's expression remained impassive as he sidestepped, retreated and ducked, evading attacks while striking back whenever he could. When there was no angle to dodge, he casually raised his sword to block the chick's beak, using the force to counterattack. His movements were effortless, a stark contrast to the clumsy players leveling in the distance. 1. Block. 1. 1. Wow. Brother, you're so cool. Ye Xun remained silent. Fighting a single chick hardly warranted such praise. Seeing the chick's HP drop by over 20, ensuring Si Ning wouldn't draw its aggro, Ye Xun multitasked while dodging. Try attacking with your zither now. Lock onto the chick and issue an attack command. The basic controls were simple and Si Ning learned instantly. She gently plucked a string, sending a sonic wave toward the chick. 1. Without breaking defense, it only dealt 1 point of force damage, even against divine beasts. However, high-level monsters had such high evasion that players couldn't hit them now. Good, keep going. Unlike in reality, games didn't allow chaotic strumming. Players had an initial attack speed of 1, meaning 1 attack per second. A minute later, with a sorrowful cry, the chick scattered 2 feathers and 3 spirit stone shards before vanishing in a flash of white light. Common wild monsters didn't leave corpses, they dissolved into spiritual energy upon death. In that entire minute, Ye Xun wasn't touched once. For other players to master such techniques, they would need at least 2.5 days of practice. Ding. Your team has slain 1 furious chick. You gain 1 point of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully embarked on the path of cultivation, breaking through to chi condensation layer 1. Your attributes are refreshed, all base stats 1, and you gain 5 free assignable attribute points. A level up light flashed over both of them simultaneously. Then the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in every player's mind. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to players Ye Xun and Ye Xun for comprehending the method of absorbing spiritual energy on their own, bypassing private school instruction to slay a wild monster and break through to chi condensation. They have achieved the unique hidden achievement, entering the Tao. Reward 100 reputation points, all base stats 3 and innate comprehension talent 1. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to players Ye Xun and Ye Xun. Ding. Ding. Due to your innate comprehension talent reaching its maximum limit, the increase has failed. The reward is replaced with 1 drop of soul-quenching spring essence placed in your backpack. It is tradable. Soul-quenching spring essence effect, consuming it increases innate comprehension talent by 1 point. The announcement repeated 3 times, leaving countless players across the tens of thousands of beginner villages staring at the sky in bewilderment. Was this for real? Most were still queuing outside the private school to level up, while a few who had already advanced were cautiously hunting chicks in groups. How could someone defeat a chick without leveling up first? Wasn't their initial stat just 1? They completed the achievement together, so they must have formed a team, right? Even in a team it's impossible. With only 1 HP, a single peck from the chick would kill them. Those lone wolves have already died once. These two are insane. Did they hack in damage immunity? Maybe a big group weakened the chick to low HP and they just landed the final blow. All base stats 3, that's 15 points total, like gaining 3 extra levels. Plus 1 point of innate comprehension talent. I'm so jealous. Too bad it's a unique achievement, we can't replicate it now. Damn. I have hundreds of brothers. Even at level 0 we could group up and kill a chick. Why didn't I think of that? Following the crowd really dulls the mind. Isn't this game just underhanded? It deliberately steered us toward the private school. I wonder which beginner village they're from. Wow. There are achievements too. Ye Xun smiled, faintly concealing his merit and fame. The interactive tool between players in the game was the built-in sound transmission bracelet, a minimalist high-tech bracelet resembling the login device in appearance yet not entirely identical. Even players using gaming pods had the sound transmission bracelet within the game. The bracelet's functions extended beyond sound transmission and interaction. It could also open the forum within the game, search for guides, publish recordings and more, fully featured and highly convenient. At that moment the sound transmission bracelets of Ye Xun and Si Ning flickered continuously, all with friend requests which Ye Xun declined. Needless to say, these people either wanted to pry for game secrets or recruit them, and Ye Xun had no interest in either. No more chicks spawned in the small hollow, as if the one that had just appeared had hidden there solely to await their arrival. Ye Xun opened a panel and began allocating points. Asking the immortals had no fixed stat allocation direction. Every profession had countless ways to allocate points, usually based on individual aptitude. The sword cultivator profession was actually quite difficult to play. Unlike other weapon cultivators such as archers who only needed to add strength and agility, or magic cultivators who could do well with just spirit and agility, sword cultivators required every attribute. Strength increased physical attack, serving as the source of basic attack damage. As a top-tier sword cultivator, mastering the flexibility and cunning nature of the sword path was essential. During skill cooldowns, one relied on basic attacks to engage enemies, making basic attack damage indispensable. Spirit increased magical attack and mana. Spirit techniques involved condensing mana in the dantian and channeling it through different meridian routes to produce specific effects rather than relying on physical strength to launch attacks. Thus, the long-range attacks of sword cultivators, such as spirit techniques, immortal arts, and divine powers, were primarily based on magical damage. Next was physique, affecting health and defense, whose importance was self-evident. A fragile sword cultivator could easily be kited to death by long-range professions. Then came agility. The characteristics of a sword cultivator were cunning and flexibility, making agility indispensable. Divine sense affected critical hit rate, indirectly enhancing offensive output, and also improved control and resistance to control. A sword cultivator who could be easily controlled would face death as a consequence. Therefore, a perfect sword cultivator needed all attributes to advance in tandem, capable of both offense and defense. However, the consequence of such allocation was that the sword cultivator's early game would be very mediocre, even somewhat weak. In terms of attack power, it couldn't compare to magic cultivators or archers. In defense, it couldn't match body cultivators. In speed, it was inferior to assassins, archers, and other weapon cultivator professions. Only after the second-class advancement, upon comprehending sword intent, would the sword cultivator's power surge significantly, accumulating steadily for explosive release. In the late game, a powerful sword cultivator with sword energy spanning 30,000 miles and a single sword's light chilling 19 continents was nearly unbeatable. However, to develop all attributes comprehensively, the prerequisite was that one's innate talent must be sufficiently excellent. For someone like Si Ning with low strength and mediocre spirit, a comprehensive allocation would be wasteful. She could only choose a more specialized path. In fact, most sword cultivator players followed a specialized allocation route. For example, agility-focused sword cultivators played like assassins, retreating thousands of miles if a strike missed. Or strength-focused sword cultivators, where a heavy sword had no edge and great skill seemed clumsy, forcing even body cultivators to avoid their close-range strikes. Yet such sword cultivators were both strong and weak, easily countered and killed. In the end, there was no truly invincible profession in asking the immortals. Except for Ye Xun. With his terrifying talent, specializing would be a waste of a precious gift. He aimed to become a truly perfect all-round sword cultivator. Thus, strength 1, physique 1, spirit 1, agility 1, divine sense 1. Ye Xun firmly believed that with his talent and skill, even playing a mediocre early-game sword cultivator, he would not fall behind others. Check attributes. Character: Ye Xun. Cultivation Chi condensation. Layer 1 is 0, 100. Reputation 100. Faction none. Profession none. Innate base aptitude all 5 stats at full 100. Special attributes: insight 20, effects character realm breakthroughs, luck 20, effects kill drop rates, etc. Charm 20, effects ease of interaction with NPCs. Base attribute: strength 5, effects physical attack, physique 5, effects health and defense, spirit 5, effects magical attack and mana, agility 5, effects hit dodge movement speed attack speed, divine sense 5, effects control hit rate control resistance, critical hit critical resistance, health 250, mana 250, physical attack 51, magical attack 50, defense 25, critical hit 0. 6, critical resistance 0. 6, control hit rate 15, control resistance 15, attack speed 1. 55, attack range 1, movement speed 12. 5, hit 15, dodge 15, special treasure Nuwa stone equipment, wooden sword skills, divine grace, divine blessing, heartfelt bond, sword draw technique. TSK tisk. With these stats no one can break through my defense for now. Si Ning asked him after he finished allocating, how should I allocate? Ye Xun thought for a moment, put everything into divine sense. Okay. The profession of Misty Illusion Palace was mystic sound with skills focused on mental control. For example, sleep, stun, confusion, silence, and debuffs like attack reduction and defense reduction with accompanying damage not being high. The primary attribute was divine sense with spirit or agility as secondary. Usually it was all points into divine sense. Unless innate talent was exceptionally good, then some points might be added to spirit or agility. Sis, let me see your attributes. Si Ning shared her attributes with him. Character Ye Xun. Innate base aptitude strength 24, physique 38, spirit 34, divine sense 46, agility 40, special attributes insight 6, luck 1, charm 9, base attributes strength 4, physique 4, spirit 4, agility 4, divine sense 9, health 76, mana 68, physical attack 10, magical attack 14, defense 8. Control hit 9. 2 control resistance 9. 2 attack range 21 due to the Gyukin's characteristic with a base range of 20, hitting someone with the Guqin is not applicable. The attributes of the two were worlds apart and Ye Xun remained silent. Innate talent was too important. During the Qi condensation period with Si Ning's strength aptitude of 24, 1 point of strength only increased physical attack by 2. For it meaning a 10 strength aptitude. For Ye Xun with a strength aptitude of 100 each point of strength added 10 physical attack. The same applied to other attributes all linked to the innate aptitude values. Even with balanced development Ye Xun's single attribute values in the future would not be much worse than those of extreme allocation players and he would have no weaknesses in the late game. How can others even compete? Loneliness at the top life truly was as solitary as snow. Sis, this is for you. Ye Xun produced the soul-quenching spring essence. A boost of 1 to innate comprehension talent, truly a remarkable treasure. In ascending to immortality every breakthrough in cultivation required a certain amount of comprehension points. For instance, to advance from Qi condensation to foundation establishment one needed at least 1 comprehension point. Normal players always had comprehension points greater than 0. Only Ye Xun from his past life was an anomaly with a negative comprehension value that kept his cultivation perpetually stuck at Qi condensation. Items that enhanced talent were incredibly difficult to obtain. Yet now Ye Xun was confident that he could eventually max out Si Ning's talents, it was merely a matter of time. Si Ning glanced at it and hesitated, this should be worth a lot of money, right? Probably a few million. Ascending to immortality was different from other games. The Chinese server alone had hundreds of millions of online players and many were wealthy, a few million was nothing to them. Then should we sell it? Hearing the sum Si Ning's eyes lit up. With only a 6-digit balance left in her card she was anxious. Ye Xun rolled his eyes at her. Eat it. Well, sell whatever we don't need. Trust me, making money in this game is easy. It'll add another digit to your balance soon. Under Ye Xun's gaze Si Ning had no choice but to consume the talent-enhancing pill. Her innate comprehension talent rose to 7. Yet she secretly wondered if adding another digit after the decimal point in her balance would really make much difference. The two arrived at the level 2 training area only to find it still swarming with people. Si Ning pointed somewhere in astonishment. Hey, look over there. Ye Xun focused his gaze. Good heavens. It's the power of money. In that area hundreds of players were simultaneously fighting monsters, periodically luring them to a figure in the center. With a single slash from that person the monsters vanished into white light. What superpower? Ye Xun chuckled. They weakened the monsters to a sliver of health, letting that flashy guy land the final blow for the experience. Look at him, 1 monster 1 kill. His experience is skyrocketing. Either he hired people in real life or he leads his own faction and those are all his men. Si Ning was speechless. So that was the so-called power of money. Scanning the level 2 training area Ye Xun noticed 2 other such teams and he assumed other newbie villages had them too. It's too hard for ordinary players to compete with them for first place. Let's head straight to the advanced training area. Though Ye Xun was experienced in battle he couldn't kill a monster in 1 hit. To surpass them he had to take a different path, directly hunting high-level monsters. Just then a panicked group ran over from the distance muttering to each other. Let's stay far away from that place. The war god Hall sure is stubborn. This time they must have taken a heavy hit, right? A heavy hit? Not really. They only lost a few hundred people. Their guild alone has over 2,000 members in our newbie village. I heard that the private school is now occupied by their people, letting those who died back to level 0 level up again. That place is just too eerie. Yeah, no one even knows how they died. Ye Xun listened carefully to the full story and saw them fleeing from the west. It reminded him of the ruins west of the newbie village, rumored to be a death trap for anyone who entered. He wondered exactly how they died. After some thought he suspected there might be an assassin-type boss there, one capable of turning invisible. Come on, let's go check it out. A boss was a valuable target with generous rewards for the first kill. Since it wasn't far he wanted to see the boss stats, assess the gap and plan to kill it as soon as they leveled up. Along the way they passed people fleeing from the west, all wearing expressions of disbelief as if they had witnessed something terrifying. Ye Xun and Si Ning crested the hill and saw a ruined village to the west in the distance. The ruins were vast, 2 or 3 times larger than the newbie village. The entrance was a dark bamboo grove accessible only by a narrow path. A few players stood outside the bamboo grove cautiously peering into the ruins and muttering, "Dead, all dead. The last wave from the war god hall is completely wiped out." Ye Xun approached and asked politely, "Friend, what's the situation here?" The man snapped out of it, turned to look at Ye Xun and Si Ning and said with lingering fear, "Let me tell you, those ruins devour people. The moment you step through the entrance you turn into white light and respawn without even knowing how you died." Ye Xun frowned. "Instant death upon entry. What about just standing at the entrance without going in?" "That's fine. I suggest you leave too. Curiosity killed the cat." With that the man refused to answer further and dragged his companion away, unwilling to stay a moment longer. "Should we go in?" Si Ning asked nervously. Ye Xun remained silent in thought. The bamboo grove was dark, exuding a chilling aura even under the bright sun. Not a single insect or bird could be heard, and the ruins felt like a ghost realm devoid of even the slightest breeze. It was too quiet. Based on what they said, it was likely not a boss. The place was beyond their current cultivation level to explore. They were severely underpowered. But as he gazed at the ruins, a strange calling arose in his mind, as if something was summoning him. The feeling grew stronger. "Sis, do you feel that calling?" "Huh?" Si Ning looked bewildered. "What calling?" Ye Xun was surprised. This inexplicable call was only for him. What made him special? Could it be another hidden quest triggered only by innate talent? With that thought, Ye Xun didn't hesitate. "Come on, let's go in." Si Ning nodded softly, clutching his sleeve as they walked in, nervously scanning the dark bamboo grove. Ye Xun did the same, not missing an inch of the ground. The path was short, about 50 meters. At the entrance to the ruins the silence was absolute, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Ye Xun could almost hear Si Ning's pounding heart beside him. Feeling the increasingly intense call, he took a deep breath and lifted his foot to step into the ruins. But just then a thunderous voice exploded in his mind, sending chills down his spine. "Don't go in. Don't go in. Don't go in." In an instant Ye Xun's hair stood on end, his scalp tingling. Not only because of the intense warning in the voice, but also because he was hyper-focused in the dead silence. Suddenly hearing such a loud noise in his mind would startle anyone. "What's wrong?" Feeling the goosebumps rising on Ye Xun's arm, Si Ning was confused. Clearly she hadn't heard anything. Ye Xun wiped the cold sweat from his brow and stood in contemplative silence. The calling from the ruins had vanished. He thought back to the voice that had just echoed in his mind. Despite its strong warning, he could clearly sense no malice in it. In fact, there was even a hint of concern. Worried. Perhaps the consequences of his entry were far more than mere resurrection. Heeding advice leads to a full stomach. Ye Xun made an instant decision. "Let's go back." His strength was too low now, his understanding limited. There was no need to be reckless. It was better to explore later. Players could never return after leaving the novice village simply due to lack of power. Ye Xun refused to believe he couldn't return after becoming an immortal or a god. Let's hurry," Si Ning said fearfully. It wasn't death she feared, but the agonizing uncertainty of when and how it would come, knowing it was imminent. Ye Xun took her hand and turned to leave, but after a few steps he halted. Amidst the bamboo grove beside the path, a pair of bloodthirsty crimson eyes stared fixedly at him. "Ah!" Si Ning shrieked, instantly hiding behind Ye Xun, trembling as she clutched his clothes. What the hell was this place? It was truly terrifying. Ye Xun was speechless. He forced calmness and said in a deep voice, "Since you're here, show yourself." The bamboo grove was dim, as if even light couldn't escape. The depths were pitch black, inspiring fear. The figure lurked in the shadows, and through the scattered bamboo leaves Ye Xun couldn't make out its features. Could it really be an assassin boss? Yet after waiting a while the figure remained motionless, the bamboo grove silent. He grew impatient. Worst case, he'd die once, what did it matter? So he spoke again. "Is playing tricks amusing, huh? Well, what's wrong?" This seems to be a mask." Ye Xun felt awkward. He had quite the imagination. "Huh?" Si Ning cautiously turned to look at the figure. It is a person." "No, look closely. It has a face but no body, hollow eye sockets. That dark red glow doesn't seem to come from its eyes." Ye Xun pondered. A dark red glow, could it be? No, it didn't match the records. Si Ning relaxed and examined it. Indeed, it wasn't real. "Let's go over." Oh. They walked closer and found it was indeed a mask. Moreover, its originally dim red glow had brightened into a vivid red. The dimness must have been from the bamboo absorbing the light from afar. Seeing the vivid red matching the records, Ye Xun's hands trembled with excitement. He examined it closely. The mask was jet black with bamboo leaf patterns on the forehead. Elsewhere it would be exquisitely elegant. But here, blending with the grove's gloom, it seemed eerily sinister. Strange, how did this mask appear? He was certain it hadn't been there when they entered. He had noted every detail of the path. Playing a game had turned into a supernatural event. He hesitated, unsure whether to reach out. An item of this level appearing here was highly illogical. Was it a trap? Never mind, take things as they come. How could he pass up such a treasure before him? Ye Xun reached out and slowly grasped the mask. The mask was light, thin as a cicada's wing, cool to the touch. With a slight pull it came off the bamboo branch. At that moment the Tao heavenly sound echoed in everyone's mind. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to player Ye Xun for obtaining an immortal artifact, ink rhyme bamboo whisper. As the first player to obtain an immortal artifact, reward 1000 prestige 5 to all basic attributes 2 innate luck talent. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to player Ye Xun. Ding. As your innate luck talent has reached the cap, the luck increase failed. Reward changed to 2 leaves of fortune placed in your backpack. Tradable. Effect consuming adds 1 point of innate luck talent. Everyone. What the hell? An immortal artifact. An immortal artifact in a novice village. Was this a joke? The drop rate in asking the immortal novice village was notoriously low. Few had equipment and skills were almost non-existent. The forums were full of complaints. Yet against all odds someone had obtained an immortal artifact. This is ridiculously absurd. It's that Ye Xun again. First he completes a unique hidden achievement, now he gets an immortal artifact. This guy must be cheating. I don't think it's cheating. He clearly knows where the benefits are. He must be an inside player from the game company, a shill. Damn it, I encounter shills in every game. Isn't this too obvious? So annoying. I can barely kill a chicken and he just got 25 attribute points plus 2 luck. With previous rewards he's already 8 levels ahead of us in stats and he has an immortal artifact. How can we play? Is the immortal artifact in this game so worthless that you can get it in the novice village? Maybe it's not that precious. That wastes the word immortal. At that moment the novice village was filled with envy and jealousy, but the leaders of major guilds' eyes lit up. They frequented various online games and were familiar with famous guilds and top players, but had never heard the name Ye Xun. Either he was truly a shill or a former top player had changed his name. Another possibility, he was just a solo player. If he was a solo player it was simple, just kill him and loot the immortal artifact. So they began inquiring which novice village Ye Xun was in. Instantly guild members became busy contacting every novice village, neglecting their own leveling. It truly was an immortal artifact. The red glow was the hallmark of an unclaimed immortal artifact. Ye Xun was ecstatic. He turned off his communication bracelet, which had been flashing non-stop with friend requests, and set it to reject all. Si Ning's bracelet was also flashing. Though she wasn't featured in the announcement, she was the only one connected to Ye Xun. Those who couldn't reach him contacted her instead. Ye Xun quickly examined the immortal artifact mask in his hand. As it bonded to its owner, the red glow faded. He could imagine many now thought the game's immortal artifacts weren't so rare, but they were sorely mistaken. Immortal artifacts, though less valuable than divine artifacts, were still incredibly difficult to obtain. Even the leaders of major hegemon sects struggled to equip a full set of immortal artifacts. As for elders, having 1 or 2 was a point of pride. For lower-tier sects an immortal artifact could become a treasured sect heirloom. Ye Xun knew that what made immortal and divine artifacts so precious in asking the immortal was their common trait, no level restriction. He had once wondered what kind of quest would yield an immortal artifact, but never imagined he could just pick one up while walking. Asking the immortal truly had opportunities everywhere. Was this the power of 20 luck? Absolutely loved it. The ink pattern mask, crafted with meticulous artistry from vast ocean ink jade, is predominantly in shades of black, adorned with an elegant bamboo pattern across the forehead resembling an unfolding ink painting. Its texture is smooth and warm, exuding a serene elegance as if it has accumulated endless poetry and mystery over the long river of time, its origins unknown. Wearing conditions none. Additional attributes increases the total cultivation layer by 2 times based on the 5 fundamental attributes: life 50, mana 50, control immunity 30, luck 5, charm 5. Skill 1 Bewilderment, a passive skill. Effect: while worn it interferes with the perception of all beings below the true immortal realm, preventing them from glimpsing the wearer's true appearance, attributes, or stealth status. Skill 2: Silent Kill. An active skill. Effect: the next close-range attack inflicts additional true damage equal to 5 of the target's maximum health. Cooldown time 12 hours. Skill 3: Insight. An active skill. Effect: allows the wearer to perceive detailed information about any non-human entities below the true immortal realm as well as the figures of all hidden targets below the true immortal realm with no cooldown. Feature 1: cannot be dropped, cannot be stolen. Feature 2: when removed and placed in the backpack, all mask skills become unusable, but it does not affect the attribute bonuses. Is this really an immortal artifact? Ye Xun's eyes nearly popped out. The attributes are too unbalanced, aren't they? If immortal artifacts are this strong, how powerful would divine artifacts be? After sharing the attributes with the curious Xi Ning, she gasped in astonishment. She previously lacked experience in the game, but she was not foolish. She could clearly sense the power of the ink pattern mask. So, I just found this. Ye Xun was speechless. What a load of nonsense about luck 20 finding an immortal artifact. That was just him talking nonsense in his mind. He was certain that this item had been intentionally placed here by the person who had spoken to him earlier in his mind for him to find. As for who that person was and why they were so kind to him, he was completely in the dark. He couldn't remember being that close to any NPC. Among the NPCs in the novice village, he only knew the old beggar and the old man who distributed masks, but both of them had only a friendliness level of 10. It was unlikely they would give him an immortal artifact, especially using such a subtle method. Forget it. Ye Xun sighed quietly. Although he didn't know who it was, since the person was unwilling to show themselves, it indicated they had a reason for not revealing themselves. This mystery could only be unraveled slowly in the future. He lovingly caressed the mask for a moment before putting it on his face. The ink pattern mask, as thin as a cicada's wing, automatically adjusted its size upon touching his face, perfectly conforming to his features, leaving only his eyes, mouth and chin exposed. Although this mask may have been worn by someone before, Ye Xun didn't mind at all. Who would care about a piece of dog poop stuck to a golden dog head? In fact, it was no longer just an immortal artifact. It was not an exaggeration to say that even if someone offered him a divine artifact in exchange, he would hesitate. Because mask-type equipment is extremely rare, most are like the common items given out for free in novice villages, lacking any attribute bonuses and merely serving to conceal one's appearance. Occasionally there are masks with attributes, but the bonuses they provide are pitifully low. As for masks of the immortal artifact level, Ye Xun had never heard of such a thing. Perhaps there is only this one immortal artifact mask, and asking the immortal, its rarity is arguably comparable to that of a divine artifact. If NPCs could act freely, Ye Xun believed he would definitely be hunted down across the world. Check attributes. Character: Ye Xun. Cultivation Chi Condensation Stage Level 1-0-100. Basic attribute: Strength 12, Physique 12, Spiritual Law 12, Agility 12, Divine Sense 12. Health 900. Mana 900. Physical Attack 121. Spell Attack 120. Defense 60. Movement Speed 16. TSK Tisk, with nearly 1,000 health points and 121 attack. Ye Xun silently calculated. For players at the same level, even with maximum physique potential and full physique points, they would only have 175 health and 15 defense. He could take them down with 2 strikes. If he landed a critical hit, it would be even easier. Weak points have only 50 defense. However, players with such potential in physique are rare. If they are not pure physique cultivators, he could basically one-shot any other players, like taking down a small child with one sword. As for his defense, even players focusing entirely on offense now couldn't break through it. Now he could finally walk with confidence. However, the control immunity value surprised him a bit. It seems that the so-called 30 control immunity from the immortal artifact is an overall increase based on the original value rather than simply adding a 30 probability. Such an increase may not have a significant effect in the early stages, but it becomes quite powerful later on, much better than simply increasing the 30 probability. Ye Xun was more satisfied with this. Sister, this is for you. Ye Xun took out 2 luck leaves. Xi Ning's luck value was truly pitiful. Luck affects not only the drop rate of monsters but also attributes like control and immunity. For a control-focused player, luck is a very important attribute, and these 2 leaves were a timely blessing. This. Xi Ning hesitated, but seeing Ye Xun's determination, he directly pinched her mouth and stuffed them in. The luck leaves melted in her mouth. Feeling the enhancement of her luck quality, Xi Ning was momentarily dazed but did not blame Ye Xun's good intentions. She just shot him a glare, rubbing her sore cheeks, and sighed, "1 bite of this is worth several million." I didn't expect to have such a luxurious day. How much do you think your immortal artifact could sell for? Ye Xun thought for a moment and said, right now many people might think that immortal artifacts aren't that precious, especially since the game just launched and they're still cautious. If my immortal artifact can sell for 10 million, that would be great. If I reveal its attributes, it might even reach 100 million. But when they realize the value of immortal artifacts later on, it will at least be worth a 10-digit figure. That's so exaggerated. Yet Ye Xun found it perfectly normal, for one could not measure the prices in Asking the Immortals by the standards of other games. With the launch of Asking the Immortals, more and more people flooded into the game, and in the years that followed many industries in reality would gradually wither away. Take the entertainment industry for instance. After all the hard work of making a film, it might premiere to an empty theater. There were many such collapsing industries. Asking the Immortals would even gradually become humanity's second home. Real estate companies would shift their focus into the game, buying land, building houses, and even constructing cities. Until the game fully merged with reality. By a stroke of luck, most people would reap immense profits. Under such circumstances, selling a single piece of equipment for an astronomical sum was not an exaggeration. As for immortal artifacts, Ye Xun felt they were beyond any monetary measure. Later on, even if someone waved a stack of cash wanting to buy one, there would be nowhere to purchase it. The few who possessed immortal artifacts had no intention of selling. The main point was that real-world currency would steadily depreciate until it became worthless. After the game merged with reality, the universal currency would be spirit stones. Thus Ye Xun had little desire to earn money. He would just scrape together some Chinese yuan to last him a few years. If he truly wanted to make a profit, he would rather hoard spirit stones and buy land. The two left the ruins. Ye Xun swapped to an inconspicuous ordinary mask and scouted along the way until he finally arrived at the level 10 training zone. This was the highest level grinding spot in the novice village, and no players could reach it yet. Given his stats, joining the crowd to fight low-level monsters would be a sheer waste of talent. Moreover, the low-level area wouldn't allow Si Ning's level to surpass those with deep pockets. After changing back into ink rhyme and secluded bamboo, Ye Xun cast Insight, Grey Wolf, normal wild creature, Chi condensation, layer 10 HP, 900 physical attack, 180 defense, 80 movement speed, 22 weakness, white fur on the belly, skill bite. Ye Xun frowned. At least he could break its defense, but its speed was too high, even faster than his. He approached a nearby wolf and, catching it off guard, struck. Drawing sword art. Weakness attack. 122. Howl. Every monster had a weak point, but hitting it was generally difficult. For Ye Xun, however, it was not hard. As the wolf turned, he landed another normal attack. 41. Then he swiftly sidestepped and sheathed his sword. The downside of the drawing sword art was that it could only be used when the sword was in its scabbard, a rather mediocre skill only useful in the early stages. Later, as players' attack speeds increased to a mortal's eye, they would be nothing but flashes of light. No one would waste time sheathing and drawing their sword in battle, it would only get them killed faster. However, in the early game, especially in this era before spirit techniques were widespread, it was quite handy. Drawing sword art. Weakness attack. 122. Weakness attack. 81. Normal attack. 41. Moments later, unable to dodge in time, Ye Xun was bitten and a damage number appeared above his head for the first time, 120. It really hurt. His movement speed was inferior to the Grey Wolf's. Even if he knew how to position himself, his feet couldn't keep up over time. But the next second, 45. 45. Divine Grace automatically recovers 5 HP per second. This was truly a divine skill. With it, Ye Xun could even save money on potions. Meanwhile, Si Ning played her zither from a distance. The one damage left her quite frustrated. Though she knew that other players would also deal one at this stage, as the saying goes, comparison is the thief of joy. Grinding monsters with her little brother put too much pressure on her. 81. The final blow drained the Grey Wolf's HP, dropping 10 spirit stone fragments, 1 healing pill, and a pair of shoes. Ding! Your party has slain a Grey Wolf. You gain 50 cultivation points. Even with the experience split between two, each wolf gave them 50 cultivation points each, equivalent to 50 chickens. The efficiency was far higher. However, this was because they were fighting monsters far above their level. Once they leveled up, the cultivation points from killing wolves would decrease. But it would still be incomparable to killing chicks. Similarly, if a player fought monsters below their level, the cultivation points gained would also be reduced. Ye Xun picked up the items on the ground. Killing normal wild creatures dropped spirit stone fragments, with each monster dropping 110 fragments. 100 fragments could be synthesized into a low-grade spirit stone, which could be done in the backpack. Spirit stones had many uses. Besides serving as currency for transactions, they were needed for entering and leaving cities using teleportation arrays, opening secret realms, setting up formations, and more. Above low-grade spirit stones were medium-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade spirit stones. The initial exchange rate was 1001, but the rate would be dynamically adjusted based on the market. That meant one supreme-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 million spirit stone fragments. Of course, that was only in quantity. In terms of value, supreme-grade spirit stones were far more precious. Ye Xun examined the dropped shoes. Cloth shoes. Mortal grade equipment requirement. Chi condensation bonus attributes agility 2, movement speed 6. He wasted no time discarding the straw sandals that were nearly falling apart and put on the cloth shoes. Checking his stats, his movement speed was now 23. This little gray wolf would never touch him again. He was even confident in luring multiple monsters at once without worrying about losing HP. But he had no area effect skills. He could only attack one monster at a time. Luring more wouldn't improve his grinding efficiency. Let's continue. Ye Xun drew the aggro of another wolf brandishing his sword. He sidestepped again, then turned back, thrusting, slicing, hooking. A series of fluid basic moves that would leave newcomers utterly stunned. Si Ning, captivated by his picturesque movements, occasionally forgot to attack. Ye Xun couldn't help but smile. So while fighting, he taught her some universal combat techniques. Every monster gives signs before attacking. Take the wolf for example. Watch closely. When it lowers its body, its tail stops wagging and it looks stiff. That's when it's about to strike. Changes in its eyes and ears are also cues. When it bares its teeth and snarls, that's the prelude to using a skill. Different monsters have different attack cues and press-kill movements. By reacting to these signs in advance, fighting becomes much easier. Sister, you need to observe more. Once you enter a sect for training, I won't be by your side. The path of cultivation was long and he wasn't sure he could always be by his sister's side. There would be times when she had to fight alone. Teaching her now would do no harm. Si Ning studied with great diligence, sensing that Ye Xun placed an extraordinary importance on the game. Ask the immortals. Most players, including her, perceived Ask the Immortals as merely a well-crafted game, a pastime for leisure hours. Ye Xun, however, was different, as Si Ning felt he harbored a peculiar obsession with the game. Thus she too became earnest, delighted that her brother had finally found a unique passion. In the past, Ye Xun had always seemed listless, indifferent to most things, but now his enthusiasm brought her joy. Ding! Your party has slain a gray wolf. You gain 50 cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations on breaking through to the second layer of Chi condensation. All basic attributes 1. You have 5 free attribute points to allocate. Ye Xun distributed 1 point to each attribute as usual, then gazed thoughtfully at the gray wolf. The reward for being the first to leave the novice village was useless to him but crucial for his sister. She must obtain it. Thus he decisively disbanded the party. I'll leave the finishing blow to you now. Level up first. 2 hours later, as a gray wolf fell, a white glow enveloped Si Ning and she ascended to the 8th layer of Chi condensation. Ye Xun opened the light orb dropped by the gray wolf and found a sword glowing with a green light. A spirit artifact sword. He was instantly thrilled. Finally the weapon he needed had dropped. At this stage only a handful of players in the novice village possessed spirit artifacts. Over these 2 hours, thanks to Ye Xun's luck, they had obtained 4 spirit artifacts including this sword. They had already gathered a full set of white mortal grade equipment with 5 extras and even a skill book. It was undeniable, the drop rate of skill books in the novice village was abysmally low. Ye Xun couldn't help but complain, surely very few players had any skills yet. The 4 spirit artifacts were Wind Spirit Sword Spirit Artifact. Equipable at Chi condensation. Additional attributes: Strength 5, Spirit Magic 4, Physical Attack 15, Grey Wolf Belt Spirit Artifact. Equipable by male players at Chi condensation. Additional attributes: Physique 4, Defense 7, Mana 70, Dancing Butterfly Skirt Spirit Artifact. Equipable by female players at Chi condensation. Additional attributes: Physique 4, Health 70, Defense 8, Treading Flower Boots Spirit Artifact. Equipable by female players at Chi condensation. Additional attributes: Agility 5, Movement Speed 11, Dodge 10. Si Ning was delighted to be instantly transformed into a vision of elegance. The game offered no special treatment for female players. Everyone started in coarse linen clothes. Though a beauty could still look good in a sack, it was hardly as charming as a proper dress. In addition to the spirit artifact sword and belt, Ye Xun also acquired a mortal grade wolf leather coat, further boosting his attributes. The skill book was Sword Step Mortal Tier Movement Skill Restriction Sword Class Players Proficiency 300-1000 effect when used at close range instantly circle to the enemy's opposite side. Cannot be used without a target. Can be upgraded. Cost 50 mana cooldown 10 seconds. Sword Step was a common skill taught in almost every sword sect and available to anyone. However, despite its commonality, the skill had extremely high potential and could be upgraded infinitely. Moreover, its effect varied with each user depending on their combat experience, making it a highly flexible technique. Those lacking combat experience might even use Sword Step to deliver themselves right onto the enemy's blade, like a reckless slide tackle against a tiger leading to a 3-7 split. The tiger enjoys 3 minutes of feasting and leaves 7 minutes for cleanup. Ye Xun was not one to make such basic mistakes. He cherished this skill, for to him executing a sword step could mean landing a precise blow on a weak point. Sister, let's conti, ding. System announcement. The concurrent online player count for Ask the Immortals China server has exceeded 300 million. Some leaderboards are now open. The virtual market is now open. Players can freely consign, auction and purchase items that meet listing regulations. Cash mode and Spirit Stone mode are available. Consignment and auction will incur a 20 transaction fee based on the final selling price. Ding. Everyone was stunned. 300 million players online simultaneously. Although 300 million is less than a quarter of China's total population, statistics showed that the primary players were mostly under 45. The total population in this age bracket is roughly over 800 million. Now nearly half of them were playing Ask the Immortals. Even if it was the weekend, the game's influence was undeniably staggering. Before Ask the Immortals, the game with the highest concurrent player count was Honor of Kings with a mere 10 million online. Holy crap. 300 million concurrent players. There are still people working now. Wait until evening, the numbers will probably be even higher. Working on weekends. Envious of those with weekends off. The guy above is at work. Then how are you playing? Who doesn't slack off? Wait, are there really that many rich people? A wristband costs 9999 national currency. You can buy it with 0 down payment using your ID Pay in 36 installments with no interest. You didn't know? Damn. I never asked. I scrimped for a whole week's allowance to buy it. The guy above have some shame. Countless players excitedly opened the leaderboard. Cultivation leaderboard: first Ning Xin Qi condensation layer 8, second Baji Da Quangfeng Qi condensation layer 6, third Zhao Gongzi Qi condensation layer 6, fourth Wabu Qingyoro Qi condensation layer 6, fifth Ye Xun Qi condensation layer 6, sixth Demo Pongguan Qi condensation layer 6, seventh Ye Xun Qi condensation layer 6, eighth Xiao Taizi Nai Qi condensation layer 5, ninth Shangguan Fatsai Qi condensation layer 5, 10th Qinmen Qi condensation layer 5. The leaderboard had only 10 spots, with Ning Xin dominating at the 8th layer of Qi condensation, leaving countless players bewildered. Is she cheating? Oh, I remember. She completed a hidden achievement with Ye Xun and was featured on the system broadcast. Another insider like Ye Xun. Damn. This is insane. Why isn't Ye Xun on the leaderboard? He has a celestial artifact to level up, and this is his progress. The scattered players were filled with indignation, and the leaders of various guilds were at a loss for words. Although they had the financial means to have guild members weaken monsters before delivering the finishing blow to rapidly increase their cultivation, this method was only applicable to the first 2 or 3 levels. As they progressed further, the guild members could no longer bear the burden. After all, guild members did not gain experience and remained at level 1. Even with a large number of people, they struggled to defeat the higher level monsters, and the death rate was increasing, making efficiency difficult to improve. Thus they were very curious about this person named Ningxin. Every novice village had spies from various guilds, and everyone knew the identities of the financially capable players. There was definitely no one named Ningxin among them. Is this person really cheating? Cheating should be impossible if this game has no hacks. Do you really believe the game's official assurances? That's not it. I tried looking for hacks with some top hackers, but after a long time they couldn't even find the game code to create a hack. This game is definitely not created by Blue Star Technology. It certainly does not use any known programming methods. So it must be an internal player. Don't listen to those idiots on the forums. Internal players. That's nonsense. Other games create bots to boost popularity and stimulate player spending. Does Ask Immortal need that? Creating bots is purely a negative investment. Damaging the game's reputation brings them no benefits. That's true. Then why is Ningxin leveling up so quickly? It's really damn strange. It should be related to Ye Xun. Has that guy by Shaoxing played Ask Immortal? Hurry and let him come out and investigate. Equipment rankings. First, Ye Xun Yuchang Face Accessory Celestial Artifact. Owned by player Ye Xun. The equipment rankings displayed only one lonely item, leaving players envious. Anything below a celestial artifact was unworthy of the list. Reputation rankings. First, Ye Xun 1100, second and Wenxian 100. The reputation rankings were similarly dismal with only 2 people listed. Charm rankings. First, Qian Meng, second Wenxian, third Miao Xiaomiao, fourth Ni Chong, fifth Fa Fu Dai, sixth Strawberry Ice Cream, seventh A Li, eighth I Am Ugly But Gentle, ninth Post 00S, and 10th Not Allowed to Be Lewd. The charm rankings, also known as the beauty rankings, were the most discussed topic on the forums, as handsome men and beautiful women always attract attention. Why didn't it specify how many charm points there are? Could it all be 10 points? Quick look at the new post. Lu Rian posted a photo saying her charm points of 9 didn't make the rankings. Wow, she's really beautiful. Can't 9 charm points make the rankings? She probably logged in late. I don't believe there are that many beauties with 10 charm points. I've only seen 2 with 9 points in the forums. I wonder if there are any items in the game that can increase charm points. The discussions about Ye Xun and Wenxian were very active on the forums. These 2 individuals had such high charm points, and it was likely they knew each other in real life, either as relatives or as a couple, sparking much curiosity. Meanwhile, the theory that they were game bots was somewhat diminished. Given their charm points, they likely stood at the pinnacle of Blue Star's hierarchy, and such individuals could pursue many more promising careers than being game bots. For example, becoming a star model or streamer. All of these are better than being a game bot. There's really no reason to be a bot. Surely being a game bot can't earn more than being a star, right? Si Ning felt somewhat gloomy. Although her ranking had reached a height that others looked up to, her younger brother ranked first on the gentleman list. If it weren't for Ye Xun being there, she wouldn't care about rankings, but now in comparison she felt a bit lost. Her annoying brother always seemed to undermine her. She hoped that the Qian Meng ranked above her had a charm point of 9, so she might still have a chance to surpass Qian Meng in the rankings in the future. Ningxin's heart was heavy. Ye Xun didn't notice her mood and casually glanced at the rankings before closing the window. Sister, let's continue leveling up. He calculated his sister's cultivation progress. If they played for another 2 hours, she would likely reach the 10th level of Qi gathering. The rapid advancement at the beginning was mainly due to fighting monsters of higher levels, but the experience gained would decrease more as they progressed. However, reaching the 10th level of Qi gathering does not mean they could immediately leave the novice village. They still had to complete the secret realm trial, and the time required for that was uncertain. If it was just a normal difficulty trial, it would be completed quickly, but it was evident that his sister could not participate in a normal difficulty trial. The trial results were extremely important. Ye Xun was worried that during her participation in the high difficulty trial someone might launch a sneak attack. If she left the novice village after completing a normal trial, she would lose her first place. Therefore, even though they had already distanced themselves significantly from others in terms of cultivation, they could not afford to be careless. They needed to continue to widen their advantage. However, when he called out to her, Si Ning did not respond, but instead trembled as she said, "Brother, I seem to feel a bit unwell." Before she could finish, she suddenly vanished. This was forced logout. Ye Xun, seeing this, immediately thought of a possibility and hurriedly logged out. Upon opening the bedroom door, he saw Si Ning gently trembling on the bed, her face pale and a sheen of sweat on her forehead. Looking weak and pitiful. Ye Xun understood at a glance, just as he suspected his sister had low blood sugar. He quickly found some candy for her to chew and swallow and opened a bottle of soda for her to drink. This was the downside of the gaming wristband. The manual stated that gaming consumed a lot of mental energy, and playing for long periods could easily lead to low blood sugar, resulting in a forced logout. Ye Xun had read relevant studies indicating that the energy consumed by the brain of an adult accounts for about 20–25% of the total energy expenditure, while the proportion is even higher for children in their developmental stage. When playing games, the energy consumption of the brain sharply increases, making it easy for individuals with average physical fitness to experience low blood sugar. Not only Si Ning but Ye Xun also felt hungrier than usual, with a strong desire to forage. It seems I need to hurry and make money to buy a gaming pod. The gaming pod comes with a long-lasting nutrient solution that can also be purchased additionally. With the nutrient solution added, it continuously replenishes the body's energy consumption, preventing symptoms of low blood sugar. After taking care of Si Ning, Ye Xun carefully sensed his own physical condition and could clearly feel a faint gaseous energy appearing in his dantian, which was a sign of the Qi gathering stage. Indeed, he could now synchronize with the strength gained in the game. Nothing similar had occurred on the forums, and his sister's physical condition remained the same as usual, basically confirming this was a unique ability of his. Ye Xun speculated that it was likely a privilege granted to him by the Nuwa stone. However, in a few years everyone would possess this ability. Now he could finally feel at ease continuing to stay here. As he progressed step by step in the game, his physical fitness in reality would only grow stronger. After a while, even conventional weapons that are not suited to any carbon-based life forms won't pose a threat to me, right? After Ye Xun finished checking his physical condition, his phone screen suddenly lit up. He opened it and found it was his old class group. The class group had been silent since high school graduation, but now it was buzzing with activity, over 99 messages, many of which were directed at him. Ye Xun, is that you? And ask the immortals. Ye Xun, you're incredibly lucky. You actually have a celestial artifact. Ye Xun, which novice village are you in? Ye Xun, are you selling the celestial artifact? How about 10,000 for me? 10,000 for a game. Do you have that much living expenses from college? It's okay, I spent over 10,000 just on a camping trip yesterday. You bought a car. Impressive. He scrolled up through the chat history and found the basis for their speculation. It turned out that although he had appeared on the server-wide announcements twice in the game, his classmates initially didn't connect it to him, assuming it was just a coincidence of names. After all, the Ye Xun they remembered was physically disabled, a poor student who never played games, making it unlikely that he would cause such a stir and ask the immortals right from the start. However, after the gentleman ranking was released, they understood. The same name, the same devastatingly handsome appearance, and the fact that they knew he had an older sister named Si Ning who picked him up from school every day, closely resembling the in-game name Ning Xian. Too many coincidences were no longer coincidences. Ye Xun curled his lips and directly chose to leave the group chat. He couldn't be bothered with these people. During school he had always been an outcast. In the eyes of the boys he was physically disabled, unable to play ball with them or participate in outdoor activities, orphaned and blessed with a face so handsome it made them feel inferior. With so many factors stacked against him, being isolated was only natural. The girls were no different. Seeing his cold demeanor and taciturn nature, they gradually interacted with him less and less. It even escalated to the point where occasionally, if a girl was drawn to his looks and tried to approach him, other classmates would tease her. Back then, due to the curse's influence, his mind was often clouded, his grades were poor, and after the college entrance exam he could only attend a home-based university. After learning he hadn't gone to college, they secretly mocked Ye Xun even more, believing his life was surely ruined. What's the use of being handsome? A cripple can't even live off a woman. When his mind was clouded, Ye Xun never pondered these things and didn't find anything wrong. But now it was different. He understood many things. He felt only disgust toward these classmates. Now leaving the group was his way of telling them his stance. From now on we are strangers, don't contact me for anything and don't try to get close if we meet in the game. We're not familiar. As long as hypoglycemia is promptly treated with sugar, the symptoms come and go quickly. Si Ning had already recovered, though she still felt a strong hunger. So she quickly tied on an apron and busied herself in the kitchen. Ye Xun watched somewhat dazed. The tranquil warmth of the present moment was all created by Si Ning. Si Ning was not his biological sister. When he was 12 he was adopted by a family, Si Ning's family. Si Ning's parents were exceptionally kind. After adopting him they cared for him deeply, treating him as their own. Not only did they not despise his ailing body, but they also spent their savings taking him to various doctors. During those years under the devoted care of Si Ning's parents, Ye Xun was like a seed covered in ice and snow, gradually thawing from indifference to letting down his guard. Those were the warmest and happiest times in his memory. But fate was merciless. When he was 15 a massive earthquake struck Qingcheng and both parents passed away. Over the years Si Ning had been his only support, taking care of him in every way, never once resenting his disability. This house was purchased outright after the earthquake reconstruction using the savings left by their parents, supplemented by government subsidies. Although it was small, only 2 bedrooms, it was their most precious haven. Ye Xun had been wondering how to persuade his sister to leave this place and move elsewhere, even though he too felt reluctant. Now there was no need for that. Thank the Nuwa stone. Sitting on the sofa he tried to summon items from the game, but all attempts failed. Although his body was stronger than before, it still couldn't match his in-game strength, indicating that equipment attributes didn't carry over to reality, only his cultivation level did. It was a pity. If only the ink rhyme secluded bamboo could appear in reality. After the meal Si Ning urged, get online or others will catch up in level. Ye Xun was worried, can your body handle it? Aren't you tired? The game bracelet worked like that, playing didn't replace sleep and you still got drowsy. In reality, if you felt sleepy your in-game reactions would be sluggish. An attack you might have dodged could hit you because of drowsiness. However, the game pod didn't have this problem. Playing was like sleeping. After logging off you felt refreshed, an incredible technology that stunned Earthlings for a century. I'm not tired, him full of energy. Si Ning didn't want Ye Xun's efforts to go to waste. They needed to level up quickly. It was only afternoon. Who sleeps at this hour? And she truly didn't feel mentally exhausted in the game. Her brother was the one moving. If anyone was tired, it was him. She was still enjoying herself. So they logged in again. Ding. The equipment you consigned has been sold. After the system opened the virtual market, Ye Xun had listed all the white equipment he didn't need, setting a starting price of 100 yuan. He checked the market and saw that the 5 pieces of white equipment had sold for a total of 27000 Chinese yuan, which exceeded his expectations. Selling white equipment for several thousand yuan each during the novice period was unimaginable in other games. However, after deducting a 20 transaction fee, he was left with 21600. Withdrawing to his bank account incurred another 1 fee, so he ultimately received 21384 yuan. Sis, I told you I'd add a digit to your balance soon, and I did. Wow. Si Ning was thrilled that on the first day of playing the game they had already earned back the cost of the gaming equipment. Ye Xun glanced at the cultivation rankings. The top few had already reached the 7th layer of qi condensation. They were likely players with considerable real-world wealth, using gaming pods without the worry of low blood sugar, truly relentless in their grind. Dismissing the leaderboard, Ye Xun grabbed a wolf and resumed his slaughter. Shocking. A man actually did this to a wolf in the wild. However, before long the two of them heard a commotion in the distance. Ye Xun initially wanted to ignore it, but upon hearing the word boss he perked up. He swiftly finished off the wolf before him, donned an ordinary mask and hurried over with Si Ning. Crossing the grassy field, what came into view was an ocean of heads with thousands of players gathered to watch. At the center of the arena, a white ape boss was under attack. Ye Xun and Si Ning blended inconspicuously into the crowd of onlookers. He spotted several familiar faces among the attacking players, members of the War God Hall he had seen before. Looking around further, he noticed 2 other factions among the spectators. One of them was no smaller in number than the War God Hall. The appearance of a boss in Novice Village 404 had already spread across the forums. Quick-witted players started live streaming, raking in a massive wave of traffic. Many players from other villages stopped grinding, sat on the grass and watched the live stream to follow the drama, speculating which group would claim the server's first boss kill. Damn it. Li, what the hell do you think you're doing? A man stepped out from the War God Hall, shouting angrily in a certain direction. His arrogant demeanor marked him as the leader of the War God Hall. Ye Xun could tell that the watching faction was indeed restless, seemingly eager to snatch the boss. He frowned slightly. The novice village was such a small place that any boss appearing would be impossible to hide. If solo killing it discreetly was far too difficult. Even if he got lucky and triggered a boss while hunting wolves, the commotion would still be discovered. Now, not only was the watching faction ready to strike, but Ye Xun himself had no intention of letting this boss slip away, especially since the War God Hall was the one fighting it. There was even more reason to steal it. However, he wouldn't make his move just yet. Haha. The motto of my Eagle Gang is, one day when I find something worth risking my life to take, will transform from bandits into honorable thieves. The air was thick with teenage cringe. Young Master Zhao fumed. I spit on you. Honorable thieves, my ass. Have you watched too many movies? The desert judge sneered coldly. Is having faith a crime? Stop your nonsense. Which eye of yours saw me trying to steal? Both of my eyes saw it. Relax, I won't take it now. Damn it. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. If you dare steal it later, it'll come for you in real life. We both know each other too well. With your stamina that can't last 3 minutes, come at me. I'll fight you with one hand tied behind my back. Young Master Zhao. Ye Xun paid no mind to their tangled grudges. Instead, he activated insight to scan the boss. White Ape King. Under the influence of unknown chaotic energy, an ordinary white ape has undergone a startling transformation, its body swelling as it becomes bloodthirsty and brutal. Type Beast. Boss Realm Qi Condensation, 6th layer, HP 45,000, physical attack 430, defense 210, movement speed 40, accuracy 45, evasion 44, weakness throat, skills swipe, swings a thick arm to rapidly strike a single target in front, dealing 150 physical damage and knocking the target back a certain distance. Cooldown 10 seconds. Earth-shattering slam, lifts both fists to smash the ground heavily, dealing 120 physical damage to targets in a 10 by 10 area ahead with a 20 chance to knock them airborne. Cooldown 20 seconds. Battle Frenzy. When HP falls below 30, enters a frenzied state, increasing physical attack and movement speed by 30 while reducing evasion and defense by 50. No cooldown, automatically deactivates when HP rises above 30. Ye Xun. The boss stats were simply overwhelming. Currently a player who hadn't invested in physique would have only around 200 HP at level 6. With the White Ape King's 430 physical attack it could one-shot almost anyone. Only players who had fully invested in physique could withstand 1 or 2 hits. And with its defense of 210, even Ye Xun couldn't break through with normal attacks. He had reached level 2 and swapped a few pieces of equipment, yet his physical attack was only 205. He silently calculated the stats of other normal players at this stage. A level 6 player even with max stats and full offensive build would only have 180 attack. With equipment it'd be around 200, similar to his own, still struggling to penetrate the boss defense. Unless they had skills, but those were scarce. No wonder the boss health bar mostly showed 1 damage, the War God Hall was relying on quantity over quality to chip away at it. This approach wasn't flawed. With nearly 1,000 ranged players attacking simultaneously they could shave off several hundred HP from the boss in one volley. The reason they couldn't deal full damage was the boss' high evasion. With a whopping 44 evasion the words miss frequently popped up above its head. As for skills it had single target damage, area effect damage, crowd control and buffs. Damn, it's so strong. The tactical flaw of the War God Hall was that the frontline players would suffer heavy casualties and even the physique-focused tank players could hardly withstand it. Ye Xun glanced at the battlefield and noticed that the number of those absorbing damage had dwindled significantly, nearing total annihilation. Yet the sacrifice was worthwhile as the boss health had already dropped to less than 30000. Barring unforeseen circumstances their strategy would ultimately prevail against the boss. Unfortunately, without learning the perception skill they could only see the monster's basic attributes after dealing damage, not its skill details. Once the White Ape King unleashed its war frenzy the tide would likely turn. All ranged attackers bunch up. Don't stand too far apart, try to strike simultaneously. Young Master Zhao commanded loudly from the rear. Ranged weapons also had distance limitations. Bows had the longest range, but even a novice bow could only reach 30 meters. With over 1,000 ranged players, if they were too scattered those far away couldn't contribute. To attack together they had to crowd into a tight circle. Young Master Zhao pulled aside 100 or so players and whispered, "Stand on the perimeter, keep a sharp eye on the Heavenly Eagle gang and that group of women. If they dare to snatch it, delay them as much as possible to buy us time." Understood. After they left, young Master Zhao shouted toward the boss, "Those tanking up front don't cluster together. Spread out, use some brains and engage one by one. You're dying too fast." Each time the White Ape King unleashed its ground-shattering slam, a 10 by 10 area effect strike, it would wipe out a cluster of players. Young Master Zhao's lips twitched as he cursed the fools under his breath. Players who hadn't invested in agility had movement speeds below 10, making it impossible to dodge the boss area effect skills. Those unlucky enough were sent flying, while fragile melee fighters were instantly killed. Under his command the War God Hall momentarily fell into orderly ranks and the boss health bar steadily declined. Yet the disparity in attributes could not be bridged by tactics alone. When the boss health dropped to 20000, the hundreds of melee fighters standing before the White Ape King had all fallen. Free of obstruction, the White Ape King strode swiftly toward the tightly packed ranged players whose stench could barely dissipate. Chaos erupted instantly. Don't panic. Those on the flanks keep kiting. Move. Position yourselves. The tanks are on their way back. Hold the line. 1,000 per person if we take down the boss. Young Master Zhao shouted anxiously, somehow managing to stabilize the situation once more. Such was the terrifying power of money. But it couldn't last long, as the White Ape King swatted players one by one as easily as swatting flies. Moreover, most ranged classes, like mages and archers, used non-target attacks, meaning their projectiles followed a fixed trajectory and couldn't turn. Against the White Ape King's erratic movements at 40 speed, many attacks missed, only a few successfully predicted its position. Predictive aiming was a required skill for every mage and archer, taking at least 2.5 months to master, far beyond what could be learned in a short time. Thus the boss health decline slowed. Young Master Zhao could only pray that the resurrected tank members would return swiftly to pin the boss down. But fate had other plans. When the boss health fell to 15000, roar. War frenzy activated. The White Ape King's eyes turned crimson, its fur bristled, and it charged forth at a speed surpassing its previous movements. At this point the War God Hall could no longer hold. Intimidated by the boss aura, the members instinctively retreated despite knowing they should keep engaging, causing collisions and a sharp drop in damage output. The scene was utterly brutal. It's over. The tide has turned, lamented young Master Zhao, seething inwardly that the Heavenly Eagle gang still hadn't acted clearly, intending to let the boss exhaust their forces before taking over. That way no one would compete with them, ensuring a guaranteed kill. Ye Xun observed the chaotic situation, contemplating the right moment to intervene. With the boss attack and speed boosted, the difficulty of the kill had greatly increased. The silver lining was that its evasion and defense had dropped, allowing Ye Xun to deal more damage. The most troublesome aspect was its weakness, the throat like a human's, but standing over 3 meters tall it was unreachable when upright. Only when it leaned down to attack could one exploit this weak point, demanding exceptional skill that even Ye Xun found daunting. He estimated his odds of success at around 90%, not exceptionally high but worth a try. Sis, if someone attacks the boss, join in and deal at least one hit. If I secure the killing blow, you'll get a share of the experience. Ye Xun pulled Si Ning into the party and whispered. The achievement for the boss' first kill went to the one who landed the final blow. Si Ning could only gain some experience. Okay. As the War God Hall's members neared extinction, the Heavenly Eagle gang grew restless and an all-female faction seemed to be positioning itself. Ye Xun switched to the ink bamboo mask and stepped out from the crowd. If he didn't act now, he'd never get close later, lacking ranged skills to snatch the prize from the fire. In the empty valley, a figure walked slowly toward the boss, unhurried, as if intent on a solo duel. The sight stunned both the players present and those watching the live stream. The figure wore a distinctive mask, its contours smooth and minimalist, evoking the ethereal strokes of a landscape painting, embodying a transcendent artistic conception. On the forehead a faint bamboo leaf pattern shimmered like bamboo shadows swaying in a gentle breeze, exuding a subtle fragrance of ink. His tall upright silhouette stood proudly, ink-black hair flowing like a waterfall in the wind. His steps, though unhurried, carried an indescribable air of serenity. Like a breeze brushing a shadow, drifting with an otherworldly grace. Big sister, this man. Ye Xun. From amidst the distant faction of all female players, the veiled leading woman murmured softly. The mask on the man before them was so strikingly flamboyant that it could only be the immortal grade face accessory on the leaderboards, ink bamboo serenity. Who would have thought the renowned Ye Xun is actually in our beginner village? He's so handsome. Though they couldn't see Ye Xun's face, his bearing and aura along with his exquisitely flawless lips and jawline were enough to stir ripples in their hearts. Top of the gentleman ranking, truly extraordinary. Big sister, you're number 1 too, he's quite a match for you. But his brain seems a bit lacking, daring to enter alone, especially in these circumstances. Don't talk nonsense. On the other side. Boss. This is definitely that Ye Xun, and he's in our beginner village. Obviously I'm not blind. This guy even walks with such flair, damn. He really knows how to strut. Boss, shouldn't our focus be on the immortal artifact now? Isn't it time to uphold our family creed, the moment for the thief's code? Dumb-out Judge stroked his chin and nodded lightly. You're right. A boss with low health plus an immortal artifact, it's time for us to practice the thief's code. Ye Xun's appearance greatly dissipated young Master Zhao's unwillingness and anger. Compared to an immortal artifact, losing the boss seemed acceptable. He transmitted a message, all of you hurry back. The immortal artifact has appeared. This time he decided to observe first and wait for the right moment to strike. As if no one else could play the fisherman. On the other side, when players from other guilds saw in the live stream the complete annihilation of the War God Hall, a wave of schadenfreude swept over them. When Ye Xun appeared, the live stream's popularity peaked instantly. Comments: wow. Senior Ye Xun has appeared. Senior. Isn't he just a lucky guy? Maybe he's a plant. This mask is damn cool. Am I the only one curious why he chose to solo the boss? Does he think he's better than 2,000 players combined? Wealth makes one arrogant. Maybe he thinks the immortal artifact makes him invincible. Maybe the immortal artifact is really that powerful, capable of soloing a boss. Haha, I can already picture the scene. Look at those covetous people around, nearly 10,000 of them. Head need wings to leave safely. I wonder who will end up with the immortal artifact. If I were him, I'd stay low or just sell it. Brother Ye Xun is so handsome. Handsome. Really? Ma'am, upstairs in public, please keep your legs together, thanks. Ye Xun saw that only 2 or 3 from the War God Hall remained, and they had lured the boss to him. Without wasting words, he struck directly with his sword. Draw sword art. 150. Roar. White Ape King HP 13216-45000. The boss' hatred was successfully drawn to him. It stopped chasing the 2 ranged players and turned to roar at him. The boss' hatred target was based on the damage of a single hit. Whoever dealt the highest damage in one strike would draw aggro, not based on total damage. Of course, this excluded physical cultivators with taunt skills. Roar all you want. Ye Xun sneered inwardly, seizing the chance to stab its belly again. 100. The White Ape King's crimson gaze fixed on Ye Xun, leaning in to swipe. Ye Xun quickly retreated, barely dodging its claws, the wind pressure slamming against his chest with overwhelming force. As he retreated, he sheathed his sword. The moment the White Ape King missed and was momentarily stiff, he stepped forward and thrust at its throat. Xing. Draw sword art. Weak point attack. 229. The wind spirit sword was made of metal, and its unsheathing sound was far more pleasant than a wooden sword. Earlier few from the war god Hull possessed metal swords. Even if they did, they'd thrown the scabbards into their inventories before the fight, so no unsheathing sound was heard. Now this crisp sword ring caused many to feel dazed. It seemed to pull them from a casual spectator mindset into the midst of clashing steel and warhorses. The elegance of a sword cultivator was beginning to emerge. As for his ability to breach the boss defense, no one was surprised. Some even felt his damage was low. After all, the ranged players who could only deal 1 point of force damage earlier after the boss entered berserk mode and lowered its defense were already dealing 40 to 50 damage. Ye Xun's damage wasn't much higher than theirs. Is that all? The immortal artifact only adds this much damage. I thought it would be more impressive. Seems the immortal artifact isn't that powerful. Maybe mask-type artifacts don't boost attack. But his moves were cool, especially that last thrust, very sharp. 3 strikes, 3 different damage numbers. He must have at least 2 skills right. Not quite, the third one probably hit a weak point. Too bad he's not in our village. Maybe I could have snatched the artifact. Many thought Ye Xun's moves were flashy but nothing special. But what followed was the highlight. Ye Xun shifted his steps slightly, dodging a basic attack from the boss, then nimbly struck his sword, rising like a hornless dragon to stab at the throat, his movements incredibly smooth. Then with a sword step he flashed behind the White Ape, dodging its ground pound while thrusting. The ground before the White Ape King trembled, its fists hitting nothing, making it seem utterly clumsy compared to Ye Xun. Next Ye Xun raised his sword for a thrust, horizontal / parry, upward /. With his steps shifting back and forth, he dodged the White Ape King's attacks while seamlessly following up with sword strikes, his movements flowing like water without a hint of hesitation. Thus within 10 seconds of engaging the boss, Ye Xun wasn't hit even once. Countless viewers in the live stream were stunned, wishing they could analyze the footage frame by frame. They recalled their own monster fighting skills. Compared to Ye Xun, it was like a trembling old woman versus a gymnast performing a Thomas Flare on a horizontal bar. Clang. Parry. Ye Xun parried with his sword sideways, using the momentum to spin like a willow swaying in the wind. 100. Sword step. Weak point attack. 153. Boom. Hit. HP 448. Divine Grace. HP 75. Divine Grace. HP 75. Eventually Ye Xun failed to dodge in time and was swatted by the White Ape King's claw, knocked back several steps. To last over 10 seconds against the White Ape King's speed of 52 with his own speed of 24 before getting hit was already something to be proud of. As time passed, the wind gradually calmed, as if reluctant to disturb this magnificent scene. The crisp sound of the sword rang in countless minds. The live stream comments were sparse, eerily silent. Is this a sword cultivator? This is a sword cultivator. The sword, like a hermit standing aloof from the world, exuding a profound and tranquil aura. The swordsman swung at once, its ring echoing like the roar of a dragon or the cry of a tiger, and every movement seemed to paint a scroll of ink and wash. At times vigorous and forceful like ancient pines and cypresses, at others light and graceful like a willow swaying in the breeze. The swordsman's brilliance struck like a heavy hammer, pounding into the depths of every soul. So this is how a sword is truly wielded. At that moment, though none were moved to tears, their hearts were utterly captivated. I just want to watch him fight on like this until the very last strike. The desert judge murmured to himself, his hands trembling slightly as if resonating with the sword in Ye Xun's grasp, yearning to join him in a fierce battle against the boss. Alas, he knew he could not. He was acutely aware of his inferior skills. The Sky Eagle gang held back, for both Ye Xun and the boss were their targets. Why not play the fisherman while the two clashed? Why him? How can he pull off such moves? A lackey beside him was filled with bewilderment. Everyone had entered the game at the same time, most were still in the babbling stage. How could Ye Xun be so exceptional? The desert judge chuckled. Simple. Such combat experience must come from real life, like Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was a member of their gang, equally outstanding in leveling. When others first fought little chicks, it was a trade of blows. But Xiao Wu from the start could dodge their attacks, earning playful jibes about his slick footwork. Xiao Wu's superior skill stemmed from his real-life identity as an exceptional kickboxer who had even placed well in national competitions. I suspect Ye Xun's real-life identity is no ordinary one. Could he be a war king? Or an assassin? This guy seems tough to mess with. So do we still snatch it? The desert judge fell silent. After a moment he spoke, well, go for the boss. After all, we're not the only ones, everyone will fight for it, it's fair competition. Didn't Ye Xun himself snatch the boss from the war god hall? But the celestial artifact, let's forget it for now. But, Xiao Long, if you had Ye Xun's stats, could you beat this boss? Xiao Long froze, embarrassed. I'd probably be dead in a few hits. Exactly. His strength isn't just from the artifact, he's formidable on his own. The celestial artifact is merely icing on the cake. Think about it, if someone like that joined our Sky Eagle gang, how much wealth could he create for us? Boss, you want to recruit him? Xiao Long pondered, then shook his head. He set himself to reject all friend requests, probably wants to be a lone wolf. It'll be tough. The veiled woman was equally astounded by Ye Xun, but her shock differed from the desert judges. She was stunned by his stats. Initially, like other players, she thought his attack damage was mediocre, unworthy of his 2 appearances on the leaderboard. But just now, when the boss strike took 448 of his HP, his health bar barely dipped, less than a third. Even a fully optimized body cultivator at level 6 had only around 900 HP, barely reaching 1000 with good gear. Ye Xun with high attack had even more HP than a tank. And his health bar was visibly regenerating without any potion. This was utterly unbelievable. The live stream, now lively again, noticed this too. After marveling at his godly moves, the screen flooded with questions. How is it that his attack beats full offense builds and his HP surpasses body cultivators? And he auto-regenerates. Is auto-heal a celestial artifact skill? His agility is off too, his speed tops full agility builds. Wait, is the celestial artifact this overpowered? Does he have no weakness? Can you tell how he allocated his stats? Can't tell, nothing stands out, but nothing's weak either. You're missing something. He's not on the cultivation rank, meaning he's probably not even level 5. He might have 0 free stat points. Holy crap, you're right. The system gave him 8 points in each stat, making him balanced. With the celestial artifact every aspect shines, it makes sense. Sense my ass. Even if his stats doubled, these numbers wouldn't be normal. I don't get it. Hit received. HP 672. Divine Blessing. HP 75. The White Ape King swipe nearly struck Ye Xun's artery, his HP was only 1500. Several hits in quick succession brought his health to the brink, but Divine Blessing slowly pulled it back. Meanwhile, the boss HP had dropped to 4526. Young Master Zhao's eyes lit up. This was the moment. Now. Go. Body cultivators, hold him off. Everyone else focus the boss. If we take both, everyone here gets 5,000 bucks. He waved his hand, exuding an air of picking up the whole tab. He too was shaken by Ye Xun's skill, feeling it unwise to offend such a man. If they met in the wild with insufficient numbers, Ye Xun could slaughter them all back to the revival point. But the arrow had been loosed. Had already announced to the guild that they'd claim at least the celestial artifact or the boss today. Suddenly showing fear of Ye Xun would devastate his credibility. He had no choice but to press on. After a moment he shrugged it off. Ye Xun was just a player. This wasn't a single-player game. What use was individual strength? If he dared to bare his fangs, they'd just kill him back to level 0 and keep him from leaving the newbie village. After all, Ye Xun's HP seemed around 1500, far less than the boss. They'd chipped away over 30000 HP from the boss without breaking defense. With Ye Xun's meager health, he wouldn't survive a single round. The desert judge and the veiled woman also gave the order to strike, but they didn't target Ye Xun. Since the war god hall was already blocking him, they saw no need to join the fray, simply commanding everyone to focus on the boss. Ye Xun narrowed his eyes, leading the boss aggro in a circular dance around pillars, easily breaking the body cultivator's encirclement. Yet while this dodged the cultivators, it couldn't evade the barrage of incoming attacks. So he slipped behind the boss to a side with fewer strikes, using the White Ape King's massive body as a shield, focusing intently on the rain of projectiles weaving and dodging. Unavoidable arrows he parried with his sword, but the mage's beams were impossible to block. 31. 28. 42. 25. 39. His defense now matched the boss, as they both took hits. Similar damage numbers appeared above their heads. The difference was that few numbers floated above him while the boss head was covered in a blizzard of damage, so many they left afterimages. The White Ape King's HP plummeted. For 18145000362545000290645002322450000, Ye Xun, even while distracted, caught the flash in his eyes. Now was the moment. Ye Xun swiftly sidestepped around the White Ape King with a sword step. Shadow kill. 100. 2250. A roar echoed. The boss' remaining health was cleared with a single strike. A pile of items scattered on the ground. Without a glance he swept them all away with a wave of his hand, then hurriedly dodged the incoming attacks. If he took a few more hits he would be forced to activate his invincibility skill. As the boss let out a furious roar and fell to the ground, both the Eagle Gang and the Veiled Woman ceased their attacks, but the War God Hall continued unabated. Thus everyone watched helplessly as Ye Xun, as if performing the ethereal step, had countless attacks, fast or slow from left or right, brushed past his body, yet not a single one struck him. He was strolling leisurely amidst a storm of light and shadow. Though his expression was hidden beneath the mask, it was surely one of confidence and composure. Was this even human? Ye Xun was indeed at ease. Earlier dodging all attacks was difficult because all three parties were striking from every direction. Now only the War God Hall was attacking from a single direction. Dodging was not hard, merely somewhat taxing on the mind. In the live stream this move is incredible, blinding my 24K titanium alloy dog eyes. Is he even human? Damn, I no longer envy his immortal weapon, he truly deserves it. By the way, where's the announcement? Who landed the final blow? Did anyone see? Seems like the Eagle Gang did it. Village no. 404 is absolutely thrilling. I think I saw a 4-digit damage value. Are you kidding me? Upstairs. Stop. The Desert Judge could no longer stand by. He swung his blade forward and the Eagle Gang members, well-trained, stepped up in unison to block between the War God Hall and Ye Xun. In an instant silence fell. Just then, a system announcement chimed. Congratulations. Player Ye Xun has slain the Chi Condensation Stage Boss White Ape King. Achieved the unique feat first kill of Chi Condensation Boss. Rewards 500 reputation, 100 low-grade spirit stones, all innate talents 1, all base attributes 3. Meanwhile Ye Xun heard a personal notification. Congratulations. Your party has slain the Chi Condensation Stage Boss White Ape King. You have gained 3000 cultivation points. Congratulations. You have broken through to Chi Condensation Layer 3. Congratulations. You have broken through to Chi Condensation Layer 4. Congratulations. You have broken through to Chi Condensation Layer 7. All base attributes 1. Gained 5 free attribute points. Due to your innate talents reaching the cap, the rewards have been converted to Power Source Liquid, Physique Source Liquid, Celestial Charm Nectar. These have been placed in your backpack and are tradable. Ye Xun was ecstatic. In both his past and present life this was his first time receiving a first kill reward. Truly the boss first kill rewards in asking the immortals were exceedingly generous. Countless people looked up at the sky speechless. This first kill reward, was the game insane? Aside from the expected boost to all base attributes, it also increased all innate talents. Truly the rich get richer while the poor get poorer. Ye Xun was already absurdly strong, how could others even compete now? Yet this wasn't their greatest worry. What they feared most was whether items that increased innate talents in asking the immortals could only be obtained from boss first kills and other unique feats. If so, improving their talents would be harder than reaching the heavens. But giving up the game was now unlikely. Those who entered had no desire to leave, for the game's allure was too great. The Desert Judge's mouth twitched. The righteous aura from his earlier intervention instantly deflated. Wait, am I insane? Why did I help him? The Eagle Gang members exchanged glances, thinking maybe we should join the War God Hall and finish him off. Li. What do you mean? Zhao Gongzi glared. This. The Desert Judge, caught in a dilemma, reluctantly recited his idol's line, I despise bullies who outnumber their opponents. Alas, his aura was a far cry from the Desert Judge in the movies. Damn. Are you opposing me? It's not the first time. What are you going to do, bite me? Finally. Since that's the case, the Desert Judge quickly raised his hand, ready for battle. It seemed a great fight was inevitable. He felt like a complete fool. The mountains remain green, the waters flow long. Li, you wait. Brothers, let's retreat. Zhao Gongzi's harsh words fell as he turned and left without a second thought, leaving the Eagle Gang members speechless. Zhao Gongzi wasn't foolish. Their earlier attacks on Ye Xun had been utterly futile. The man was as slippery as an eel. Now that Ye Xun's attributes had surged, fighting him again would be nothing short of suicidal. At present few of them had skills relying mostly on basic attacks. For Ye Xun this was like a fish in water, making him virtually invincible. The newcomer village gave Ye Xun an overwhelming advantage. Zhao Gongzi thought that once they left the village and joined sects to learn skills combined with the War God Hall members from other villages, they could settle the score later. He even felt a grudging gratitude toward the desert judge for giving him an out. But fate had other plans. Wait. Ye Xun said calmly. Trouble me to make way, friends. I'm in a good mood today and fancy killing a few to liven things up. He had no intention of letting the War God haul off. Earlier killing them would have been troublesome as he had nearly exhausted his mana fighting the boss. The Grey Wolves were physical attackers, farming them for a long time yielded no mana potions, leaving him unable to recover mana. Without mana he couldn't use his sword step, making it hard to eliminate all of the War God Hall. But now with his level increase his mana had fully recovered and even grown. So why not take revenge now? They were at their weakest, lacking any skills. The desert judge immediately stepped back, smiling. A gentleman facilitates others' desires. Since Brother Yi has such an interest, I shall not obstruct. Ye Xun gave him a strange look. This guy's speech had a distinct asking the immortals flavor. He even used Brother Yi. This man was no ordinary being, certainly not a mere fish in a pond. Speaking this way pleased NPCs, potentially boosting his favorability with them, leading to opportunities or hidden quests. No wonder he had fared well in his past life. In his past life Ye Xun had heard of the Desert Judge. The Eagle Gang he founded ranked among the top 5 in the Chinese server of Asking the Immortals, and his personal strength was formidable, securing a spot in the top 10. He had done quite well for himself. Damn. I've never seen anyone so arrogant. Young Master Zhao laughed in fury. Ye Xun sneered back, well now you have. Young Master Zhao's face darkened as he pondered how to preserve his dignity while ensuring a safe retreat. Speaking of which, there's no deep-seated enmity between my War God Hall and you, is there? It was just a competition for the boss and you snatched it from us anyway. Ye Xun said calmly, that's not all. When I tried to enter the private school to level up, your War God Hall blocked me, forcing me to fight monsters at level 0. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. The female players watching from the side let out a cascade of silverbell-like chuckles. So Ye Xun's achievement was actually forced by the War God Hall. Young Master Zhao was speechless, his mouth twitching violently. This was truly a case of trying to steal a chicken only to lose the bait. The live stream chat was filled with mockery, birthing the first joke of Wenxian. I won't waste words. My men are no match for you now, so I admit defeat. But leveling up isn't easy for them, I want to ensure their safety. Name your price. It was unwise to completely fall out with Ye Xun now. Not only would they lose levels, but they'd also feel uneasy venturing out to grind in the future. Ye Xun might appear at any moment, catching them off guard. But now major guilds were rushing to leave the newbie village to seize the advantage in the cities. Falling behind would mean significant losses. Such a fortunate turn of events. Ye Xun's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Few leaders of major guilds were fools, weighing pros and cons was second nature to them. 10 million. Ye Xun named a staggering figure that made his sister's heart race, thinking to himself that the man likely wouldn't agree. He wasn't stupid after all. Deal. Young Master Zhao said without hesitation, immediately initiating a transfer to Ye Xun, then led his guild members away. This move not only ensured their safe departure but also earned the gratitude of his brothers for saving their lives. He might even gain a reputation for caring for his subordinates, a complete win. As for losing 10 million, was that even real money? The illustrious young Master Zhao wouldn't bat an eye at such a paltry sum. Ye Xun and Si Ning were left speechless. Poverty had limited their imagination. Ye Xun had been ready to strike if the man haggled too fiercely, never expecting he'd be so indifferent. With 10 million in hand he was set for life. Now he felt no desire for real-world money. After the watching solo players dispersed, Ye Xun waved at Si Ning nearby and transferred all the funds to her. Sis, withdraw it. Making his sister happy was that simple. He suddenly realized a problem. The talent-enhancing potions from the boss kill were undoubtedly for Si Ning, and now the money too. This time his sister had won it all. And she won so quietly that no one knew she was the biggest victor. No wonder they said men conquer the world while women conquer men. Si Ning received the money and frowned slightly. There's a one-handling fee for withdrawal. 100,000 vanishing for nothing, that's too exploitative. Ye Xun was speechless. The game allowed transfers to character accounts before withdrawal, which seemed redundant but offered some protection for players. At least it prevented others from tracing real identities through transfer records. For transactions between acquaintances, they could negotiate prices and transfer directly offline. Haha. Congratulations, Brother Ye. You've truly displayed divine might and reaped a bountiful harvest today. Let me introduce myself. I'm Desert Judge, leader of the Sky Eagle Guild. Desert Judge approached with a hearty laugh. Ye Xun smiled faintly. Pleasure to meet you. Desert Judge acted as if they were old friends, stepping close and sighing. To be honest, I feel an instant kinship with you. Your demeanor today left me in awe. I'm sure many now aspire to play as sword cultivators. Ye Xun remained non-committal. He wasn't aware of the live stream, but he figured someone would have recorded the boss fight and uploaded it to the forum, sparking a huge reaction. As for sword cultivators, that was a deep pit. Not everyone could master them. Their early weakness was no easy hurdle. Moreover, getting into the sword sect wasn't easy. Every top-tier sect had high requirements, and second-rate sects were more accessible. I feel that you and I are kindred spirits. Oh. How so? Ye Xun played along with the man's Wenxian-style rhetoric, adopting a more martial tone which amused Si Ning and the female guild members. Most players treat Wenxian as a game now, with a gamer's mindset and modern thinking. But I sense you're different, Brother Ye. You seem to possess a celestial heart and your sword appears alive. What struck me today wasn't just your skill but your unique spirit and aura. When I said I felt an instant kinship, it wasn't mere politeness. Like you, I love this fresh new world. Though the server only launched a day ago, I have a hunch that this game can fulfill my Xianxia dream. Fulfill a Xianxia dream? That wasn't far off. Players would eventually realize their Xianxia dreams, but not all would be sweet. Ye Xun sensed sincerity in his words, a genuine outpouring of emotion. Indeed, this game has great charm. He was a solitary person, finding it difficult to converse with strangers, reluctant to speak much. Desert Judge noticed his reticence and cut to the chase. Brother Ye, I admire you. I'd love to work alongside you. Would you consider joining my Sky Eagle Guild? If you come, the position of vice leader is yours. Of course, the title doesn't imply subordination. We'll be like brothers, equals in status. Whatever you wish to do, the Sky Eagle Guild will support you. As for salary, how does 100 million a year sound? Or name your own figure. Desert Judge's offer was undeniably sincere. Offering 100 million annual salary for playing a game, if this got out, it would drop countless jaws. Ye Xun didn't actually dislike him. In his past life, Desert Judge was known for his righteousness and had a good reputation. He had also stepped in to help Ye Xun earlier, though with some self-interest. But a sage judges deeds, not motives. Kindness is kindness. Ye Xun felt he owed him a small favor, though he hadn't wanted to incur it. Fortunately, it was only a minor one. If he had truly been saved by Desert Judge's words, refusing now would seem ungrateful. Of course, if he had been saved, he might not be worth 100 million annual salary. I apologize, but I've always been accustomed to a life of leisure. If I ever seek a faction to belong to in the future, the Skyhawk gang will be my first choice. The Desert Arbiter was not surprised by Ye Xun's response. He had already discerned a hint of Ye Xun's temperament. It would have been strange if he had agreed, but a probing attempt was still necessary. With those words from Brother Ye, today's journey is not in vain. The gates of the Skyhawk gang will always be open for you. Should you ever require our assistance, do not hesitate to ask. The Desert Arbiter glanced at the women's guild not far away and chuckled. It seems Miss Lin has been waiting for Brother Ye. I shall not intrude further. Farewell, Brother Ye. After adding him as a friend, he led his guild members away. Once they were a good distance off, Xiaolong asked with confusion, Boss, were you being serious just now? The Desert Arbiter shot him a glare. What? Do you think him a hypocrite in your eyes? He sighed again. Ye Xun is a straightforward man. The saying, a gentleman's friendship is as insipid as water, fits him perfectly. Becoming a friend, he acknowledges, would be a blessing, but his defenses are too high. Earning his friendship is no easy task. Xiaolong remained puzzled, but do we really have to be at his beck and call? I would actually hope he thinks of our Skyhawk gang more often. Unfortunately, someone as proud as him will likely rarely need us. Returning a favor with a favor, the more you give to someone like him, the more he gives back. Though I loathe to view things from a utilitarian perspective, such is the nature of the world. The Desert Arbiter sighed softly. I almost envy his carefree spirit. Ha! Boss, you can't just abandon us. The Desert Arbiter rolled his eyes and gritted out a single word, damn. Ye Xun turned his gaze toward the women's guild, where the veiled woman in the center stood out like a crane among chickens. Though it was a women's guild full of chirping voices, not all were beauties. In reality, how many online gaming beauties could there be, let alone gathered in one place? Yet that Miss Lin, despite her veil obscuring her features, exuded an unmistakable distinction, her aura clearly incompatible with the other female players. Surname Lin. Come to think of it, these second-generation gamers really knew each other inside out. Zhao Gongzi was honest enough, his name was straightforward, Laozi Xing Zhao. A true second-generation heir. The veiled woman approached gracefully, her figure elegant, and spoke as she drew near. Ye Xun, may I add you as a friend? Her voice was melodious, tinged with a gentle softness, warm and proper like a spring breeze. The term well-bred lady was perfectly embodied in her. You are in Qian Meng. I've formed a small guild with some sisters called the Luo Goddess Pavilion. Qian Meng, currently the top female player on the Rouge list, left a fairly deep impression on Ye Xun. Because her ranking had randomly placed her above his sister. Ye Xun had no recollection of Qian Meng from his past life, but he had heard of the Luo Goddess Pavilion. It had been a fleeting phenomenon before disbanding for reasons unknown. He glanced at Si Ning, who remained calm and composed, and thus agreed to add her as a friend. Truth be told, he wasn't keen on it, but her gentle and soft demeanor made it hard to refuse. Ye Xun's character was somewhat more responsive to softness than hardness, and it was definitely not because she was a beauty that he couldn't bring himself to decline. Absolutely not. Qian Meng glanced at Si Ning, seemingly misunderstanding their relationship, and explained, I have no ulterior motives, I simply wish to get acquainted. Perhaps there may be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Ye Xun nodded without a word and sent her a friend request. He had set his settings to reject all incoming requests so others couldn't add him on their own. Is Ye Xun your real name? Ye Xun, feigning surprise, replied, who would use their real name in a game? Qian Meng fell silent, offered a faint smile, then politely took her leave, leading her members to hunt monsters nearby. This was a level 6 training zone well suited for their leveling, and the Skyhawk gang was not far off. Ye Xun then led Si Ning to a secluded spot. Time to divide the spoils. Opening his inventory, he was relieved to see that spirit stones only occupied a single slot, otherwise there wouldn't be enough space. Tisk sis, all these aptitude elixirs are yours, you've hit the jackpot. Si Ning was overjoyed. Without a second thought, she consumed the charm elixir and then checked the Rouge list. Rouge list: first Ning Xn, second Qian Meng. Fortunately, Qian Meng's innate charm aptitude was 9, not 10, otherwise she wouldn't have reached the top. Si Ning mused that this should lock in the rankings, shouldn't it? After all, the innate aptitude cap was 10, and even if equipment added special attributes exceeding 10, it wouldn't affect the list. That little Qian Meng actually tried to seduce her brother. Many players noticed Ning Xin's change in ranking and were momentarily puzzled. Ning Xin must have increased her innate charm aptitude to suddenly claim the top spot, yet no system announcement had sounded. Normally, obtaining such a precious item should trigger a system-wide notice. What was now certain was that the original top-ranked Qian Meng's charm value was not 10. Upon reflection, it was only natural. How could there truly be a perfect person in this world? Everyone has a slight flaw, 9 must be the limit. Presumably Ye Xun, the top of the gentleman's list, also had a charm value of 9. Ye Xun then examined the other drops from the boss and was instantly stunned. The 3 pieces of equipment were Jade Xian Fan Chi Condensation Mystic Tool 20-meter attack range. Additional attributes: spiritual power 10, agility 9, magic damage 30, hit rate 5, phantom butterfly zither Chi Condensation Mystic Tool 30-meter attack range. Additional attributes: divine sense 10, agility 8, magic damage 30, control hit rate 6, wind treading boots Chi Condensation Spirit Tool male wearable. Additional attributes: agility 5, movement speed 12, evasion 10. There were also 2 skill books: rampant battle spirit, profound rank spirit skill, learnable at Chi Condensation skill effect upon activation, enters a berserk state, increasing physical attack, magic attack and movement speed by 30 while reducing evasion and defense by 50 for 30 seconds. Usage restriction can be activated when HP is below 30. The state is immediately dispelled when HP rises above 30. Cost 200 mana, cooldown 180 seconds. Moon Soul Dream Song, profound rank spirit skill, learnable at Chi Condensation skill effect, plays a dreamlike Moon Soul melody, causing up to 5 targets within a 30-meter range to fall into a slumber state. During the target's slumber, a Moon Soul mark is stacked on them every second. Upon awakening, the marks detonate all at once, each mark dealing true damage equal to the caster's magic attack to the target. The marks cannot be purified or removed. Base control chance 30, base control duration 5 seconds. Usage restriction can only be activated with sound-type weapons. Skill cost 200 mana, cooldown 30 seconds. The final item was Spirit Grade Enlightenment Fruit, can upgrade a mortal rank upgradable skill at full proficiency to Spirit rank. High luck merely increased the quantity of drops, but they might not suit one's class. This boss was generous, dropping items perfectly suited for him and Xi Ning. The skill level classification in Quest for Immortality is similar to equipment, also divided into 7 grades. The first 5 tiers are Mortal, Spirit, Mystic, Earth, and Heaven. Beyond that lie immortal arts and divine abilities, which can only be learned after a second-class advancement provided one can obtain them. Immortal arts and divine abilities are exceedingly precious. Ye Xun traded the manuals for Phantom Butterfly Chain and Moon Soul Illusory Dream Melody to Xi Ning. Just in time for your Secret Realm expedition. This skill couldn't have come at a better moment. Now you're absolutely safe. Moon Soul Illusory Dream Melody deals minimal damage, merely equivalent to the panel's magical attack power. The skills of the Mystic Sound class are primarily control-oriented, dealing mostly true damage. However, since Mystic Sound masters focus on divine sense, their magical damage is very low and even true damage yields poor practical results. The advantage is that it guarantees a 100 defense break when fighting bosses, but only if the target is successfully controlled. Xi Ning's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled happily. "I'll cook you something delicious tonight." With a Mystic Grade weapon and a Mystic Grade skill, she was now solidly the second strongest player in the game. In truth, the skill Moon Soul Illusory Dream Melody wasn't valuable outside the novice village. Players could exchange contribution points for it after entering the Misty Illusion realm, but learning skills in the novice village was extremely difficult, making it exceptionally precious now. As for Ye Xun's Raging Battle Intent, it didn't belong to any sect. Its strength was secondary, but its rarity was unparalleled. He was likely the only player in the game who could learn it. He tossed his original mortal grade cloth shoes onto the virtual marketplace, equipped the Windwalker boots, and learned Raging Battle Intent. Ding! Congratulations! You have learned the skill Raging Battle Intent. Current proficiency 0100000. This skill might be suicidal for others, but Ye Xun particularly loved it. It suited him perfectly. When grinding monsters to level up, even if he kept his health at only 30, his skill ensured he wouldn't be killed by monsters. Unfortunately, the skill had been weakened since being stripped from the White Ape King. The White Ape King could maintain the skill continuously until death once its health dropped below 30, but now it only lasted 30 seconds. However, a new effect of increased magical attack was added, a trade-off. Ye Xun then took out the Dao fruit. Its rarity was almost comparable to that of talent-enhancing pills. The only skill he currently possessed with the upgradable tag was Sword Step, which was also one of the most practical skills for sword cultivators. Without hesitation, he used it on Sword Step. Ding! Congratulations! Your skill Sword Step has successfully upgraded. Sword Step Spirit Grade Movement Technique Usage Restriction. Sword Class Players Proficiency 0100000. Skill effect: quickly move to the side of an enemy within a 10-meter range. Cannot be used without a target. Upgradable. Cost 100 mana. Cooldown 5 seconds. The original Sword Step could only be used on close-range targets with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Now the effective range had been increased and the cooldown reduced. Ye Xun was extremely satisfied. Proficiency for low-level skills was easy to raise. Each use increased proficiency by an amount equal to the player's intelligence stat. Each use of Sword Step increased Ye Xun's proficiency by 20 points. Just from defeating a single White Ape King he had gained about 600 points already, maxing it out. Proficiency played a crucial role. When maxed, it enhanced the skill's effects, with each skill improving in a different direction. Some skills permanently reduced cooldown while others increased effects. Maxing out proficiency for high-level skills was still very difficult. For example, Xi Ning had an intelligence stat of 8, gaining only 8 proficiency points per skill use, while Moon Soul Illusory Dream Melody required a full 100,000 proficiency. With a cooldown of 30 seconds, even if she trained non-stop, it would take over 4 days to max out. As for Earth grade skills and above, the required time was even more extensive. Hey sis. Why hasn't your strength talent changed? Still 24 points, didn't you take the pill? Ye Xun asked in confusion. He had Xi Ning share her stats, and indeed her strength talent remained at 24. Xi Ning nodded and pulled out the strength source liquid. Strength isn't really useful for the class I'm planning to switch to right. This could be sold for money. Ye Xun let out an amused laugh. His sister was truly a money grubber. Take it. There's no useless stat in this game. Strength is important for you too, you'll understand later. Alright. After dividing the spoils, Ye Xun was about to lead Xi Ning to continue hunting the Grey Wolves when he saw Qian Meng approaching again. Ye Xun Ning Xian, she greeted softly. She could have simply messaged them since they were already friends, yet she chose to walk over in person, a gesture of respect that was refreshingly pleasant. Ye Xun had to admit she was a woman hard to dislike. Hello, is there something you need? Qian Meng stared at Ye Xun's mask, her eyes clear and bright. I never thought there would be someone with a perfect 10 innate charm points in this world. I'm curious to see the face behind that mask. Her words seemed like curiosity but were actually a compliment to his appearance. Everyone regardless of gender enjoys being praised. Accustomed to praise, Ye Xun felt no joy and merely frowned, pondering her intentions. He quickly realized she must have deduced from Ning Xin's ranking change on the beauty list that Ning Xian had used an item. Currently Ye Xun was the only one who had received charm rewards. If he could transfer those rewards to Ning Xian, it meant he likely already had max charm and further rewards would become tradable items. This woman was sharp, figuring it out faster than the others. So what do you want? Qian Meng was surprised he avoided the topic of his looks. Most men couldn't tear their eyes away from her, and her veiled face added a hazy beauty and allure, tempting them to lift the veil. But Ye Xun was different. Qian Meng could sense that in both encounters his gaze held no desire, only depth and calm. If he had any curiosity about her, he might have said, since you're curious, why don't you lift your veil and I'll take off my mask so we can see each other clearly. Or he could have simply removed his mask to satisfy her curiosity, quickly bridging the gap between them. But he didn't. He was truly an unusual man. In-game player affinity levels weren't displayed, or Ye Xun would have heard a notification of increased favor from Qian Meng. Ye Xun Ning Xian, if you ever get talent potions you don't need, could you sell them to me first? I'll pay the highest market price. Ye Xun remained silent, pondering. He believed he would earn more system rewards, especially charm talent potions, since both he and Si Ning had max charm. That was Qian Meng's unspoken goal. It seemed such items held great appeal for women. But Ye Xun had little interest in real-world money now. They didn't need a house, maybe just a car and daily expenses. The 10 million head earned earlier was more than enough. As for selling spirit stones, players had too few to fetch high prices. So Ye Xun said, "Well, see when the time comes. If I sell, I'll contact you first." "Thank you," Qian Meng said, delighted. She didn't care much for fame herself, but as a faction leader she had to compete for it to aid her organization's growth. "By the way, are you planning to become a mage?" Ye Xun noticed her weapon was a paintbrush, a type of mage weapon. In Ask the Immortal, mages had the most weapon types, over a dozen, including fans, scrolls, brushes, seals, dusters, and so on. Rumor had it that staves were the norm in the West, with fewer overall types. Below Earth grade same type gear had similar stats, differing only in appearance. But Earth grade and above, when equipped with skills, would manifest different abilities based on the weapon's look. "Yes, my spiritual talent is decent and guide suggest mage suits me best." Ye Xun nodded and pulled out a mysterious jade fan. "Do you want this?" A chi condensation stage mysterious tool was valuable only now. It would be obsolete once players left the beginner village, so selling now was ideal. Had planned to auction it, but since had met a wealthy woman, saving on fees was good. The auction might not fetch a high price anyway, as few recognized its worth. Wow! A mysterious tool. Qian Meng was astonished. Few players even had spirit tools, let alone mysterious ones. No wonder he was Ye Xun. How much? Ye Xun considered and set the price at 2 million. Without hesitation, Qian Meng transferred the funds. Inwardly she suspected Ye Xun might be overcharging her, as this item wouldn't fetch such a price at the market. Currently white gear had dropped from thousands to hundreds of coins, and spirit tools sold for tens of thousands at most. Not due to oversupply but poor cost-effectiveness. Leveling in the chi condensation stage was fast. With some effort one could reach level 10 and leave the beginner village in a day or two. Spending big on chi condensation gear wasn't wise. Especially now with top players nearing level 10, even a mysterious tool was unlikely to sell for 2 million. But she didn't hesitate. Spending 2 million to earn Ye Xun's goodwill, paving the way for future talent potion purchases, was her real goal. Her decisive payment left a good impression on Ye Xun. He knew the fan wouldn't sell for 2 million at the market, but he wasn't cheating her. Qian Meng would soon realize how worthwhile her 2 million was. After the trade, Ye Xun and Si Ning headed to the Grey Wolf area, leaving members of the Luotian Pavilion and Sky Eagle Guild bewildered. Connecting Ye Xun's boss kill with his absence from the cultivation rankings, they understood Ning Xin's high level. Ye Xun had been power leveling her on level 10 monsters, letting her take the last hits. That was true love. After slaying the White Ape King, Ye Xun gained 5 levels, while Si Ning barely gained 1, as her level was higher than the boss, resulting in heavy experience penalties. With Ye Xun's stats significantly boosted, hunting wolves was much easier. In under an hour he brought Si Ning to level 10. They returned to the beginner village, bustling with players, many logging in after work. War God Hall recruiting. Well, level you up, keep you safe, and offer perks. Sky Eagle Guild recruiting. Well, protect you from War God Hull. Check it out. White gear for 600 Huaxia dollars each, 2 for 10 off. A steal. Ye Xun and Si Ning looked around the village. These NPCs have quests, but they're all for killing low-level monsters or gathering basic materials. Since we've been hunting wolves, there's no need. They strolled to the pharmacy. Young ones, anything you want to buy? My goods are fine and cheap, no cheating. Fine and cheap, my foot, Ye Xun thought. Take the healing pills had gotten from wolves. They restored 300 HP over 5 seconds. One low-grade spirit stone bought only 2 pills, so few could afford them. Boss, do you buy healing pills? The pharmacy owner grinned. Yes, 5 pills for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Ye Xun was speechless. What a ripoff. He produced quite a few healing pills, but with the divine grace skill there was little need for recovery potions. He kept some for his sister and sold the rest. Over 100 pills were sold for 20 spirit stones. Then he pulled out 30 more spirit stones and said, "Boss, give me 100 packs of spiritual recovery powder." Si Ning's mana pool was only slightly over 300 and a single skill cast consumed 200 points. Purchasing mana potions was essential, and Ye Xun also lacked means to restore mana, so stocking up was prudent. His spirit stone reserves were meager, over 100 from slaying the White Ape King and just over 60 from hours of hunting grey wolves. Spending 30 spirit stones in one go was quite painful. Ding. The pharmacy owner's favorability toward you has increased by 10. Current favorability 10. Auspicious beginning. Damn, how mercenary. Ye Xun grumbled inwardly, then sold the useless materials like wolf fangs to the general store before leading Si Ning toward the village chief's residence. Greetings, village chief. Oh, 2 young folks. This must be our first meeting, isn't it? Remarkable how refined your cultivation has become. These days the youth are truly, farewell, village chief. The village chief was left speechless. Ye Xun wasn't trying to mock him. A sudden thought struck him and he quickly pulled Si Ning into a nearby alley. Sis, let me show you a treasure. Si Ning looked bewildered. Ye Xun reached up. No, he took off the ink shadow bamboo mask and handed it to her. This is for you. The mask's trait was merely indestructible and non-stealable. Trading it was permissible. Si Ning was taken aback. This. Why are you giving it to me? I don't want it. This is too important for you. How could her little brother be so thoughtful? It seemed all her care hadn't been in vain. No, you're about to face the trial's secret realm. Wearing this will make it safer. Just return it afterward. To be honest, this mask is more useful to me now. Si Ning was speechless. Even if she wouldn't accept it, her blunt little brother was far too direct, a hopeless straight man. She worried he'd never find a girlfriend. Greetings, village chief. The old village chief saw them emerge from the alley and couldn't help but speak earnestly. Oh, young ones, we meet again. You youths are indeed full of vigor, but as one who has been through it I must advise you be mindful of moderation. Lust can corrupt the heart. In youth one's spirit is unsteady. In ignorance, village chief, you misunderstand. I merely gave her a treasure in the alley to help her better tackle the secret realm trial. The old man with the goatee had a look of regret and remorse, likely recalling some painful memory, but Ye Xun had no intention of sharing his sentiment. Besides, they'd been in the alley for less than 3 minutes. What an insult. Ah, I see. It seems you already know about the secret realm trial. Is this young lady going to challenge it? Well, her cultivation is sufficient. I suggest you try the hard mode. Though it may be challenging for her, the young should embrace challenges. The rambling old man was rather long-winded. The secret realm had 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, nightmare, and abyss. Every player who reached level 10 had to obtain a trial completion certificate to leave the novice village. Since Si Ning was the only one at level 10, no one else knew about the trial, causing chi condensation equipment to depreciate. Once they learned of the secret realm, high-quality equipment prices would skyrocket. Village chief, she chooses nightmare mode. Nightmare, what? Are you certain? Let me tell you, hard mode is manageable, but nightmare is, I'm certain, Ye Xun said through gritted teeth. The trial certificate was crucial, affecting sect selection. Ye Xun was determined to clear abyss mode not only for the sect choice but also for his divine artifact quest. No one had ever cleared abyss mode in his past life, and Ye Xun didn't know its true difficulty. But no matter how hard he'd find a way, failure only meant re-entry. As for nightmare mode, had Si Ning not acquired a mystic grade skill, her chances would have been slim. Her primary focus on spiritual sense meant her damage was pitiful, unable to even breach the boss defense, lacking movement skills to dodge attacks, and easily killed. But now with a mystic grade skill and a divine artifact she should be able to conquer Nightmare. Very well, your courage is commendable. Then say your goodbyes and leave your final words. Oh right, you otherworldly ones can revive. How fortunate. If ID had that ability back then. Ye Xun's face darkened as he pulled Si Ning aside. Sis, remember what I taught you, observe the boss precast animations and positioning. With your 31 range attack, kiting will be easy. Aim to clear it in one go and be the first to leave the novice village. Alright, don't worry little brother. I feel terrifyingly strong. Ye Xun was speechless. The divine artifact was brutally overpowered. When Si Ning reached level 10 she had only 480 health. But with the artifact all attributes increased by 20 plus a 50 health booster, health shot up to 1300, several times higher. Other stats also rose significantly, explaining her newfound arrogance. After paying 30 spirit stones, Si Ning successfully entered the Nightmare trial. Ye Xun decided to log out. Had been playing for so long that Si Ning might be on the verge of low blood sugar. She couldn't replenish energy easily now, and if she felt unwell during the trial all efforts would be wasted. At home the awakened Ye Xun saw her face had turned pale again. He found some sugar cubes, crushed them and fed them to her by pinching her lips. He also gave her some milk and bread, restoring color to her cheeks. Then he called the Ask the Immortal company, ordering 2 gaming pods for immediate installation. The weapon he sold to Qian Meng had netted him 1.98 million plus over 20,000 from selling white equipment earlier, enough for 2 gaming pods. A knock came at the door. The Ask the Immortal store was nearby and the workers delivered 2 gaming pods in under 10 minutes. Ye Xun opened the door in his wheelchair. Had been paralyzed from the waist down since childhood, and a sudden recovery would be hard to explain, drawing unwanted attention. It was better to keep up the pretense as he rarely went out. His strength wasn't yet at a level where he could ignore all scrutiny. Sir, where should we install them? Ye Xun thought for a moment and pointed to his bedroom. Both in that room. Very well. Over the years Si Ning had always given Ye Xun the best, letting him have the master bedroom. Her secondary bedroom was small and poorly lit. Staying there too long during the day hindered photosynthesis and could cause poor development. It was better for them to game in his room. After the gaming pods were installed and the workers left, Ye Xun went next door and began knocking. Unfortunately, after knocking for a long while there was still no sound from inside the room. Ye Xun listened carefully and confirmed that no one was there. With his current strength, if he focused he could even hear breathing through the door. Where could that bastard be gallivanting on a weekend? When Ye Xun logged back in, he didn't go hunting monsters or leveling up. Without the celestial artifact in hand his attributes had dropped significantly, making monster hunting inefficient. Since the top spot in the novice village was reserved for his sister and second place offered no reward, he wasn't in a hurry. Bored, he decided to chat with the village chief. Elder chief, standing here all day, don't your eyes get dry? Not at all, I blink. It's just busier these days guiding you all. Once most of you leave you'll be free to visit Widow Li. Ahem. Head chief, do you know about that ruin to the west, bigger than our village? Why does everyone who enters die? That ruin? Well, that's a long story. It goes back to my grandfather's grandfather's grandfathers. Is this old man cursing me? In short, no one knows what's in that ruin nor why they die. Thanks, chief. You're welcome, such a polite young man. Ding. Chief's favorability toward you 10, current favorability 10, acquaintance with promise. Chief, why don't you all go live in the Nine Heavens continent? The map of the Chinese server of Ask the Immortal was called the Nine Heavens continent, which was the world beyond the novice village. Ah. The Nine Heavens continent is no easy place. I tell you, it's full of powerful figures scheming and deceiving all day. It's much more peaceful here, no fighting, quiet and serene. Actually, the main reason is that this teleportation array can't transport anyone above the chi condensation stage. Ye Xun. A load of nonsense, only the last sentence was useful. It seemed these NPCs in the novice village were all above the chi condensation stage, making them hard to rob. Above chi condensation was foundation establishment, which required a foundation establishment pill. The novice village didn't have that, so there was no worry about anyone exceeding the level and being unable to leave. Foundation establishment was the true threshold into immortal cultivation, allowing one to learn the perception art, a minor form of divine sense projection. One could also learn techniques like sky soaring and artifact flight. Flight skills generally consumed mana continuously. For an average player at foundation establishment, flying for a few minutes was exhausting. Ye Xun was only slightly better as he hadn't focused on spiritual magic. He imagined himself flying on a sword in reality. What a wonderful feeling. Once he reached Foundation establishment he wouldn't have to worry much about safety in the real world. Some low-powered firearms would pose no threat to him. By the way, Chief, do you know the background of that old beggar in the village? He's quite strong but has a foul temper. The chief's face turned grave. That old fellow showed up 3 years ago. At first he looked normal, but he muttered, constantly searching for children, saying he wanted a talented kid to go to the Nine Heavens continent to do him a favor. We all thought he was a fraud, maybe planning to use a talented child for some evil cultivation art. Even if not once they went to the Nine Heavens continent they'd never return, a lifelong separation. No family wanted to part with their child. Alas, this worries me deeply. That old fellow has set his eyes on Widow Lee's little one. He plans to send the child to the Nine Heavens continent once the kid learns to walk. I can't stop him. The old monster's strength is terrifying. You have no idea, Widow Lee has been crying every day holding the old. Well. Anyway, I don't think he's a good person. The chief stroked his goatee, looking deeply troubled. As usual, no useful information. Ye Xun didn't want to continue the conversation, so he casually said, Chief, don't worry. I've already taken that old fellow's quest to go to the Nine Heavens continent for him. He probably won't bother your Widow Lee anymore. Ah. Is that true? Ye Xun showed him the subquest, which didn't mention any divine artifact reward. Ding. Chief's favorability toward you 30, current favorability 40, mutual admiration. A one-time increase of 30. That might bring some benefits. Ye Xun was excited. And the chief was even more thrilled. Oh young man, you've done me a great favor. Now I can finally console Widow Lee. She promised me. Ahem. Don't misunderstand, Widow Lee and I are just good friends, a Pepingourd friendship, you know. Just a deep bond. When I was younger, Widow Lee and I. Ye Xun pinched his thigh, barely restraining the urge to run him through with his sword. Well, Chief, he'll be going now. Ye Xun pretended to leave, not wanting to listen to his rambling any longer. Wait, young man. It just occurred to me, if you met that old fellow's conditions, your innate talent must be quite remarkable, right? Not bad, all basic attributes at 100, but my comprehension is lacking only 20. Sigh. The chief. An immortal's talent. Good lad. Tisk, I see a dazzling new star rising in the Nine Heavens continent. You seem like a restless one daring to urge that girl to challenge the nightmare dungeon. I bet even nightmare difficulty isn't enough for you, is it? Ye Xun said modestly, well, I'd like to see the scenery in the Abyss dungeon. Haha. Not bad, you've got the spirit of my younger self. What was your name again? The spirit of your younger self. Pfft. If it weren't for waiting for his sister to come out, he really didn't want to stay here any longer. My name is Ye Xun. Good. Ye Xun, I like you. If you truly clear the Abyss dungeon, it'll grant you a great fortune. Ye Xun. Here came the reward. So the 30 favorability wasn't for nothing. He almost wept with joy. It hadn't been in vain enduring this old man's torment. But gaining 30 favorability in one go wasn't just because he helped the chief, it was also due to his high charisma. For other players, getting 10 points would be good. Still, this was a novice village. What kind of fortune could there be? Another celestial artifact. Whatever it was, something was better than nothing. Ye Xun thanked the old man and threw in a few flattering words, making the chief's old face bloom like a daisy. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to player Ye Xun for being the first to clear the novice village's nightmare level 100 flowers dungeon, rewarded with 500 prestige points, 300 low-grade spirit stones and 10 free attribute points. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to player Ye Xun for achieving the Novice Village Nightmare Dungeon Clearance achievement, rewarded with the permanent title, Nightmare Hunter. I title effect 3 skill effect against alien races, all title effects stack. Ding. System announcement. As the first player in the server to clear the Novice Village Nightmare Dungeon, Ye Xun receives an additional 500 prestige points and 3 free attribute points. Novice Village Secret Realm. What the hell? Does anyone know where to accept the quest? I reckon we can only accept it at level 10. Tsk, isn't Ye Xun's connection so darn satisfying? She's already bagged 2 achievements by following Ye Xun. I still think both of them are game agents. The rewards for clearing this are just too tempting. I wonder how tough the Nightmare Secret Realm is. Ye Xun was only a few levels higher than us. With just 3 extra attribute points, she wasn't that much stronger. If she could clear the Nightmare Secret Realm, shouldn't we be able to as well? Not much stronger. Didn't you notice the celestial artifact on the equipment rankings now belongs to Ye Xun? Holy crap. Did Ye Xun sell the celestial artifact? Could it be a gift or maybe a loan? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's a celestial artifact we're talking about. Someone on the forums already offered 50 million for it. If I were Ye Xun, I'd sell it in a heartbeat and be set for life. Ahem. Now the celestial artifact's ownership is back to Ye Xun. Holy crap. It really was a loan. That's true love right there. If it were me, I'd never return it. Why believe in love again? The forums exploded with chatter. The rewards for clearing the Nightmare Secret Realm were truly irresistible, granting a whopping 10 free attribute points. This filled them with exhilaration. Compared to the all attribute bonuses from the first boss kill, free attribute points were far more suitable for the average players. After all, some of them had such poor innate talents that they weren't worth cultivating broadly, so it was better to specialize in a single path. Unfortunately, the Secret Realm didn't reward any innate talent points. However, upon reflection it seemed reasonable. According to the announcements, everyone likely had a chance to obtain them. It was a universal reward. So it made sense that it didn't boost innate talents. Beyond the free attribute points, there were also title rewards. Had the game suddenly become generous? Apart from the Novice Village Secret Realm, the forums were also buzzing about the shifting ownership of the celestial artifact. The fact that someone dared to lend out a celestial artifact worth a fortune and then easily got it back left countless people in awe. By 2030, few still believed in love. They were more inclined to think Ye Xun and Ye Xun were relatives. Regardless, their impression of Ye Xun had now evolved beyond just being number one on the Rouge ranking. She had also gained the label of being one of the most important people in Ye Xun's life. Ning had already emerged from the Secret Realm, her face brimming with joy. Although this successful clear owed much to Ye Xun's celestial artifact, she was still overjoyed. It was the first gaming achievement she had accomplished independently. So was the Secret Realm tough? Ye Xun asked with a smile, pulling her into an alley. Ning's eyes curved into crescents as she laughed happily. It was manageable. There were 3 stages in total. The first 2 had common and elite monsters, and the third had a boss. The boss attack and defense were pretty low, but it had a lot of control skills. If not for your celestial artifact granting extra control resistance, I would have had a hard time. Hearing this, Ye Xun suddenly recalled a forum post from his past life about the Novice Village Guide. It mentioned that the monsters in the Novice Village Secret Realm would intelligently adjust based on each player's attribute allocation. This was to ensure fairness, otherwise, aside from players who focused on damage output, others wouldn't even be able to break the boss defense, making the bias too severe. The design was quite good and very user-friendly. Ye Xun didn't remember many posts about the Novice Village from his past life. After all, back then he had spawned directly in the Nine Heavens continent and never even visited the Novice Village, so he hadn't bothered to pay attention. I even got a profound grade blade from the drop. Pretty lucky, huh? That's good. A Chi condensation stage boss dropping just 1 profound grade item was rather pitiful. Ye Xun, on the other hand, had obtained a full 4 profound grade items. As for the title, Ning had earned Nightmare Hunter Eye skill effects against alien races 3. He knew a bit about this. Alien races referred to all races except humans, including the demon race, which encompassed ordinary wild monsters, the sea race, the fiend race, the nether race, and so on. The scope was vast. A 3 skill effect was very practical. For damage type skills it meant a 3 boost to final damage. For control type skills like Ning's it meant a 3 increase in control effectiveness. Quite good. Ye Xun wasn't envious. Once he cleared the Abyssal Secret Realm, he would get a title too. However, he wasn't sure how much bonus the Abyssal title provided. In his past life, no one had ever cleared the Abyssal Secret Realm. Forget the Abyssal one, even the Nightmare Secret Realm in his past life up until the fusion with reality had fewer than 1,000 people clear it total. And that was after many players had spent a long time in the Novice Village. Oh, by the way, little brother, did you do something to me just now? What? Ye Xun was taken aback. Well, I felt like something was stuffed into my mouth. Ye Xun understood. In the game, if something happened to the player's real body, they would feel it in the game. For example, accidentally falling off the bed, needing to urinate, being touched by someone, and so on. This was a capability of the game wristband. The game pod was far more advanced than the wristband. In addition to the above functions, the game pod could set a circular alert zone with a maximum radius of 100 meters. If another person appeared within this range, the game would send a notification. Players who owned a game pod usually set the alert range to their doorstep. If someone appeared at their door, the game would promptly notify them. This was also for the player's safety quite user-friendly. What Si Ning had felt just now was someone touching her body. But when she realized Ye Xun was offline, she knew it was him beside her and stopped worrying. Ye Xun's mouth twitched. I just saw you were about to have another low-blood cigar episode, so I fed you something. I didn't stuff anything else in there. Don't talk nonsense. Why are you getting so worked up? Si Ning was a bit bewildered. What else could there be to stuff? The two walked out of the alley. The village chief stroked his goatee and said with a grin, you young people these days can't bear being apart even for a moment. I was the same back in the day. I remember it was the year the first snow of winter fell. It came later than usual. Ahem. Chief, please teleport her away now. By now the top players on the leaderboard had already reached the 9th layer of chi condensation. Luckily Si Ning had cleared the secret realm. If she had failed once or twice, her first place spot might have been lost. Some cunning players eager to be the first out of the novice village would definitely choose the normal difficulty, which would make their clear speed much faster. By sending Si Ning ahead, Ye Xun dashed their hopes of competing for first place, calmed their restless hearts and allowed them to focus more on conquering the secret realm to achieve good results. Well, how was this not an act of kindness? Very well, young people are still too impatient. Which continent would you like to send her to? I can introduce, Ye Xun interrupted him without hesitation. The Azure Firmament Continent. The map of the Chinese server for questing for immortality was called the Nine Heavens Continent. These were Purple Firmament, Azure Firmament, Grand Firmament, Emerald Firmament, Cinnabar Firmament, Divine Firmament, Scenery Firmament, Jade Firmament, and Azure Sky Firmament. Each continent was vast beyond measure, and an ordinary person could not traverse a single one in a lifetime. The connections between continents were either mountains where even birds dared not cross, desolate landscapes untouched by man, or endless perilous seas. Apart from those with profound cultivation who could fly across, others could only rely on teleportation arrays for travel. On the continents besides the sects, there were also great dynasties that governed numerous cities. The dynasties and sects were interdependent. Although their developmental philosophies differed, their power was roughly equivalent. The Misty Illusion Palace, which Si Ning was about to join, was located on the Azure Firmament Continent and was the hegemon-level sect of that continent. The Purple Cloud Sword sect, where Ye Xun was headed, was on the Purple Firmament Continent adjacent to the Azure Firmament. However, given his current strength, he would have to rely on teleportation arrays to cross continents. To teleport to Qingxiao City, you need to place 50 spirit stones. Ye Xun's heart ached as he placed the spirit stones, silently cursing how costly this game was. Activating the secret realm trial and teleportation alone cost a considerable amount of spirit stones. In the beginner village, leveling up seemed fast. Si Ning reached level 10 in just a day. Even if other players were slower, it would only take 2 or 3 days, but leaving was no easy feat. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to player Ning Xun for completing the beginner village trial and successfully leaving the novice village, achieving the title of first in the beginner village. Rewards 1000 reputation points. Secret realm trial results upgraded to abyss level and first clear rewards upgraded to abyss level. Ye Xun nodded in satisfaction. This was the reward he had always wanted for Si Ning. It was useless to him but valuable to other players. Sis, how much did the first clear reward increase? Ye Xun asked via telepathy. 5 more free attribute points and the title effect became skill effect against alien races 5. Originally, when Si Ning cleared the Nightmare Secret Realm, she had received 10 free attribute points. It seemed the Abyss Secret Realm reward was 15 free attribute points, with the title upgrade increasing the effect by only 2. The overall boost was modest. When he passed the Abyss Secret Realm, he would likely receive the same reward. However, title effects could stack. Each cultivation stage had its own Abyss Secret Realm, and the title gained an extra 2 effect each time. Over time, the cumulative value would be quite impressive. As the system announcement echoed, countless people remained silent. They had long guessed that Ning Xun would be the first to leave the beginner village. The forums had been buzzing with speculation about what reward the first leaver would receive, but now that the answer was out, no one had guessed correctly. Improving the Secret Realm trial result by 1 level, they didn't understand what that meant and found it somewhat underwhelming. But in a few days they would realize how overpowered this reward truly was. Ye Xun knew that Secret Realm results were tied to joining a sect. When players joined one of the 10 overlord sects, their trial results determined their disciple status. Normal Secret Realm trial results only allowed one to become a lowly chore disciple. In his past life, Ye Xun had been a chore disciple. He knew all too well the hardships of a chore disciple, endless daily tasks, cleaning duties, being bossed around, and constant harassment from NPCs. NPCs weren't all kind, they wouldn't treat players well just because they came from another world. Hard secret realm trial results allowed one to become an outer disciple of an overlord sect. Outer disciples were better off than chore disciples, but their treatment was still mediocre, limited to tedious tasks with low rewards. Nightmare secret realm trial results allowed one to become an inner disciple of an overlord sect. Inner disciples enjoyed status and cultivation resources far beyond what outer disciples could compare with. When disciples of different status undertook the same task, the rewards in spirit stones and sect contributions differed. Inner disciples received 50% more. Moreover, many high-quality tasks were only open to inner disciples. As for Abyss secret realm trial results, they granted the highest rank, personal disciple. Personal disciples could apprentice under various elders holding noble status and formidable backing. Even when traveling, their standing in the world was exceptional. For instance, in the Imperial City, personal disciples of overlord sects received VIP treatment. Of course, this was contingent on not crossing certain lines like flirting with a princess. Another benefit that players couldn't yet imagine was that when the game merged with reality in the future, the status of a personal disciple would far surpass that of real-world second-generation elites, instantly elevating one to an exalted existence. Overlord sects were fiercely protective of their own. Personal disciples were the future of the sect. If someone was framed without just cause, the overlord sect would never let it slide. If the enemy was too strong, they would unleash divine artifacts, even sinking a continent if necessary. Now Si Ning could become a personal disciple, enjoying high status within the sect and a smoother path in the game. Ye Xun was delighted that his scheming had paid off. Night fell and they logged off together. Since the first person in the beginner village had already emerged, Ye Xun felt no urgency. Other players shared his mindset, slacking off on leveling, logging off as they pleased and eating when hungry. Don't cook today, let's eat out. Ye Xun was hungry again. He hadn't used the game pod earlier and the drawbacks of the wristband were showing. Si Ning glanced happily at the bank transfer notification on her phone and nodded firmly. Alright, we're financially free, let's go for a seafood buffet. Buffet? That's all you aspire to? Buffets are expensive too, hundreds per person. In the past, with their family's financial struggles, she had never indulged so lavishly. As Si Ning pushed the wheelchair out the door, she muttered, "How about we tell people you're healed? Isn't this disguise uncomfortable? Let's wait a bit longer." Having lived in the neighborhood for years, the residents were familiar with them and would greet them. Ye Xun claimed he was too lazy to explain to the neighbors, but in truth he wanted to lure some troublemakers. Just as they left home, they saw the left elevator wide open, packed with luggage and small appliances. A young girl was busy moving things into the next apartment, not the one Ye Xun sought revenge on, but another vacant unit. The 18th floor had 3 units with only 2 previously occupied. When she saw Ye Xun and the others, the girl paused, gave a slight nod and continued her work, her demeanor somewhat aloof. Her eyes were large like a clear spring and her neat short hair was slightly fluffy, adding a touch of cuteness and playfulness. Her appearance contrasted with her cold personality, leaning more toward a natural airhead. A strange glint flickered in Ye Xun's eyes. They say that when a man succeeds, all sorts of beauties appear around him. The ancients were not deceiving him. The girl's looks were so striking that even he couldn't help but notice, yet he had never seen her in his past life. Perhaps the rebirth had caused a butterfly effect. The girl before him was no less beautiful than his sister, likely also a 9-point charm value. Could she be a player from the beauty rankings? No, probably not 9 points. Ye Xun glanced inadvertently and noticed something seemed smaller than his sister's. That would cost at least 2 charm points, wouldn't it? What a pity. In the past, judging a girl's appearance and silently scoring her would have been disrespectful and insulting to women. But now not only men but also women would silently evaluate men, giving them a perceived innate charm score, either praising or sneering inwardly. Well, isn't that equally insulting to men? It just showed how deeply Ask the Immortal had influenced people, changing many things in just one day since the server launch. Foie gras, black truffle, caviar, reportedly the 3 world-class gourmet delicacies celebrated by Westerners. They had changed course to have Western food. Si Ning took small bites and sighed, with every bite its pure money flavor. Ye Xun frowned. Perhaps he was eating it wrong, but he found it salty and foul-smelling. Was this really a top delicacy? It felt somewhat like a pig eating refined grain without taste. He had heard that foie gras was made cruelly, and perhaps due to psychological suggestion it made him nauseous. Well, since they were here. Ye Xun held a glass of red wine in one hand while scrolling through a gaming forum on his phone, and Si Ning was browsing an online shopping app on hers. Their eccentric behavior stood in stark contrast to the romantic ambience of the restaurant. On the Ask the Immortals forum, the hottest post was a video of Ye Xun appearing mid-game to solo a boss, interspersed with various analyses. It had already garnered over 700 million genuine views. Even those who never played games or had no interest in them would stop to watch. Such combat scenes had no entry barrier and the visuals were even more spectacular than some special effects movies. The author of the post was called, Ask the Immortals All-Knowing Scholar. Ye Xun had heard of this person in his past life, a theorist who frequented various online games specializing in strategy guides. He was immensely famous with countless fans. Before the launch of Ask the Immortals, when others created their characters and logged off immediately, this person did not. Instead, he stayed in the game asking various questions, thereby uncovering many game details that others missed. Even Ye Xun wouldn't dare claim to know more about the game's mechanics than him. In the video, the all-knowing scholar frequently paused to narrate, "Look at this move." Ye Xun quickly retreats to dodge the boss' normal attack, then just as he steps forward to strike, he suddenly retreats again to evade the boss' area effect skill ground-shattering slam. Such terrifying reaction speed is simply astonishing. Many have noticed that Ye Xun often sheathes his sword before drawing it again to attack, resulting in a surge in damage. I believe this is a skill similar to a quick-draw technique. However, I don't recommend everyone pursue learning this skill. In my view, the quick-draw technique has low cost-effectiveness. Drawing the sword and hitting a fixed target, I think many can learn that after some practice. But sheathing it quickly is extremely difficult. For someone like Ye Xun who can accurately sheath the sword without even looking at the scabbard, that's definitely a 5-star difficulty level. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. But if you get hurt, I won't take responsibility. I believe Ye Xun must be a master swordsman in real life. After breaking down every move, the all-knowing scholar concluded at the end of the video, based on my calculations, Ye Xun was only level 2 before killing the boss. Since celestial artifacts have no level restrictions, their attribute bonuses are tied to the user's level. At level 2, the bonuses couldn't have been too outrageous. Even with the 8-point all-attribute reward from the system, the displayed attribute values are still highly abnormal. I have a bold guess Ye Xun's innate talent is not just 50. Of course, it's also possible that I miscalculated the celestial artifacts' attribute bonuses. What do you all think? Feel free to like, follow and discuss in the comments. Although, Ask the Immortals, levels were based on immortal cultivation realms, players still habitually referred to them using numerical levels from other games for intuitiveness unable to change overnight. Most diehard fans believed the all-knowing scholar's speculation and began calling out Ye Xun to reveal his stats, while others demanded answers from the game's officials. Unfortunately, neither Ye Xun nor the officials responded. Ye Xun couldn't help but sigh. There were many fools in the world but no shortage of smart people. The all-knowing scholar truly lived up to his reputation, analyzing so much information from a single battle. Someone made a novel remark: could Ask the Immortals be alien technology? If so, is Ye Xun an alien? After all, the maximum innate talent for a normal person is only 50, and Ye Xun's behavior also resembles that of an insider from Ask the Immortals. Surprisingly, quite a few people believed this theory. Then came a post titled, Ye Xun's True Identity. Ye Xun, who happened to be browsing the forum, noticed it immediately. Curious, he clicked in. Let me introduce myself. I am a graduate from Qingqing 2 High School. To cut to the chase, Ye Xun is my high school classmate. He is disabled, always using a wheelchair to get to and from school, and comes from a poor family. Ning Xian in the game is his sister. I know many won't believe Ye Xun is disabled in real life. Race proof first. Ye Xun's biggest label in our school was his good looks, which matches his top rank on the game's gentleman leaderboard. I have to admit, even I have to step aside when it comes to Ye Xun's real-life looks. There's a photo below. Although Ye Xun didn't show his face in the game, if you look closely you'll see that the lips and chin of Ye Xun in the photo are identical to those of Ye Xun in the game. The image was a high school graduation photo with the teaching building bearing the words, Qingqing 2 High School. However, just as Ye Xun loaded the top half of the image before the figures appeared, the post was deleted. It was removed so quickly that even Ye Xun with his reading speed couldn't see the full photo. He knew the post was likely from a classmate in his high school group, but he didn't know who nor why it was deleted. He quickly refreshed the forum and found another similar post, but it vanished before he could click on it. After several such deletions in quick succession, no more new posts about Ye Xun's identity appeared on the forum. For a moment the forum erupted. Some instinctively took screenshots, but no one managed to capture the original image. No one had even seen it. Oh my god, deleted so fast. Is Ye Xun really an insider? The forum isn't run by Ask the Immortals company. The deletion couldn't have been by the game officials. But with the technological level of Ask the Immortals, it shouldn't be hard to get admin privileges on the forum, right? The question is, doesn't deleting the post just prove the point? What the post said must be true. Definitely false. How could Ye Xun with his innate talent and gaming skills be disabled? Waiting for someone from Qingqing No. 2 High School. Don't post you just spill the tea in the comments. It's just a game. Why are you doxing someone? That's dangerous. Exactly. Protecting privacy is everyone's responsibility. I think the deletion was good. If more posts exposing players' real identities appear, I hope they get deleted instantly. The forum buzzed with conflicting opinions with no one convincing anyone else. Ye Xun's true identity remained a mystery. Some believed the claim about his disability, others did not. What puzzled Ye Xun was why the forum deleted posts about his identity. Could it be that the forum truly prohibited the exposure of players' real identities? That would be far too considerate. If the foie gras in Ye Xun's mouth had a soul, it would surely echo his sentiment. Capitalism is indeed very thoughtful, even to the point of rummaging through one's insides and devouring their heart and soul. Can the post be recovered? No. The Byte side said the forum's management authority was taken over by the officials long ago. It was the officials who deleted the post just now. Game officials. No, the real officials. So everything in the post is true. Zhao Gongzi frowned and paced, then after a moment of contemplation he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Uncle, help me look into someone. Qingqing No. 2 High School name Ye Xun uses a wheelchair. As he spoke he couldn't help but complain inwardly, damn, a cripple plays games this well. Does he practice swordsmanship in his head? What? Top-level encryption. Even you don't have the authority to check. The voice on the other end, you can ask your grandfather to look into it. His authority is definitely sufficient. Forget it. I'm afraid the old man will break my legs. Zhao Gongzi was a bit numb. Even his second uncle's identity didn't have the clearance to check. What the hell was this guy's background? After hanging up he heard Uncle Li beside him say, Gongzi, his info is already quite transparent. We can find it ourselves. Forget it, Uncle Li. Zhao Gongzi waved his hand. With my status, if I lose in a game and then go after someone in real life and people find out, where will the Zhao family's face be? The old man would beat me to death. Besides, since his info is under top-level encryption, he's probably not someone to mess with in real life either. Originally I wanted to find him but not to actually deal with him. At this point he said with some schadenfreude, let those thickhead ones go bump into him. Not everyone has the ability to investigate him through official channels. They don't know Ye Xun is now under top-level encryption, so they have no scruples. So we just let it go. Let it go. You think I'm a coward? This isn't over. Once we leave the newbie village with our hundreds of thousands of brothers, we'll crush him. Uncle Li said worriedly, if you oppose him but don't truly eliminate him, it's a hidden danger. What if he has another identity in real life and comes after you? Damn. What are you saying? I am Zhao Gongzi with ancestor Zhao Kaiguo. Which blind fool would dare to come after me in real life? Uncle Li. Ye Xun could also imagine the current situation. The information about Qingqing No. 2 High School had been made public and his old classmates were probably in for a hard time. The several posts that had just been repeatedly deleted were not by the same person, indicating that more than one classmate wanted to expose him. These people took pleasure in harming others without benefiting themselves. Those with ulterior motives would try to get his home address from these classmates, and the coercive methods probably wouldn't be pretty. Those guys were in for some suffering. But Ye Xun had been aloof in high school and no classmates visited him, so no one should know his home address, unless someone had followed him. Ye Xun chuckled darkly. If those classmates got into trouble because of this, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. As for those who wanted to come to his door looking for trouble, Ye Xun wasn't afraid at all. Especially after he reached the foundation establishment stage, whoever came wouldn't have a good time. When he got home, Ye Xun had just finished showering and was about to continue grinding in the game when there was a knock at the door. Seeing Si Ning's puzzled expression, Ye Xun smiled and said, it's that pervy guy next door. He's finally back. Sis, open the door. Let's enjoy a good show. After saying this he turned back and sat down in his wheelchair. He had heard the commotion from next door returning just now, but had planned to wait until his sister was asleep before sneaking over quietly. He never expected the guy to come to their door on his own. Si Ning put down her phone, threw on a coat and opened the door. The moment the door cracked open, it was shoved wide. A glint of cold light arrived first, then the spear followed. Cough, the intruder holding a dagger quickly locked the door behind him. Si Ning gasped in fright and quickly stepped back. Ye Xun was speechless. This guy really had a smooth motion locking the door, leaving himself no escape route. You. What do you want? Hee school beauty, see Ye Xun, we meet again. It's only been a day, but you've made quite a stir in the game. Pan Hui had a leering grin on his face as he advanced slowly, dagger in hand, while Si Ning retreated again. Ye Xun's expression remained calm. What do you want? Besides his old classmates and the officials, the only one who could guess his real-life identity was the neighbor next door. With his sister present, he didn't make a move immediately. As the old saying goes, a nation of propriety must have a just cause for action. When Emperor Yongle wanted to conquer the northern deserts, he scoured historical records and found a grudge from over 1,000 years ago, the siege of Baideng, to attack under the pretext of avenging Emperor Gaozu of Han. Ye Xun wanted his sister to first see this guy's vile nature so that when he acted she wouldn't have any burden in her heart. Pan Hui cornered Si Ning against the wall, then looked at Ye Xun on the wheelchair to his left, saying leisurely, "First trade me your immortal artifact after leaving the newbie village. I never thought a cripple like you could be so lucky. You're not completely useless after all." Ye Xun gave a wry smile. "And second?" "Second, hee." Pan Hui's gaze shifted back to Si Ning, who looked panicked in the corner. "Second, school beauty C will be my girlfriend. From now on you two don't need to leave the house. I'll handle all 3 meals a day." Si Ning said in terror, "You're going to imprison us." Pan Hui gave a lecherous grin. "That's right. School beauty C, I've liked you for so long. I've dreamed of having you forever. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. It'll make you feel so good you'll be thinking of me all the time, hee. Ye Xun understood. This guy had been planning this for a long time, but his remaining rationality and the shackles of the law had held him back. Until the immortal artifact became the spark that finally pushed him over the edge. The value of the immortal artifact went without saying. On the forums, people had already offered tens of millions to buy it, and the price kept rising. If Pan Hui could just sell it, he would be financially free for life, never needing to work again. And imprisoning the two of them, forbidding them from using phones or gaming devices, cutting off their contact with the outside world. As long as he operated carefully, it wasn't impossible. If Ye Xun were still as frail as before, relying only on his weak sister, Pan Hui might have actually succeeded. This is against the law." Si Ning's face was filled with shock and anger. "Don't worry. I know your situation. You have no other relatives. If you take a long leave from school, no one will notice you're being held captive. Now school beauty C, please take off all your clothes. Just had a shower, haven't you? You smell so good." Si Ning didn't have a seductive aura, but rather a pure beauty that was both pitiful and strong-willed. To borrow a phrase from the school forum describing her, she had a kind of look that made you want to bully her. Seeing Si Ning's current frail and frightened appearance only made Pan Hui more uncontrollable. He took a deep breath of the fragrance she exuded, a demonic glint flashing in his eyes. You're dreaming. School beauty C, you don't want your little brother to get hurt, do you?" Pan Hui pointed his dagger at Ye Xun. "Ye Xun. That line sounds familiar." Si Ning was furious, her eyes darting nervously toward Ye Xun. Ye Xun was a bit speechless. His sister's acting skills were wasted not being in the entertainment industry. But, was this necessary? He read the meaning in her eyes. She would lure Pan Hui over, and then Ye Xun could seize the chance to ambush him. Are you kidding? A guy like this needed an ambush. No. Ye Xun suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to tell his sister about his ability to absorb game powers. So he said awkwardly, "Sis, do you know why I take asking the immortals so seriously?" "Huh?" Si Ning was taken aback. Has her dumb brother's IQ regressed again? Why bring this up now? Was he trying to divert Pan Hui's attention to himself? Pan Hui also looked confused, hearing Ye Xun's casual chat-like tone. "Come on. I'm a vicious criminal here. Could you at least show some respect?" Ye Xun rose from the wheelchair and strode directly toward Pan Hui. You can actually stand. I'm warning you, don't come any closer." Ugh. Ye Xun, standing at 185 centimeters, approached with a cold smirk, his presence overwhelmingly oppressive. Even with a dagger in hand, Pan Hui couldn't suppress the fear rising within him. Before he could resist, Ye Xun seized him by the throat and lifted him off the ground with a single hand. A guttural sound escaped Pan Hui's throat as the dagger clattered to the floor. He grasped at Ye Xun's arm with both hands, trying to pry it loose, but his strength failed him. Ye Xun turned to Si Ning. "Sis, the truth is I can draw power from the game." Si Ning stood frozen, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, appearing utterly adorable. Pan Hui, weighing over 150 Jin, felt weightless in Ye Xun's grasp like a mere feather. He resembled a moth caught by its wings, veins bulging on his flushed face, terror flooding his eyes, yet he could not break free from Ye Xun's hold. Ye Xun pondered for a moment. Executing him in front of his sister seemed inappropriate, so he hoisted Pan Hui and turned toward the door. "Sis, I'll have a word with him outside. Wait for me at home." As he reached the threshold, his sister suddenly called out, "Wait." Ye Xun looked back to see her hesitate as if she wanted to speak. Could it be that his sister had softened her heart? That would be an ill-timed mercy. Well. Ye Xun. Actually. Ye Xun. I think. Ye Xun. What was his sister playing at? Ye Xun was utterly bewildered. They locked eyes for a moment, 1 second, 2 seconds. Suddenly Si Ning spoke, "Never mind. Forget I said anything." Ye Xun was completely baffled. Just as he was about to head out, he noticed a dead weight in his hand. Looking down, he saw Pan Hui with his arms hanging limp and his eyes rolled back. He had stopped breathing. This. Ye Xun dropped him to the floor, momentarily stunned. His attention had been entirely on his sister, and he had forgotten about Pan Hui, whom he had been holding by the neck suspended in midair. But from his sister's perspective, she would surely have noticed Pan Hui struggling the entire time. So had she been deliberately stalling just now? To ensure Pan Hui was utterly finished. Good heavens! Was his sister really this cunning? Ye Xun was dumbfounded. After a moment's thought, he realized his sister might have believed he truly intended only to talk with Pan Hui and thought he was too soft-hearted, hence her little act. "Sis, what were you about to say?" Si Ning stared at Pan Hui's body on the floor, lost in thought for a moment before speaking. "I was going to ask whether we should call the police to deal with him, but I hesitated because he knows your secret." "Call the police?" Ye Xun was taken aback. Not because of his sister's answer, but because, from the moment he created his character in the game until now, he had contemplated countless ways of revenge, yet never once considered the option of calling the authorities. In his heart he had always believed in punishing Pan Hui through his own abilities. Suddenly he recalled that in his past life, on the eve of the game's complete fusion with reality, some individuals had already acquired power from the game. Among them, some who were once courteous and refined became repulsive, disregarding the law entirely. Empowered by their superhuman abilities, they committed heinous acts worse than beasts. Ye Xun had always wondered why a person's values could shift so drastically upon suddenly gaining power. Now he understood. Even he, upon acquiring power, instinctively leaned toward solving everything with violence. He suspected many others shared the same psychology. Perhaps that was human nature. Coming back to the present, he noticed Si Ning's expression was complicated, a hint of unease in her eyes. "Sis," he called softly. Si Ning's emotions broke loose. She rushed into his arms, weeping silently, her tears soaking his chest. Ye Xun gently patted her back, his heart aching with understanding of her feelings. Since she was 16, she had been caring for her disabled younger brother alone. Though their parents had left an inheritance, so she didn't worry about money, she was still a stunningly beautiful underage girl. Over the years she had lived cautiously like a reed hedgehog in public, aloof and unapproachable, always carrying pepper spray and a stun gun in her bag. She never dared to walk through desolate areas or dark alleys. It was her vigilance alone that had kept her safe all this time. Yet with Ye Xun she had always shown only tenderness. Now that Ye Xun had become capable of standing on his own, he had finally lifted the heavy burden from her. With the pressure released, it was only natural that her emotions overflowed. Ye Xun also saw that the unease in her eyes stemmed from a fear that he might think her ruthless or cunning and thus grow distant from her. That was truly an overthinking. Her cunning was merely out of concern that Pan Hui, if left alive, might reveal his secret. Such a considerate and devoted sister, even if the whole world despised her, Ye Xun would never abandon her. "Sis, I never intended to let him live. I was actually startled earlier, thinking you had grown soft-hearted." Ye Xun understood that to ease his sister's guilt he had to convince her that he was even more cunning than she was. "Really?" Si Ning's eyes were tearful and pitiful. Ye Xun wiped the teardrops from her lashes and gave her a firm, reassuring gaze. After a long while Si Ning regained her composure and spoke, "Let's call the police." Ye Xun nodded and dialed the emergency number. A disabled person facing an ongoing unlawful assault fought back desperately and ended up killing the assailant. From the outcome, it was a clear case of legitimate self-defense. Having the police handle the aftermath was the best course of action. He had no way to make a person vanish without a trace at this point. Si Ning picked up the phone from the dining table and handed it to Ye Xun. He glanced at it and noticed that she had been recording the entire time. He recalled that before opening the door she had placed her phone on the table stand. He had thought it was just a casual gesture, but she had sensed something was wrong in advance. His sister was truly meticulous and sharp-witted. If Ye Xun hadn't spoken, she might never have opened the door at all. The recording was complete, the angle perfect, capturing all of Pan Hui's malicious actions. What should we do? Keep it. The footage revealed a bit too much. Ye Xun thought for a moment and deleted everything after the point where he stood up from the wheelchair. He knew the police could recover the video if they wanted to. He was simply testing a certain hypothesis. Knock knock knock. Si Ning looked at the door in confusion. It had only been 2 or 3 minutes since they called the police. There was no way they could have arrived so quickly. Ye Xun heard light footsteps coming from the neighboring Unit 1803. It must be the girl who had moved in that afternoon. Was she here to borrow soy sauce? He sat back down in his wheelchair and said, "Sis, it's the girl next door. Open the door but talk to her at the threshold. Don't let her in." Han Hu's body was still lying in the living room. It wouldn't be good if she saw it and Ye Xun couldn't be bothered to move it, too dirty. Si Ning cracked open the door and peered outside. At the same moment the girl next door looked over. Their eyes met and both froze for an instant. When they had encountered each other that afternoon it was only a fleeting glance and both had been wearing masks so neither had observed the other closely. Neither expected the other to be so stunning. Now both were taken aback by each other's beauty. "Hello, Wenxian. I live next door. We met this afternoon." "Yes, hello. Is there something you need?" "Well, I'm a police officer. The station notified me that you reported an attempted home invasion. Is that correct?" The girl had large bright eyes and a clear melodious voice. Si Ning suddenly understood and quickly invited her inside. When Wenxian saw Pan Hui on the floor and Ye Xun in his wheelchair her already wide eyes grew even larger. Her dazed expression nearly made Ye Xun laugh. This police officer seemed rather unconventional. Wow, oh. Was he strangled? He doesn't look like a good person. Can you tell me what happened? Ye Xun frowned. Are you the only officer coming? No, the captain and the others are still on their way. Since I live nearby they asked me to secure the scene first. Ye Xun remained silent. If he recounted the incident now he would have to repeat everything when the main team arrived. It was better to wait and tell them all at once. So he changed the subject, curious. You became a police officer so young. The girl was exceptionally beautiful with delicate features and large adorable eyes. Compared to Si Ning she possessed a different kind of charm. Although she was slightly petite in stature her overall appeal was on par with Si Ning's, a beauty of the same caliber. Ye Xun had always believed that stunning policewomen only existed in novels, he never expected to encounter one in reality. But in novels female officers were always valiant and decisive. This one however seemed rather adorably clueless. Wenxian had never seen such a handsome young man before. Her thoughts followed her gaze and she was successfully distracted. Actually I haven't graduated yet. I'm an intern with the police force. I should be able to become a full officer after graduation. Si Ning found her adorable and pulled her to sit down starting a casual chat. Is your family from Qingqing? No, I'm from Sucheng. I study here and will probably stay to work after I graduate. Are you planning to live here long term? I've already paid a year's rent. I'm Si Ning and he's my younger brother Ye Xun. Ningjia, you're so pretty. You're very pretty too. How old are you? Ye Xun sat in his wheelchair staring at the ceiling in exasperation. This police officer had been in the house for ages investigating the case yet she knew nothing about the incident. Instead Si Ning had nearly extracted all her personal information. That afternoon he had thought she had a rather cold personality which didn't match her looks. Now he realized he had judged incorrectly. Cold? Not in the least. The two sat on the sofa chatting about school anecdotes, the neighborhood environment and which supermarket had the freshest and cheapest vegetables. The more they talked the more they clicked, occasionally bursting into laughter. Wenxian's eyes were filled with the joy and enthusiasm of making a new friend. Pan Hui on the floor. Ye Xun was puzzled. When two equally beautiful women met weren't they supposed to be hostile and tear each other apart? How had they become kindred spirits instead? Novels really were full of lies. Moments later another knock came at the door. Si Ning stood up to answer it. Four police officers put on shoe covers and stood at the doorway, their sharp gazes surveying the room. The middle-aged officer in charge looked at Wenxian who had stood up. Shao Ren, report the situation. Oh, these are the homeowners, Ye Xun and Si Ning. The one on the floor is the suspect who attempted the home invasion. He has been confirmed dead. Emman, continue. Wenxian hesitated. The middle-aged officer shot her a resigned glare, then waved for the others to collect scene evidence. He turned to Ye Xun and began his questioning. Ye Xun recounted Pan Hu's identity, their past interactions, the motive and the course of the incident. He also handed over an edited version of the video recording. Officer Zhang watched the video without any particular expression. He also remained impassive regarding the information about Ye Xun's in-game identity and the celestial artifact. Ye Xun speculated that either Officer Zhang's professional composure prevented him from showing emotion, or he didn't follow the game quest for immortality and didn't understand what a celestial artifact signified. Or perhaps he already knew about Ye Xun's identity in the game. Combined with the deletion of forum posts and the special treatment from the authorities, Ye Xun felt he was grasping something, yet it all remained shrouded in mist. Why did the video stop? How did you subdue him afterward? My phone died. I took him by surprise, maneuvering my wheelchair to attack him from behind. Officer Zhang was silent for a moment before quickly concluding, it was self-defense. Ye Xun was speechless. Based on his testimony and the scene, many details were worth further investigation. For instance, how could a disabled person like Ye Xun successfully ambush an armed criminal from behind, emerge with his clothes so pristine and not have a single scratch on him? Pan Hui too showed no signs of a struggle, as if he hadn't resisted at all. This was highly unreasonable. Yet Officer Zhang's investigation was so perfunctory that it was quite telling. This further confirmed the conjecture in Ye Xun's mind. Perhaps he had become famous in the game and caught the attention of some big shot who then accidentally discovered that Ye Xun was his long-lost illegitimate child. The forum posts were deleted to protect his information if the police came and conducted a cursory investigation with a perfunctory procedure. That would seem to make sense, wouldn't it? Could it really be that cliched? Ye Xun was bewildered. Officer Zhang himself felt his investigation was a bit hasty, so he added somewhat transparently, "We will continue to investigate the specifics. In the meantime, keep your phones on and don't leave the city." Okay. Collect the subject's blood and fingerprints, then we'll wrap up. Xiao Rin, come out. Oh, okay. After finishing their tasks, the officers went to 1801 to investigate and gather evidence. Si Ning began cleaning the house, especially the area where Pan Hui had lain, mopping it over and over. Having a dead body in the house made her quite uneasy. By the way, Xiao Sun, what did you mean earlier about being able to receive power from the game? Ye Xun frowned. He didn't want to reveal that he was reborn, but he also didn't want to hide the future from her. A flash of inspiration struck and he said, "When you went into the secret realm, I was chatting with the village chief. I accidentally raised our rapport to the highest level and he told me a secret. In the future the game will merge with reality and everyone will be able to gain abilities from the game." What? It must be true. After all, I've been able to synchronize and receive abilities from the game from the very beginning. Right now I'm the only one, but in the future you'll be the same. Si Ning was shocked and suddenly took the game much more seriously. Ye Xun smiled. Actually, if we had sent Pan Hui to prison, he would have suffered more than death. But I didn't want to leave any loose ends. Ha! What do you mean? Given the severity of his crime, he'd get at least 8 to 10 years. By the time he gets out, everyone his age will be flying around while he can only look up to them, living in constant fear. Wouldn't that be worse than death? Even if Pan Hui could start cultivating from scratch, he would always be far behind everyone else. Anyone could order him around like a servant. Ye Xun felt that killing Pan Hui had actually spared him from suffering. How was this not an act of virtue? The fusion of the game with reality, is it really reliable? Should we report it to the authorities? Si Ning said with concern. Back then, during the earthquake, it was the soldiers who saved our lives from the ruins. Over the years we've also enjoyed a lot of state subsidies. I doubt those soldiers would play Wenxian right. Then won't they end up? His sister was a person with clear likes and dislikes. When facing the wicked, she wished they would drop dead on the spot with no room for forgiveness. But towards those who had shown them kindness, her heart was filled with gratitude and she would seize any chance to repay them. Ye Xun's thoughts drifted as he listened. His sister's guess was correct. In his past life, those military and police officers had met a terrible fate. Facing villains they couldn't withstand, they still shielded the helpless civilians with their flesh and blood. In his past life, the ultimate collapse of order and the paralysis of the state apparatus were truly a history written in blood and tears. Ye Xun also had a grateful heart. Having been reborn, he naturally wouldn't hide anything, but informing the authorities was no easy task. It's not time yet. Let's talk about it later. For now, though stronger than ordinary people, he hadn't surpassed the bounds of normal humans, just a bit more physically fit, and couldn't prove what he said. Moreover, he couldn't reach the higher-ups now. If he rashly told an ordinary police officer the truth, they might not believe him, and instead Ye Xun would end up trapped and forced to undergo a drug test. Even if the information reached the top, given his unusual physique, they might deem him a social instability factor. The result would likely be surveillance control or co-optation. Regardless of the option, the current Ye Xun had no right to refuse. He didn't want to malign the authorities maliciously, he loved this country and wished to contribute to it. But seeking a precondition for self-preservation was not a despicable act. After all, the game had only been open for a day. The military that place was a concentration camp of exceptional talent. With their innate aptitude and discipline, even if they lagged behind initially in the game, they would easily catch up and surpass others. Si Ning had played with the game bracelet all day and was now so tired her eyelids were fighting. She went straight to sleep. The game pod could substitute for sleep, but there was no need to grind relentlessly. Wenxian also had night synchronized with real time. At night NPCs rested and players couldn't take quests. Apart from hunting monsters in the wild to level up, there was almost nothing else to do. Si Ning's cultivation value was already full, she couldn't increase it further without breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, so she might as well sleep. Ye Xun entered the game. He opened the cultivation ranking and saw it was uniformly at the 10th layer of the Qi condensation stage, almost all leaders of major guilds. Ye Xun took out the Mystic Tier blade, pondered briefly and sent its stats to Desert Judge. Actually putting the Mystic Tier blade on the market would likely fetch more, but Ye Xun wasn't familiar with other guilds. Some like War God Hall might be potential enemies and selling to them would be aiding the enemy. He didn't lack that bit of money, so there was no need to help the enemy. It was better to sell it to an acquaintance. Haha. Thanks for the favor, Brother Yi. Name your price. Desert Judge was ecstatic. Earlier, when he heard that Qianmeng had spent a fortune on a Mystic Tier weapon, he had teased her mercilessly, asking what use Qi condensation equipment was when she'd soon reach level 10. Was she burning money? But since the secret realm information was exposed, he had been proven wrong. He quickly blocked Qianmeng, fearing her counter-ridicule. Since then he had been seeking high-level equipment, but with little success, only managing to buy 2 Spirit Tier items. Mystic Tier items were rare and priceless, with demand far exceeding supply. Unexpectedly, Ye Xun had acquired another Mystic Tier blade and actively contacted him, filling him with excitement. Truly clinging to a powerful ally paid off. 2 million. Ye Xun set the price, treating everyone equally. Desert Judge didn't hesitate and directly transferred him 3 million. I won't let you suffer, Brother Yi. If you ever find equipment you don't need, sell it all to me. I'll buy at the highest market price. Night had fallen in the novice village. After trading the Mystic Tier blade, Ye Xun groped his way through the dark to the level 10 Grey Wolf Zone. Shadowy figures flickered, lit only by a few sparse torches. Torches could be bought during the day from shops or lit by fire spells on branches, but they didn't last long. So most people had to hunt in the dark. These people were damn dedicated, hunting in the dead of night without fear of being bitten to death by wolves. Ye Xun found a secluded corner, let out a sinister chuckle and charged at a large patch of wolves with glowing green eyes. Draw sword technique. 563. Normal attack. 375. Ding. You have killed a grey wolf, gaining 40 cultivation points. The environment was too dark and Ye Xun couldn't hit the wolves' weak points, but he still killed the 900 HP wolves in 2 strikes. He was now at the 7th layer of Qi condensation. Each level up added 1 to all stats, and he distributed free attribute points evenly. At level 7, he had a total of 14 strength points. He had appeared on the announcement 3 times in a row, earning a total of 11 points in all stats. The Celestial Tier item Mo Yun Yu Huang increased all stats by level X2, adding 14 all stats at level 7. Plus the Spirit Tier Wind Spirit Sword. Ye Xun's strength stat had now reached 44 points. 44 strength wasn't actually much. Some players who invested all points in strength with equipment could reach this value. But Ye Xun's physical attack was 455, terrifyingly strong. Other players with the same strength value had at most just over 200 attack, demonstrating the importance of innate talent. In fact, with Ye Xun's talent, if he pursued an eccentric build, like all strength or all agility, his leveling speed would be faster. But that would leave him with weaknesses. In battles with players, especially group fights, he could easily be targeted and killed. Ye Xun didn't value leveling speed highly. In Wenxian, leveling speed wasn't a top priority. Leveling up fast was useless if you couldn't go far. 375. 375. 375. Ding. You have killed a grey wolf, gaining 40 cultivation points. 3 normal attacks, easily killing the wolf. Ye Xun couldn't help but sigh. Compared to when he was level 2 and killing wolves with his sister, it was now effortless. He had made a tactical error during the day. He should have leveled up first before letting his sister gain experience, which would have been more efficient. Fortunately the night was too dark for anyone to notice him. Otherwise his wolf-killing efficiency would surely cause a stir and force him onto the trending list. Ye Xun could fully imagine the headline, shocking. Ye Xun commits heinous acts on grey wolves in the dead of night. 1. Divine blessing. 1. With his defense of 236, the grey wolves couldn't even break through. So Ye Xun stopped dodging the wolves' attacks altogether, standing still and wildly slashing with his sword, extremely arrogant. Unfortunately his HP wouldn't drop, so rage battle intent couldn't be triggered. Otherwise he would have shown the grey wolves what cruelty meant. Oh whoa. Seeing his arrogance, the wolves' eyes seemed even greener, but it was futile. Ding. You have killed. Ding. You have killed a grey wolf and gained 20 points of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations on breaking through to the 10th layer of chi condensation. All basic attributes 1, and you have obtained 5 free attribute points to allocate. In less than an hour Ye Xun had advanced 3 levels in a row, effortlessly catching up to the diligent first-tier players. Unfortunately he only obtained a few pieces of white-tier equipment. He did manage to loot a spiritual tier skill book Ice Thorn, but since he had no use for it he simply sold it to Qian Meng, who was still online. Check attributes. Character Ye Xun cultivation chi condensation 10th layer 01000 basic attribute strength 56, physique 57, spirit 55, agility 56, divine sense 51, HP 4275, mana 4230, physical attack 575, magic attack 550, defense 296, movement speed 50. With an HP value of 4275, Ye Xun could not help but sigh at how overwhelmingly powerful the immortal artifact was. Other players at this stage, even those who had allocated all points to physique, only had around 2000 HP. Without the immortal artifact Ye Xun himself would only have roughly 2000 HP, but now his health had more than doubled. In the mid to late stages of the game, powerful players equipped with a full set of Earth tier or even Heaven tier equipment could significantly narrow the gap with Ye Xun. Unfortunately at present they struggled just to obtain spirit tier items, making the immortal artifact seem like a crushing advantage from a higher dimension. Ye Xun wondered whether his current attributes would be sufficient to tackle the Abyss secret realm. If even he could not clear it, then the game was simply too unfair. Ye Xun felt his way in the dark to the novice village's respawn point, and as expected the village chief was nowhere to be seen. The village chief's house was just a short distance from the respawn point. After a moment's thought, considering his high friendship level with the chief, he figured the old man probably wouldn't be too angry if he knocked on his door in the middle of the night to wake him and open the secret realm. Right. Ye Xun decided to give it a try. He turned into the chief's yard and looked around. The house was pitch black and utterly silent, not even a snore could be heard. A sense of foreboding crept over him. As expected, after knocking for a long time and calling out repeatedly, there was no response from inside the house. Could that lecherous old scoundrel have gone knocking on a widow's door in the middle of the night? Ye Xun was resigned. There was nothing he could do now. If the chief was sleeping alone, waking him up in the dead of night wouldn't be a big problem. But if he was in the midst of an intimate rendezvous with Widow Li, a rash interruption would definitely lower their friendship level by 100%. Besides, Ye Xun had no idea where Widow Li lived. Left with no choice, he logged off to sleep. The next morning after breakfast he logged back in with his sister, only to find the old man yawning continuously. Si Ning set off to seek apprenticeship at the Mirage Fairy Mansion while Ye Xun prepared to challenge the Abyss secret realm. However, to his dismay, the area around the village chief was crowded with players all queuing to start the secret realm trial. Not far away, some players who couldn't squeeze in looked on with frustration. Could these guys be from the War God Temple again? Starting a fight here didn't seem like a good idea. Ye Xun's eyes darted and he channeled his energy to shout loudly into the crowd, "Brother Village Chief." The goateed old man heard the call, looked outside, and his face lit up with joy. He quickly pushed through the wall of people and walked out saying, "Ah, it's you, kid. Ha ha ha. Ding. The village chief's friendship towards you has increased by 10. Current friendship level 50. Bosom friend." Ye Xun was a bit stunned. What was this about gaining friendship points just by meeting him? Could it be that Widow Li had served him well last night as thanks for the big favor he did the day before? You seem to have grown even stronger since I saw you last night. Ye Xun was wearing the ink rhyme seclusion bamboo, which blocked perception below the immortal level. The village chief had no idea about his true cultivation realm and could only guess based on intuition. He said modestly, "Yes, brother village chief, I've reached the 10th layer of chi condensation. I'd like to enter the Abyss secret realm now." There was another great fortune waiting for him with the chief. "All right. This old man will open it for you right now. Here are 30 spirit stones." Why be so formal between brothers? Honestly, just this once, don't do it again. The village chief feigned displeasure but snatched the spirit stones Ye Xun offered with swift hands. Ye Xun. Then under the envious gazes of those around him, Ye Xun cut the line and was sent into the abyss secret realm. Oh my. I actually ran into Ye Xun. Brother Ye Xun is so handsome. Why is the village chief so warm towards him? Exactly, seeing how chummy they were just now, I didn't dare to interrupt. As expected of Ye Xun, always doing the unexpected. I wonder what difficulty of secret realm he entered. Could it be the abyss mode? No way. I heard yesterday that our guild's Wu Lao couldn't even clear hard mode. I can't imagine how tough abyss is. I heard the guild leader of the Vajra guild entered the abyss secret realm yesterday and died within 5 minutes. I'd really like to go in and see it. Don't even think about it. It costs 30 spirit stones to enter once and it takes ages to save up. We can't just pick it carelessly. At this stage of the game, very few players had managed to increase their friendship with NPCs. Especially in a place like the novice village where every NPC was swarmed by a sea of players from the start. The NPCs were annoyed enough, gaining their friendship was extremely difficult. So now they were all puzzled, unable to understand how Ye Xun had achieved such a high level of interaction with the village chief. Soon a scene of Ye Xun chatting merrily with the village chief appeared on the forums. Ye Xun was seen laughing heartily with the novice village chief like old friends who regretted not meeting sooner. What unknown secrets lie behind this unusual spectacle? According to an insider, Ye Xun was spotted in the wilderness late last night, then seen rushing towards the novice village, after which his whereabouts became unknown. Meanwhile, the village chief was also seen sneaking out last night and his home was empty late into the night. Today the chief has dark circles, unsteady steps, a dazed expression and a lewd grin on his face. Could there be a love-hate entanglement between Ye Xun and the novice village chief that transcends age and gender? NPCs are just a set of data. Ye Xun's behavior is utterly depraved and beastly. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decay of morality? Fortunately, Ye Xun had no time to check the forums, or he would surely have spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it all. Spirit Valley Secret Realm. Spirit Valley was once a peaceful place beside the novice village, but now it is shrouded in mist and villagers have been disappearing one after another. Secret Realm difficulty Abyss Secret Realm hint: enter Spirit Valley Secret Realm, uncover the truth, resolve the calamity and restore the former peace of Spirit Valley. Ye Xun stood in the jungle at the entrance of Spirit Valley. Dismissing the prompt as useless nonsense, he was about to step into the valley when a rustling sound suddenly came from all around. Soon a large horde of monsters enough to scare any little girl to tears appeared in his field of vision. In Ask the Immortals, monsters are broadly divided into 2 modes. The first is the peaceful mode. In this mode, even if a player walks right up to a monster, turns around and farts in its face, the monster will not retaliate unless the player attacks first. Monsters in the leveling areas outside the novice village all operate under this mode. The second is the aggressive mode. When a player enters a monster's aggro range, they will be attacked. All major bosses, for instance, are set to aggressive mode by default. These ordinary monsters before him were no exception. Ye Xun activated his insight ability, Mist Spider, Common Beast, Chi Condensation, Layer 1, Health 2640, Spell Damage 264, Defense 132, Movement Speed 41, Weakness Abdomen Skill, Web Entangle, shoots a wad of web silk toward a target with a 30 chance to reduce the target's movement speed by 20 points for 5 seconds. Effect is stackable. Maximum range 8 meters. Blood Venom Centipede, Common Beast, Chi Condensation, Layer 1, Health 1320, Physical Damage 528, Others Omitted Skill, Bloodthirsty Venom Fang opens its sharp fangs to bite the target, dealing 650 physical damage and injecting poison, causing the target to lose 200 health per second for 5 seconds. Toxic Miasma Moth, Common Beast, Chi Condensation, Layer 1, Health 1260, Omitted Skill, Phosphorus Powder. Miasma flaps its wings, releasing phosphorus powder in a 10-meter fan-shaped area in front. Deals 528 spell damage to all targets touched with a 20 chance to paralyze the target for 5 seconds. They're all Chi Condensation Layer beasts. There were 15 of the 3 types of venomous creatures in total, each the size of a piglet. Their hideous appearances were enough to make anyone pale, and they rapidly encircled Ye Xun from all directions. Ye Xun gasped after checking the monster's attributes. By the player's usual classification, these were level 11 monsters, seemingly just 1 level higher than the novice village's Grey Wolves. However, a major realm separated them. From Chi Condensation to Foundation, establishment attributes take a huge leap. In Ask the Immortals, challenging a higher realm is an extremely difficult feat. Ye Xun stared intently at the approaching monsters, contemplating a feasible tactic. Not only are they Foundation establishment, but they also have ranged control poison. And they're even ganging up on me. No martial honor. No wonder no one had ever passed the Abyss secret realm in his past life. Even he was feeling the pressure now. It wasn't that these monsters were particularly troublesome, but this was only the first stage. He dared not imagine how powerful the subsequent bosses would be. There was no time to think further. The 15 monsters converged on him in a pincer formation. Ye Xun's face darkened. He instantly used sword step to flash behind a spider, then slashed upward, sword draw. Weak point attack. 764. Normal attack. Weak point attack. 509. With Ye Xun's attack speed of over 2, he struck twice per second. Squeak. The mist spider's body trembled and the hairs on its legs stood on end. Seeing this, Ye Xun had no time to land another blow. As the spider turned, he quickly retreated, narrowly dodging the centipede and moth that attacked from the side. The moth sprayed a cloud of phosphorus powder onto the centipede, but it dealt no damage. Damn. Even the monsters have preferential treatment, Ye Xun cursed under his breath. He certainly didn't want to be hit by the blood venom centipede's attack. The damage was secondary, with his divine grace skill poison posed little threat to Ye Xun. The main issue was that the centipede was utterly disgusting. Green nauseating mucus dripped from its fangs and a foul stench assailed his nostrils. Fortunately, the blood venom centipede's movement speed was slower than his. He ignored the centipede, focusing on killing the spiders that had the control skill. As for the fluttering moths, given Ye Xun's control immunity, even if he was hit by their control skill, the success rate was only about 10. He paid them no mind. The spider's control skill, however, was far more formidable. Its stackable nature meant that if Ye Xun was hit consecutively, his movement speed would drop directly to 0, effectively trapping him in place. Once immobilized, the outcome would be nothing short of tragic. Ye Xun would rather be gored by a boar than bitten by one of these piglet-sized centipedes. Those mouthparts were just too terrifying. Thankfully, the nightmare secret realm wasn't like this, or many players would probably be scared to tears. Normal attack. 443. Normal attack. Critical hit. 665. Normal attack. 443. Ding. You have slain a mist spider. Gained 40 cultivation points. A flicker of surprise crossed Ye Xun's eyes. He had actually landed a critical hit. The yellow damage number was truly beautiful. It was his first since the server launch. At this stage, players' critical hit rates were still too low. Even he was no exception. Landing a critical hit was an extremely difficult feat. Hit. Health 232. Tip: you have been afflicted with paralysis. Divine grace. Health 214. Divine grace. Health 18. Ye Xun's face darkened like ink. A control chance of less than 10, and it actually landed on him. The paralysis effect was terrifying, reducing movement speed, attack speed, senses. Everything by 50, and even extending skill cooldowns by 50. Seeing a centipede charging at him, its mouth wide open and venomous fangs bared. Damn! Ye Xun yelped. At the critical moment, he swiftly used sword step, appearing behind a moth. He viciously stabbed the same spot twice in a row. Normal attack. Weak point attack. 509. Normal attack. Weak point attack. Critical hit. 764. Ding. You have slain a toxic miasma moth. Gained 40 cultivation points. Having successfully evaded the centipede's attack range, Ye Xun breathed a sigh of relief and smoothed the goosebumps on his arms. Fortunately, his control immunity was high enough to reduce the moth's 5-second stun to just 1 second, or things would have been dire. There was no truly perfect person in the world, and Ye Xun was no exception. Although he was handsome, elegant, outstanding, and gifted. Aside from Si Ning, no one knew that he was actually terrified of bugs. Ye Xun spent an entire hour to slay all 15 grotesque venomous creatures, spending most of that time merely evading them. The 15 monsters of the first stage were nauseatingly repulsive. It would have been tolerable if they were only hideous, but they didn't even drop any loot. After replenishing his mana, Ye Xun continued deeper. At the valley's entrance, like sentinel guardians, lurked 10 beasts, lethal scorpions and bone-rotting serpents. All were elite demonic beasts at the first layer of Foundation establishment. In Asking the Immortals, monsters were divided into 3 tiers: common, elite, and boss. In the wild, slaying common monsters had a chance to spawn elites. Only after defeating elites could bosses potentially emerge. Ye Xun had only managed to slay the White Ape King because other players were fortunate enough to spawn the boss after defeating an elite White Ape. Other villages weren't so lucky, lagging behind village 404. Had it not been for this, Ye Xun would never have secured the first kill even with his transcendent attributes. As for demonic beasts, spirit beasts and celestial beasts, these ranks represented a monster's potential. Demonic beasts could only cultivate up to the golden core stage, while spirit beasts could break through that limit and continue. Pets followed the same classification. Players seeking pets would do best to choose spirit beasts or higher so their cultivation could keep pace into the later stages. Ding! You have slain a lethal scorpion, gaining 0 cultivation experience. Ye Xun was helpless, his experience bar was already full, preventing him from gaining further cultivation. The second stage wasted over an hour and still nothing dropped. It seemed the secret realm's rewards were concentrated and settled at the end. He eagerly anticipated the upcoming battle with the boss. The first 2 stages featured Foundation Establishment monsters, if the third stage, barring surprises, should host a Foundation Establishment boss. This time no one would steal the boss' first kill from him. After restoring his status, Ye Xun cautiously crawled to the valley entrance and peered inside. When he saw the situation, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least it's not a giant spider. Inside the valley was an enormous toad, motionless at the center, its body shimmering with green light as if in meditation. The toad was the size of a house, with a wide mouth and robust, powerful limbs. Its body was covered in rough, uneven warts like an impenetrable suit of armor exuding an imposing aura. Ye Xun activated his insight. Blood Jade Toad, the culprit behind the Spirit Valley's mutation. Once an ordinary toad, it underwent a terrifying mutation after devouring a mysterious pearl affecting the surrounding creatures and environment. Type: Demonic Beast Boss. Realm: Foundation Establishment, First Layer. HP 150000. Mana 80000. Physical Attack 740. Spell Attack 800. Defense 630. Movement Speed 61. Weaknesses: Crown Tongue. Skills: Leaping Strike, instantly leaps to any point within 50 meters, causing ground tremors in a 10-meter radius upon landing, launching all targets within range and dealing 130 physical damage. Cooldown 30 seconds. Tongue Lash extends its giant tongue to strike a single target within 20 meters, dealing 150 physical damage at extreme speed. Cooldown 10 seconds. Desperate Toxic Mist, when HP drops below 10, releases poison mist in a 50-meter radius around itself, dealing 800 poison damage per second to targets within the area. If it takes no damage for 10 seconds, it recovers 10 HP per second. The skill ends when HP is fully restored and the boss cannot move while the skill is active. Damn it! Ye Xun could only curse. The boss had 630 defense, his normal attacks couldn't even breach it. Fortunately, its attack wasn't high. It must be a physique-focused boss, explaining its thick skin and massive 150000 HP. According to the village chief, no chi condensation martial artist in the history of asking the immortals had ever cleared an abyss secret realm. Now he understood why. Even with his unique innate talent and a divine artifact, he found it daunting, let alone others. This was partly due to his balanced stat allocation. If he had focused entirely on strength, breaking through defense would have been trivial. But then his HP would be much lower and he definitely couldn't withstand the boss' third skill. Poison damage couldn't be mitigated by defense, it required poison resistance, which Ye Xun currently lacked. Shit. Losing 800 HP per second is utterly insane. Even the high damage was bad enough, but the most infuriating part was having to fight while enduring the poison mist. Otherwise the boss would rapidly regenerate health, creating an endless unwinnable loop. Ye Xun frowned deeply, racking his brain for a viable strategy. The first skill was manageable, low damage and just a knockback, which he didn't mind. The second skill, just a tongue lash, was also mediocre. For now the third skill was the most troublesome. How should I fight it? Exploit its weaknesses? Ye Xun stared at the house's eyes, toad utterly speechless. To hit the crown, would he need to dunk on it? As for the tongue, would he have to slide into the boss' mouth and strike it from within? Damn. The divine artifact quest was indeed difficult enough. The first subtask seemed like a simple delivery, but the prerequisite was clearing the Abyss Secret Realm, an unprecedented achievement. It was simply too unfair. Little brother, I've already joined the sect. I became a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Ethereal Phantom Palace, a very beautiful female elder. She seems to really like me. The communication bracelet flickered and Si Ning's cheerful voice rang out. Ye Xun felt relieved, at least his hard work hadn't been in vain. He had been somewhat worried earlier. Although his sister possessed the fake Abyss trial results, her innate talent was ultimately low and he wasn't sure if there would be complications. Now it seemed he had overthought it. Judging by his sister's words, the elder liked her, probably because of her looks. Even a female elder would be delighted to receive a beautiful female disciple. Truly a world that judges by appearance. I'm going to cook now. Do you want to log off? Ye Xun glanced at the time. It was already noon without him realizing. Technically with the game pod he didn't need to eat, the nutrient solution could sustain his Buddhist needs. But staying in for too long would certainly harm his health. Ye Xun frowned. Having come this far, leaving the secret realm now was impossible. But this final stage was a protracted battle that would likely take hours to conquer. He was glad he had switched to the game pod, otherwise even with his extraordinary physique enduring the Abyss secret realm's toll would have been difficult. I'm in the secret realm and won't be out anytime soon. I'll skip lunch. Ye Xun deactivated the divine blessing skill, gripped his sword and entered the valley. Whether I charge in or cower, it's the same outcome. My legs are numb from crouching, let's do this. As Ye Xun entered the valley, the blood jade toad immediately detected his presence. It snapped its eyes open, fixing its gaze upon the insignificant human as the green luminescence on its body swiftly dissipated, shifting into a combat-ready stance. With a low croak, Ye Xun gripped his sword hilt, chest out and head high, striding forward. As he neared the toad, a crimson flash streaked by. Hit. Health 666. Ye Xun was startled. The toad's tongue struck like lightning. He hadn't even time to react. He had thought this tongue-lashing skill was rather mediocre. Forcing his focus, he saw the toad let out a strange cry and leap toward him like a cannonball. Ye Xun dodged urgently, but the disparity in movement speed was too great. He barely escaped being crushed by its landing, yet couldn't evade the shockwave and was sent flying into the air. Hit. Health 577. As if that weren't enough, the toad flashed red again at Ye Xun, suspended midair. Hit. Health 444. The boss's basic attack was also a tongue lash, but without the extra damage of a skill. As Ye Xun touched the ground, another streak of red flew. Hit. Health 444. Damn. This is too much. The blood jade toad toyed with him like a plaything, unleashing a combo of torment. Ye Xun's face darkened like ink, his rage meter skyrocketing. In truth, the moment he was launched, his high crowd control immunity had cancelled the stagger, but being airborne made movement difficult, so he couldn't evade the toad's follow-up attacks. He glanced at his health bar, 2144, 4275. Divine Radiance could be toggled at will. Ye Xun had deactivated it earlier to drop his health below 30, enabling War Rage and entering a red-hot state. Such a move was perilous. Other players would deem him a madman courting death. Sword step. With a flash, Ye Xun charged furiously behind the blood jade toad, vowing to strike it hard and avenge the humiliation. Draw sword art. 1. What the? He had forgotten that draw sword art amplified final damage. Without breaking defense, it only dealt 1 point of force damage. A 50 boost was meaningless. At that moment he could almost see a glint of mockery in the toad's eyes. This is tough. I'll have to target its weak points. Ye Xun took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes and focused on the toad's mouth. He decided to test a tactic first, holding off on activating War Rage. With a low croak, a crimson streak shot out. That was the moment. Ye Xun sidestepped swiftly, dodging its tongue, then twisted his sword arm and slashed down. Draw sword art. Weak point attack. 390. Hell yes. If not for the temporary attack speed boost from draw sword art, hitting the toad's tongue would have been far harder. It struck fast and retracted just as quickly. This move demanded exceptional reflexes. Ordinary players could never pull it off. Ye Xun activated Insight to scan the boss blood jade toad, health 149,609, 150,000. With the tactic confirmed, he abandoned resistance and, swallowing his humiliation, began to take hits passively. A red flash then hit. Health 444. When his health dropped to 1256, Ye Xun immediately triggered War Rage, a faint crimson glow enveloping him. Attack and movement speed both increased by 30. Now at 65 movement speed he had surpassed the blood jade toad. My turn now. After a string of blows to the face, Ye Xun's rage meter was full. A swift tongue strike came and he countered with draw sword art. Weak point attack. 649. With superior movement speed, Ye Xun quickly evaded the landing zone, dodging the launch for the first time. War Rage is incredibly useful. He marveled, growing more adept with each exchange. Unfortunately, it lasted only 30 seconds before entering cooldown. He began to brainstorm new tactics. As the boss prepared another leap, Ye Xun's eyes darted. He sidestepped slightly, barely missing the toad's central descent, and was launched into the air, nearly brushing against its body. Hit. Health 577. Midair Ye Xun quickly cancelled the stagger, then found his footing climbing onto the toad's head. He aimed his sword and thrust repeatedly. Basic attack. Weak point. 260. Basic attack. Weak point. 260. 2 consecutive strikes to the weak point and Ye Xun was elated. This tactic works. I'm a damn genius. Exhilarated, he planned to keep stabbing from atop the toad's head, but the creature suddenly shook its head, flinging him off with such force he couldn't stay planted. It seemed exploiting a bug was impossible. Ye Xun rose, face dark, glaring at the blood jade toad. Ding. War Rage cooldown ended. With a snort he activated the skill and fought fiercely for 30 seconds. After the frenzy came a calm period. When the cooldown ended he surged again, tormenting the toad back and forth. Occasionally he consumed a replenishing powder to restore mana. 2.5 hours later, insight showed blood jade toad health 15250, 150000. Ye Xun cackled wickedly. Soon one more round of damage would force the toad to release its toxic gas. Activate Divine Radiance. Health 214. Health 214. The boss's poison wave dealt 800 poison damage per second. Divine Radiance could no longer be deactivated or he'd die faster. After fully recovering his health, Ye Xun dodged repeatedly, waiting for the boss to use its leap. To kill it while enduring the poison, he had to strike its weak point while it was immobile. But the tongue was unreachable, so he targeted the weak point on its head. With a croak, the blood jade toad leaped. Now. Ye Xun's eyes lit up. He repeated the maneuver, launched into the air, then climbed onto its head. Draw sword art. Weak point attack. 390. Blood jade toad health 14860, 150000. With that strike the boss's health plummeted below 10. It froze in place, trembling as green mist billowed from its body. Desperate poison wave. Ye Xun gripped his sword with both hands and plunged it deep into the toad beneath him. Basic attack. Weak point. 260. Poisoned. 800. Divine Radiance. Health 214. The cold gleaming longsword stabbed into its head. Withdrew. Stabbed again. The toad shuddered violently, spewing poison continuously, but remained motionless. At such times draw sword art was useless if the sheathing and unsheathing wasted time, hindering his 2 strikes per second output. Better not to use it. When Ye Xun's health dropped to just over 900, he quickly activated War Rage. Basic attack. Weak point. 433. The next second a thin layer of golden light enveloped him. Ding. You triggered the skill, Divine Protection, health forcibly retained at 1 point. 3 seconds of invincibility. During that time he took no damage but couldn't recover health. Divine Radiance was ineffective. Ye Xun ignored everything and continued his furious assault. Basic attack. Weak point. 433. After 3 seconds the golden light faded. Health 2134. Instantly restored to 50 health after invincibility. Ye Xun flashed a sly grin and activated insight to scan the blood jade toad health 741-015-0000. Finally within kill range. Shadow kill. 433. 7500. With a mournful croak the pitiful blood jade toad slowly perished in disgrace. Ding. System announcement. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to player Qianmeng for successfully clearing the Nightmare Level 100 Flowers Secret Realm in the Novice Village for the first time, rewarded with 500 reputation points, 300 low-grade spirit stones and 10 free attribute points. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to player Qianmeng for achieving the Novice Village Nightmare Secret Realm clearance achievement, rewarded with the permanent title, Nightmare Hunter. I title effect 3 effect against alien skills. All title effects can be stacked. Ye Xun had been battling the boss for 3 hours and was now utterly exhausted, lying on the ground gasping for breath, not wanting to move at all, quietly waiting for the system to settle the results. When clearing the nightmare difficulty or above, a system announcement will be triggered. Ye Xun was not surprised by the content of the announcement. His sister had said after finishing the Nightmare Secret Realm yesterday that even without a divine weapon, with her mystic weapon and mystic level skills, she could almost clear it. Other players, if their aptitude is exceptionally outstanding, may have lower requirements for equipment and skill configurations. Qianmeng possesses a mystic level weapon, though it's unclear what skills it has, but it certainly has spirit level skills which were sold to her by Ye Xun. If she could clear the nightmare difficulty relying solely on spirit level skills, then her aptitude should be higher than that of his sister. However, although Qianmeng also cleared the Nightmare Secret Realm, she did not receive the extra reward of 3 free attribute points from the system since she was not the first in the server to clear it. The forum was abuzz with discussions. Many players had already reached the 10th level of the Qi condensation stage, but it had taken this long for the second player to clear the Nightmare Secret Realm. This illustrates the immense difficulty of the Nightmare Secret Realm. Wenxian by Shaoxing had entered the Nightmare Secret Realm 3 times in a row, all ending in failure, but he did not leave empty-handed. He compiled a relatively complete guide and clearance requirements. 1. Either a mystic weapon, mystic level skills. 2. Or full spirit equipment, at least 2 spirit level skills. 3. Average aptitude must be above 40 points. Such requirements dashed the hopes of most players. Now the forum was curious as to why Ye Xun, the top player of the game, had not yet cleared the secret realm. At this moment, ding. System announcement. Congratulations to player Ye Xun for being the first to clear the Abyss-level Spirit Valley secret realm in the Novice Village, rewarded with 1000 reputation points, 500 low-grade spirit stones and 15 free attribute points. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to player Ye Xun for achieving the Novice Village Abyss Secret Realm clearance achievement, rewarded with the permanent title, Abyss Walker I. Title effect 5 effect against alien skills. All title effects can be stacked. Ding. System announcement. As the first player in the server to clear the Novice Village Abyss Secret Realm, Ye Xun received an additional reward of 1000 reputation points and 5 free attribute points. Ding. System announcement. Ye Xun is the first person to clear the Novice Village Abyss Secret Realm since its creation, shaking the heavens and the earth. Reward Heavenly Dao Treasure Void Breaking Talisman. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to player Ye Xun for killing the Foundation Establishment stage boss, the Bloodthirsty Toad. Achieved the unique achievement, first kill of the Foundation Establishment stage boss. Rewarded with 1000 reputation points, 500 low-grade spirit stones, all innate attributes 1, all basic attributes 6. The announcement rang out 15 times, buzzing in the minds of all online players. Some players were distracted, standing there in a daze, and then were bitten to death by a creature. The forum exploded. Originally receiving much attention, Qianmeng's popularity instantly fizzled out like a splash of water. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Did the system glitch? Who threw a bomb in my head? Damn. Focus on the point: the clearance of the Abyss Secret Realm. It is said that even ordinary monsters in the Abyss Secret Realm are at the Foundation Establishment stage. Those who entered couldn't even get past the first level. No wonder it's Ye Xun. Taking on a Foundation Establishment stage boss, Ye Xun is phenomenal. Spread the word: the boss was obliterated by Ye Xun. 6. Even with a divine weapon, Ye Xun couldn't clear the Abyss Secret Realm, which is enough to prove by Xiaosheng's guess is correct. Ye Xun's innate aptitude must be above 50. Previously someone on the forum said he was disabled. If that's pure nonsense. Not necessarily. The innate aptitude test measures talent. Perhaps Ye Xun is a postnatal disability, but it doesn't affect his talent. Isn't it said that when heaven opens a door for you, it must close a window? No, from a philosophical perspective, perfection is a challenge to the natural order. It breaks the rhythm of the rise, fall, and growth that things should have, opposing the laws of nature. Natural laws will destroy perfect things, returning them to a dynamic balance more in line with their essence. Could the person upstairs please speak in human language? Thank you. Actually, I think it might not necessarily be an aptitude issue, since they both had divine weapons. Ye Xun might not have cleared the abyss due to poor execution. Damn. Ye Xun just hit the jackpot. Now he has gained an additional 48 attribute points plus the previous system rewards. He must have nearly 20 more levels of attributes than us. This is so unbalancing. Does Ye Xun not have a guild? Why not create one? I want to join. What just happened? Ye Xun is phenomenal. The leaders of various guilds looked grim. They had originally planned to quickly find a Foundation Establishment stage boss to secure the first kill once they left the Novice Village, but they never expected Ye Xun to get there first. As for the upcoming first kill of the Golden Core stage boss, they had no confidence left. Given Ye Xun's growth speed, he might take it down again ahead of time. This was truly the worst news for them, as the rewards for boss first kills were incredibly generous. A top-tier force in Huaxia commanding fear wherever they go is now being suppressed by a lone player. How humiliating is that? It seems we need to find a way to curb Ye Xun's growth. What plans do you have? Spit it out. Many times it is not only when you directly harm others that it counts as a crime. When you block someone else's path, it is also seen as a sort of crime. Ding. Congratulations on killing the Foundation Establishment stage boss Bloodthirsty Toad, earning 0 cultivation points. As your innate aptitude has reached the limit, the reward has been changed to source liquid of strength, source liquid of physique. Celestial charm elixir, which has been placed in your bag and is tradable. Not only were the players dazzled by the system announcements, but even Ye Xun was the same. In fact, he heard 2 more announcements than the other players. Regaining his senses, Ye Xun felt pain at the wasted cultivation points, forced himself to perk up, and with a sideways wave of his hand collected everything dropped by the boss into his bag without even looking. In the game, when a player is killed, they are given 10 minutes to collect the drops. If they do not collect within that time, anyone can take them, but they will only be preserved for a maximum of 20 minutes. If no one collects within 20 minutes, the items will completely disappear. After resting for a while, Ye Xun finally stood up and began to examine the items in his bag. Nothing dropped in the first 2 levels, but the final settlement was indeed a jackpot, filling all 20 slots in his bag. It seems he needs to get a storage ring soon. Ye Xun opened his backpack, and what caught his eye was a pile of spirit stones. With the system's rewards, he now possessed a total of 1265 stones. Compared to players who exploited the game for free, he was undoubtedly a millionaire. At this stage, most players were severely impoverished. Even after grinding in the game warehouse for a whole day, they could only manage to acquire around 40 to 50 low-grade spirit stones, while the game wristbands fared even worse, yielding only about 20 to 30 stones. Their spirit stones were needed not only to purchase recovery potions but also to open secret realms and use teleportation arrays. They were quite strapped for resources. With the game just launched, the shortage of spirit stones led to inflated prices. Currently, 1 spirit stone could be sold for 50 Huaxia coins. While wandering in the novice village, Ye Xun saw members of a guild standing at the resurrection point, loudly calling out to buy spirit stones. Some players with poor finances simply chose not to venture into secret realms, remaining in the novice village to grind monsters for spirit stones to sell. To be fair, working hard for a day to earn over 1,000 Huaxia coins wasn't a big deal. It was even better than working a regular job. Of course, as the supply of spirit stones increased, their value compared to cash would gradually diminish. Ye Xun recalled that in his previous life, when he entered the game, the ratio had already dropped to 1:1. Ye Xun rubbed his hands together and took out the heavenly Dao treasure he had just received from the system. The announcement stated that this was a reward only given to the first person to clear the Abyss secret realm. Ye Xun was somewhat shocked. Being the first person to clear it rather than just a player implied that even NPCs were included. This information was quite overwhelming, and he found it hard to comprehend at that moment. Never mind, they'll ask the village elder about it later. Void-breaking talisman, a heavenly Dao level treasure. Can be used in the immortal realm to randomly teleport to a location on the 9 heavens continent, usable in any state, undeterred by any barrier, and can teleport 1 person at a time. Ye Xun was bewildered. Is this what they call a heavenly Dao treasure? He felt quite disappointed. This item, while it could be considered powerful, was not particularly useful. Just by using it now, he could skip the teleportation array and directly leave the novice village for the 9 heavens continent. But what was the point? Was it just to save 30 low-grade spirit stones in teleportation fees? Or perhaps to escape from an unbeatable enemy when trapped by a barrier using the void-breaking talisman? But that too seemed rather insignificant. Players wouldn't actually die. At worst, they would be killed once and resurrect back, losing just 1 level. Even if all levels were lost, it wouldn't be a big deal for Ye Xun. Restoring his cultivation was quite simple. He could just grind monsters and defeat bosses. The real challenge in this game was breaking through realms. After the second transition, each realm could trap a large number of players. In that sense, the void-breaking talisman was indeed optional. Wait. Ye Xun suddenly thought, once the game merges with reality, in the future, players would no longer have resurrection abilities. If they died, it would be for real. At that time, the void-breaking talisman might truly be of great use. With this thought, Ye Xun suppressed his urge to complain and stored it away, looking at other items. There was something dazzling with a 7-colored glow in his backpack, and Ye Xun's expression turned excited. 7-colored glow. He knew that unowned immortal artifacts emitted red light while divine artifacts were black and colorful. This was a being above divine artifacts which had only ever existed in legends. Almost no one, including the natives of Ask Immortals, had seen anything above divine artifacts except for Ye Xun. His Nuwa stone was a sacred level treasure emitting multicolored. Now it was 7-colored. Could it be an existence of even higher grade than sacred level treasures? Impossible, right? Ye Xun's hands trembled with excitement as he hurriedly took it out. 7-colored lollipop, a special fashion type treasure. Legend has it that 800 years ago, Master Wu Wei of the Qi sect dreamed of a candy from another world one day, was fond of its shape, and thus replicated it using 7-colored soft silver and heavenly casting stone along with 15 rare materials. Can be worn as a melee weapon, forcibly changing the weapon's appearance. Additional attributes: critical hit 10, control hit increase 20, target weakness area enlarged by 50. Special effect when used by females: charm 10, when used by males: charm 10. Characteristics: non-removable, cannot be completely destroyed below divine artifact level and will automatically repair if damaged. Ye Xun. A toad actually possesses such a peculiar item. The 7-colored lollipop, which changes the appearance of melee weapons like swords, knives and spears. He could use it. The additional attributes were also very valuable. Moreover, it wasn't an equipment piece, so it didn't occupy an equipment slot, meaning having it was equivalent to having an extra piece of equipment, which was extremely valuable. Non-removable. Ye Xun frowned. The non-removable characteristic indicated that it wasn't suitable for use on chi condensation. Spirit tools as equipment would soon need to be replaced, and it would be wasteful to use it on unranked immortal artifacts. The special effects also left him speechless. Male users would lose charm by 10, thinking about it, a big man holding a lollipop does seem a bit off, and a decrease in charm is only natural. Sigh. Ye Xun momentarily didn't know how to deal with it. It wouldn't suit a melee weapon since Si Ning was a ranged character. I must say this lollipop is really beautiful. The top candy body is a flat disc shape adorned with 7-colored spiral patterns that emit an enchanting glow, almost making him smell its sweet fragrance. The stick in the middle is carved with mysterious patterns exuding elegance and nobility. If adorned on a weapon, it would undoubtedly captivate female players, making it exceptionally flashy and eye-catching. Moreover, there were those 2 valuable attributes it provided. Ye Xun felt that in the eyes of certain people it might be comparable to an immortal artifact. Never mind, they'll sell it off later in the later stages of the game, it should fetch a good price. Ye Xun put it away with a hint of tears. This Abyss secret realm truly was extraordinary, with 2 bizarre items in a row making Ye Xun look forward to what was next. The third item was a bead emitting a faint green glow. Yin Yang poison bead, the culprit behind the mutation of the blood jade toad originating from the ancient poison sect. It once instilled fear and revulsion in countless people, yet was coveted by those with sinister intentions. Use 1, assists in cultivating poison techniques, doubling the efficiency. Use 2, placing it in a water source can contaminate a vast area. The contaminated water is colorless and odorless, yet lethally toxic. Only immortal grade or higher antidote pills can neutralize it, and the bead vanishes after use. Use 3, if severely poisoned, swallow it to counteract the venom. It can cure any poison below the immortal grade and suppress immortal grade toxins for a period, after which the bead disappears. Use 4, destroy it with an immortal grade or higher artifact to gain 1,000,000 reputation points. Ye Xun. Another peculiar item it seemed. He had no need for the first use, as the Violet Cloud Sword sect's techniques weren't poison-based. The second was too malevolent, he might only employ it against a particularly despised sect he couldn't defeat. Contaminating the water source could likely affect an entire sect, and even if they possessed immortal grade antidotes they'd be scarce, saving only a few. No wonder this thing inspired such dread, it was truly a tool for ruthless annihilation. Ye Xun didn't believe had ever used the Yin Yang poison bead's ability. The NPCs in Asking the Immortals were living beings. Death was final. Justice had its proper course, and he wished to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. As for the third use, like the void-breaking talisman, it might become vital after the game merged with reality, potentially a life-saving treasure. From that perspective the bead was valuable. As for the fourth use, he possessed the immortal artifact Ink Rhyme Secluded Bamboo, allowing immediate destruction. 1,000,000 reputation points. Early in the game reputation was useless, but once the reputation shop opened its worth would be immense. Ye Xun recalled a forum post from his past life ranking the most important things for players in Asking the Immortals. Players argued endlessly, some claimed divine artifacts, others enlightenment. Reputation points were nominated and ranked highly. This highlighted their importance. After a moment's hesitation Ye Xun tucked the bead back into his bag. He could use it later when the need arose. Sigh. A good thing but useless for now. When he took out the fourth item tears welled up instantly. Blood Jade Toad Inner Core permanently increases poison resistance by 20. Finally something usable and practical. Without a word Ye Xun consumed it. Ding. You have consumed the Blood Jade Toad Inner Core. Poison resistance 20. If he fought the Blood Jade Toad again its poison damage would drop from 800 to 640. Profound Grade Enlightenment Fruit elevates a maxed out Spirit Grade upgradable skill to Profound Grade. Enlightenment fruits were guaranteed drops from boss first kills and Ye Xun needed one. He could use it once his sword step skill reached full proficiency. Azure Scale Armor Earth Grade Artifact. Equip Requirement Foundation Establishment Male. Bonus attributes physique 24, defense 50, HP 500, critical resistance 10. Attached skill, slow activates to reduce the movement speed of all targets within a 30-meter radius by 20 for 30 seconds. Cost 500 mana. Cooldown 120 seconds. Ye Xun caressed the azure scale armor with delight, long dissatisfied with his mortal wolf hide coat. It offered few attributes and looked ugly. Now with the azure scale armor he could equip it after reaching foundation establishment. Truly an earth-grade artifact, besides ample attributes it came with a highly practical skill. Ye Xun often encountered monsters faster than himself, but with slow he could better showcase his skills. It also offered security when fleeing from unbeatable foes, making escape easier. Besides the earth-grade armor there were 2 profound-grade artifacts: azure pattern armor profound grade. Wearable by male cultivators at foundation establishment. Bonus attributes physique 15, defense 25, HP 250. Water cloud belt profound grade. Wearable at foundation establishment. Bonus attributes physique 12, HP 200, mana 300. That was all, 3 pieces of equipment. After leaving the secret realm, Ye Xun reappeared at the novice village's resurrection point. From the surrounding chatter he learned his azure scale armor had made it onto the equipment leaderboard. The leaderboard only listed earth-grade artifacts and above. Currently only 2 lonely items were on it, both owned by Ye Xun, earning envy from countless players. Hey! Ye Xun is out. Ah, Ye Xun. Can I take a photo with you? Ye Xun, I'm a reporter from Mango TV. Can I have an exclusive interview? I'm from First Satellite TV, come to our station for an interview. Can you share the strategy for the Abyss secret realm? I'll pay $100. Ye Xun, I want to bear your child. A rough howl suddenly rang out, startling everyone. Though the server had only been open for a short while, Ye Xun had already garnered a considerable following. His female fans in particular were exceptionally numerous, for not only was he remarkably skilled but he also possessed the top-ranked appearance on the young masters list, which piqued their curiosity immensely. Strangely enough, no matter how much the forums dug, they simply could not unearth a single photo of Ye Xun, nor could they find any information on Si Ning. Whenever a post exposing their identities appeared, it would be deleted in an instant. Other players, however, did not enjoy such special treatment. Some players on the rankings had already had their identities revealed. This made Ye Xun and Ning Xin's backgrounds all the more enigmatic and mysterious. Ye Xun enjoyed liveliness, but he did not enjoy crowds. So with a swift sword step he broke out of the encirclement and quickly arrived before the village chief. Elder village chief, I have cleared it, he said, displaying his achievement of conquering the Abyss secret realm. The village chief had promised him a fortune. Good lad. To think you actually managed to clear it. You should know this secret realm was once not restricted to the newbie village. Any cultivator in the chi condensation stage from the 9 Heavens continent could challenge it, yet no one had ever succeeded before. The village chief exclaimed in admiration. His words carried a great deal of information. According to him, the newbie village was once freely accessible. Ye Xun was somewhat surprised. It turned out that the system announcement's claim of being the first to clear was far more significant than he had thought. He had initially wondered, with so few NPCs in the newbie village, wasn't it only natural that no one had cleared it? Was the system making such a big deal out of nothing? But the 9 Heavens continent was vast and boundless, teeming with talent. Why had no one cleared it? Although Ye Xun possessed a divine artifact, he was not the only one in the 9 Heavens continent with such a treasure. The leaders of those Hegemon-level sects could certainly have given divine artifacts to their offspring to challenge the secret realm. That no one had ever cleared it was utterly baffling. Now he finally understood why the rewards from the Abyss secret realm were all so peculiar. It was because no one had ever taken them, and they had been accumulating all along. The village chief called over an NPC instructing him to continue opening the secret realm and teleportation array for the players, then led Ye Xun back to his home. The surrounding players watched with strange expressions. The forums had analyzed the relationship between Ye Xun and the village chief. The mechanics of NPC favorability had been made public, and some players had even achieved feats of increasing it. But the familiarity between Ye Xun and the village chief suggested an absurdly high level of favorability. They had no idea how Ye Xun had managed it. He always seemed capable of accomplishing what others could not. Lad Ye, I know what you're thinking. Back then, equipment above the divine artifact level and items of immense power were not allowed into the secret realm. There were many restrictions. Otherwise, a powerful cultivator could easily craft a talisman for a junior to carry, and the secret realm's monsters would be reduced to ashes. Ye Xun was speechless. The restriction was indeed reasonable. Ever since the newbie village was cut off from the 9 Heavens continent, the secret realm has lain in disuse. Though abandoned, the monsters within did not perish, they were actually generated by formations. This time with you people from another world arriving, the secret realm was reopened and all the restrictions were lifted. Perhaps the secret realm assumed that without any background or influence here you wouldn't obtain any immensely powerful treasures. Little did it expect that you lad would acquire a divine artifact and exploit that loophole. This, Ye Xun was stunned. At that moment what occupied his mind was not how the village chief had seen through his mask being a divine artifact, but rather, if he hadn't brought the divine artifact he surely wouldn't have been able to defeat the blood toad. Without the divine artifact his health pool was only a little over 2,000. The toad's third skill poisoned him for 800 health per second. Even with his divine blessing skill he couldn't withstand more than a few seconds. But wasn't this too absurd? He had a perfect innate talent of 100. And the innate skill bestowed by Nuwa. Not just among the players but even among the original inhabitants of Quest for Immortality there might not be anyone as gifted as him. If even he couldn't beat the secret realm, then what was the point of its existence? Ye Xun couldn't help but voice this doubt. The village chief was silent for a long moment before saying, in truth the secret realm does not select for talent. It seeks to find a miracle. After the ancient golden age the immortal quest realm has been in steady decline. Throughout the endless ages no true god has ever appeared. In the last 10,000 years even beings at the immortal level have vanished. Yet the immortal quest realm, though seemingly peaceful, is fraught with peril. At any moment a brutal invasion from another realm could occur and we would all be like fish on a chopping block. From ancient times to the present the immortal quest realm has suffered numerous calamities. Countless great cultivators have stepped forward one after another to battle the enemies only to meet their end. We need the protection of a true god. Ye Xun fell silent. These were things he had not known in his past life. At this moment the village chief had shed his usual mischievous demeanor, appearing instead like a wise hermit deeply concerned for his country and people. He continued, but no one knows what it takes to become a true god. Countless prodigies of unparalleled talent have met their downfall, all stopping short before that threshold. This is the miracle the secret realm seeks. It originally wanted to find someone who could clear it without relying on external aids, though even we don't know how one could accomplish that. Ye Xun was at a loss for words. He had been feeling quite pleased with himself, but this old man's words were like a blow to the head, shattering his complacency in an instant. I cleared it by cheating, which goes against the secret realm's original purpose. So does that mean I don't possess the qualities of a true god? The village chief shook his head with a wry smile. Not at all. The secret realm selection was merely a vision of the predecessors. In reality everyone has the potential to become a true god. Those great cultivators were not all prodigies in their youth. Some were beggars, some fought with stray dogs for food, and some had such poor talent that even minor sects scorned them. Conversely, there were those born with auspicious signs and extraordinary talent, blessed with a noble family and a smooth early life, yet they ultimately halted before the true immortal realm, and some even died young. In this world nothing is absolute. One's starting point does not determine one's destination. Do not sell yourself short. With your talent, lad, you are destined for greatness. Ye Xun nodded, accepting this dose of comfort. He hadn't been disheartened in the first place. If the end of one's life was predetermined from the start, if someone told him you will surely become a true god one day, then life would lose its meaning. What he enjoyed was groping forward through the mist, sculpting himself in the unknown, making each step a conscious choice of fate rather than a passive slide along a predetermined track. Ye Xun set aside these thoughts and looked at the village chief, asking seriously, "Elder village chief, could you be a senior master of supreme cultivation? Is your identity as village chief merely a pastime for you to roam the mortal world?" This old man was familiar with ancient secrets, understood the present state of affairs, spoke words of wisdom with substance, and could even see through his mask as a divine artifact. He was certainly no ordinary person. Could it be that his divine artifact mask was given by the village chief? Perhaps his earlier claims of ignorance were all a deliberate act of deception. The village chief rolled his eyes. A great master. Nonsense. I've cultivated for decades and only reached the golden core stage. Ye Xun was speechless. Decades of cultivation just to reach golden core. He found it hard to believe. Unfortunately, the Ink Shadow Bamboo Grove couldn't scan NPC information. As for the mask, it made no sense for the chief to gift him an immortal artifact for no reason. Perhaps it was from someone else. "Elder chief, you promised me a great opportunity. Hand it over." The old man paused mid-stroke of his beard. He had nearly forgotten, and now he realized why the young man was so eager today. "It's like this, I have an ancestor," the chief recalled. According to ancient records, he left behind a few items for a destined one. Ancient records. Ye Xun frowned. So the items aren't in the newbie village. Indeed. Many years ago, before the village was sealed off from the Nine Heavens continent, my ancestor left them there. Do you know what they are? No, he didn't specify, perhaps a cultivation legacy or a divine weapon. Anything is possible. Ye Xun nodded and cut to the chase. So you want to tell me the location of the legacy now? The old man had stayed in the village unaware of the Nine Heavens continent's current state. The legacy might not even remain. Moreover, if his ancestor chose to leave the legacy outside, he was likely a rogue cultivator. Rogue cultivators were either weak or extraordinary, yet even the strongest might not surpass the top figures of dominant sects. Now that he was about to become a personal disciple of a dominant sect and learn its core techniques, Ye Xun felt little interest in a rogue cultivator's legacy. Disappointment flickered within him. But adhering to the principle that every bit counts, he decided to claim it anyway. At least he could sell it for some spirit stones. The village chief seemed to read his thoughts and snorted proudly. Let me tell you, boy, my ancestor was an immortal-level powerhouse. Ye Xun was stunned. An immortal-level powerhouse. In the Nine Heavens continent today, not a single immortal existed. Such a figure was truly legendary. An immortal-level legacy must be no ordinary thing. Could this truly be a great fortune? Ye Xun's interest surged. But then why was the descendant of such a powerful being so mediocre? Only at the golden core stage at his advanced age. Ye Xun kept a straight face but inwardly mocked the old man. Claiming to be at golden core without shame, who would believe such brazen talk? Where is the legacy? The chief chuckled awkwardly. I'm not sure of the exact location. My ancestor left a token. Wait here. He rose and went into the inner room, returning shortly with a box. Inside lay a small broken jade fragment. Its surface was mottled, its shape uneven, and it looked utterly ordinary. A complete jade pendant can open the legacy's barrier. This is only 1/5. My ancestor left this piece at home, you must find the rest. Ye Xun was not disappointed but rather more thrilled. In quest for immortality, the better the reward, the harder the task. His divine artifact quest, for instance, had 3 subtasks: complex, tantalizing, and exhausting. The chief's ancestor deliberately left a broken jade to test later generations. Such a convoluted, challenging task surely promised an exceptional reward. Do you have any leads on the other pieces? No, but I know this: as long as you carry this fragment, it will resonate when another piece is nearby. Ye Xun frowned. So if other cultivators hold fragments, they'll sense mine when we meet. Exactly. The chief said approvingly. You're quick-witted, boy. Ye Xun was not grateful for the praise, only thinking how troublesome this immortal-level test was. To gather all 5 fragments required both strength and luck. It was like raising a goo, selecting the most suitable heir. Take it. May you obtain my ancestor's legacy. Ye Xun took the jade, and information flooded his mind. Immortal jade, once an ordinary pendant nourished by an immortal, it now bears a unique purpose. Drops upon death, and if destroyed, randomly reforms somewhere in the Nine Heavens continent. Ding. Congratulations on accepting the Abyss-level hidden quest, Immortal Treasure. Quest hint: collect the remaining jade fragments. Current progress 15. Reward unknown, penalty none. Indeed, an Abyss-level hidden quest, but not a unique one. That meant someone else already held a fragment and had accepted the same quest. And it was definitely an NPC from the Nine Heavens continent, not a player. Given his current cultivation, being sensed would be a huge problem. But with the ink shadow bamboo grove, he could shield himself. Hopefully it could also suppress the immortal jade's fluctuations. As expected of an Abyss-level hidden quest, each one was incredibly difficult. In his past life, Ye Xun had never heard of anyone completing such a quest. Perhaps someone succeeded but kept it secret, though that seemed unlikely. Take this quest for instance. Even if someone in the Nine Heavens continent was incredibly lucky and collected 4 fragments, how could they obtain the one in the newbie village? Only cultivators at the true immortal realm or above could enter the village. The quest design was absurd. The chief's family was also cunning. Generation after generation they kept the fragment locked in the village. Ye Xun didn't know what to say. If he hadn't befriended the chief and increased his favorability, this fragment might never have seen the light of day. Thank you, Elder Chief. The chief waved his hand, returning to his carefree demeanor. You're talented, boy, and I like you. That's why I gave you this. If you succeed, don't forget to bring me some specialties from the Nine Heavens continent, like a pretty young lady or 2. Ye Xun was speechless. This old lecher used to hide his interest in widowly, but now he made no effort to conceal his perversity. Was his cultivation really that low? Otherwise, why not become a flower thief? That would be a promising career. The wind blows bleakly, the river Yi is cold. Outside the teleportation array, the village chief sighed, his face filled with reluctance. Ye Xun's face darkened. Village chief, old pal, where did you learn that line? A little fellow from another world mentioned it when he was muttering to himself. It's quite poetic. The village chief asked curiously, I feel like there's more to that line. What's the rest? Ye Xun forced a smile. It doesn't matter. It fits the occasion, but don't use it again. With that he stepped onto the teleportation array. Village chief, old pal, once I become an immortal, I'll come back to take you out. I'll gift you a brothel in Xiao City. Bah. A den of iniquity. Do you take me for such a superficial man? I seek true love. True love, do you understand? But since you insist, it's a deal. A gentleman's word is his. Ye Xun rolled his eyes and teleported away instantly, lest he be sickened if he stayed any longer. The divine artifact quest, here I come. Xiao City. The premier city of the Xiao continent. Ye Xun stepped out of the teleportation array and gazed upon the scene. Intricately carved beams, jade towers and golden palaces, flying eaves and interlocking brackets adorned with lifelike reliefs of mythical beasts. There were even floating jade pavilions in the sky, radiating a soft halo that blended with the swirling immortal mist, dreamlike and enchanting. On the wide bluestone streets the crowd flowed like a river, clad in brocade robes and silks, their immortal aura swirling, a vision of celestial beings. Shops lining the streets displayed a dazzling array of goods, vendors' cries rose and fell, and within the taverns and tea houses cups clinked and the melodies of strings and woodwinds lingered in the air. It was a scene of bustling prosperity. Compared to this, the novice village was an entirely different world. In his past life Ye Xun had been on the Xiao continent, but he had only visited Xiao City once. Back then he had joined a small sect, spending his days doing chores and practicing basic swordsmanship, rarely venturing out. For one, the road from the sect to Xiao City was fraught with danger, for another, he was short on funds. In a place like Xiao City, without money one could hardly move a step, and coming here would be meaningless. But in this life he would likely be dealing with Xiao City often. Ye Xun noticed that gazes kept flicking toward him and people were sending voice transmissions. He guessed it must be players from some guild stationed by the teleportation array. Some players had already left the novice village, those who were impatient or believed they had no hope of clearing the nightmare dungeon. Especially the big guilds, while their leaders were still trying to conquer the nightmare dungeon, they had sent some members ahead to scout. They know we'll join the Xiao sword sect, so they're here to keep tabs on me. Truly wealth moves hearts. Ye Xun sneered coldly and strode toward the city gate, hoping to complete his apprenticeship before nightfall. Fighting was forbidden in Xiao City if these people could do nothing but watch him. Phoenix Rest Pavilion. As he passed a brothel, the sound of music and song drifted out, and Ye Xun couldn't help but slow his pace. Oh young master, won't you come in and relax? Our ladies are skilled in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, charming and lovely. We guarantee you'll be thoroughly entertained. In Ask the Immortal, there were indeed brothels, but just stepping through the door cost over 1,000 spirit stones, and that only allowed you to sit in the audience and listen to some chaste songstresses play tunes. If you wanted a private room, it would cost at least 10,000 spirit stones. As for engaging in those activities, that was also possible, with prices ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of spirit stones per session. When the exchange rate between spirit stones and cash eventually dropped to 1 ton, that would mean tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of Chinese yuan per session, quite expensive. And even then the ladies weren't particularly beautiful. There were beauties in the brothels like the courtesans, but most sold only their art, not their bodies, and their cultivation was considerable. To become a courtesan's private guest for a night of passion wasn't something money alone could achieve. So the cost-effectiveness of visiting a brothel for such purposes was very low. The only advantages were legality and freedom from disease. And next time for sure. Ye Xun felt a longing, but alas, his purse was light. Still, it wasn't that he wanted to do such things, he merely wished to broaden his horizons. After all, such places only existed in novels and TV dramas shrouded in mystery. One day I must go inside and take a stroll to experience the joy of listening to tunes in a pleasure house. Ye Xun silently resolved and turned to rush out of the city. Humph. A penniless wretch in animal hides. Next time don't bother with his kind. Yes. As soon as Ye Xun left the city he was surrounded. Hey Ye Xun, hello there. Called a man like a mystery. The leader stepped forward with a fake smile, greeting him slowly. That name. Ye Xun found it both ridiculous and amusing. He swept his gaze around and saw roughly 1,000 people. From the War God Hall. No, we're from the Brotherhood. You must have heard of us, right? A man like a mystery said proudly. In recent years the Brotherhood had dominated various online games and anyone who regularly played games knew of their formidable reputation. Oh, never heard of it. Without his past life memories Ye Xun truly wouldn't have known as he had never played games. In his past life the top guild on the Chinese server of Ask the Immortal was the Brotherhood. It was said they had 4 leaders known as the 4 young masters of the capital, each with a formidable background and immense resources firmly suppressing other guilds. A man like a mystery snorted coldly. Ye Xun, it seems you're not very friendly toward our Brotherhood. Ye Xun chuckled. Not having heard of your guild's name means I'm unfriendly. These people were truly used to being domineering. Humph. I won't waste words. Our guild leader wants to buy your divine artifact. Name your price. Not for sale. Don't rush. I haven't finished. If you sell us the divine artifact our Brotherhood can make you a protector. If you directly hand it over even the position of Hall Master isn't out of the question. Ye Xun's expression turned odd, his gaze as if looking at a fool. In Ask the Immortal, the guild positions on the Chinese server were all similar. Below the guild leader were 2 deputy leaders, then 4 elders, 8 hall masters, 16 protectors and a host of stewards. The position of protector was indeed not low, certainly better than being an ordinary member or steward right. Compared to the Brotherhood, Ye Xun suddenly found the Sky Eagle gang much more agreeable. Seeing his mocking gaze, a man like a mystery said discontentedly, Ye Xun, our Brotherhood is the top guild. No matter where we go no one dares to refuse us. Countless people would fight tooth and nail for the position of protector, let alone hall master. You should be satisfied. I can see that. The Brotherhood is indeed quite impressive. Ye Xun sneered. Most players who had left the novice village held ordinary positions in their guilds, those with high positions were still in the novice village striving to conquer the nightmare dungeon. This fellow in front of him was probably at most a steward, yet he dared to be so arrogant, showing just how overbearing the Brotherhood was. Young Master Zhao of the War God Hall was also arrogant, but he had his principles and his reputation in the past life wasn't terrible. But the 4 leaders of the Brotherhood had no scruples at all, stopping at nothing to achieve their goals. They were infamous in the past life and countless people harbored resentment but dared not speak out. It had been exposed on the forums more than once that players who offended the Brotherhood were never seen online again, but the posts were quickly deleted, showing just how deep the Brotherhood's influence ran. Given the Brotherhood's modus operandi, Ye Xun knew it was only a matter of time before he clashed with them. He had already mentally prepared himself, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. But he wasn't afraid to wade into these troubled waters. Ye Xun, are you sure you want to be so ungrateful? Don't think your good luck in the game makes you invincible. The consequences of offending our Brotherhood are something you can't bear. Oh, I'm so scared. Ye Xun sneered disdainfully, too lazy to waste more words. The sound of a sword being drawn suddenly exploded at the city gate. 908. A man like a mystery was cleaved into a flash of white light. Ding. You have killed the player, a man like a mystery. Sin value 1. Current sin value 1, since you all want to die then come. Holy crap. Over 900 damage with 1 strike. The Brotherhood members exchanged glances, utterly astonished. What kind of feed had this beast been raised on? Hey, we're just here to buy celestial artifacts today. Business is business, but we're not looking for a fight. After all, back in the novice village Ye Xun had handled a crowd of 2,000 with ease. Now with only 1,000 men, mostly melee fighters and still in the chi condensation stage, they stood no chance and would only be throwing their lives away. Better to wait for the main force to emerge. For now the priority was to join a sect and break through to Foundation establishment. Humph. Ye Xun snorted coldly, turned and dashed toward the Violet Thunder Sword sect. It wasn't that he was easygoing, but he needed to become a disciple without accumulating sin points. Killing all 1,000 plus would net him over 1,000 sin points, which would require an equal amount of reputation to erase, or killing an equal number of same-level wild monsters, a time-consuming hassle for a melee fighter. Along the way Ye Xun casually killed a wild beast to clear that single sin point. When he reached the mountain gate of the Violet Thunder Sword sect, he saw an endless white jade staircase stretching into the distance with countless players climbing it. In the distance steep perilous peaks stood within the sect, thrusting into the clouds like giant swords. Immortal mist swirled around the peaks, clouds and vapors rose in splendor, and ethereal jade towers appeared and disappeared like celestial palaces, dreamlike and utterly magnificent. TSK, no wonder it's a top-tier sect, it's even more spectacular than the forum pictures. Yeah, it's so majestic. Even movie special effects couldn't create this scene. I'd rather be an outer disciple of the Violet Thunder Sword sect than join a minor sect. Hey! Look, wasn't that Ye Xun who just passed? Ye Xun came to the Violet Thunder Sword sect. No kidding, he's so good with swords, of course he'd come here. With his abyss trial results he'll become a direct disciple, right? I wonder what privileges direct disciples have. I've heard the hierarchy within the sect is strict with many rules. Offending a senior brother has serious consequences. Yeah, some guy on the forum flirted with a senior sister and got demoted to a menial disciple. They say he has to clean the latrines every day, haha. Ye Xun glanced at the surrounding players. Because of him in this life the swordsman class had soared in popularity with far more players wanting to become sword cultivators than any other class. However, each sect had a cap on disciples. Those who joined late wouldn't get in, this was for balance, ensuring roughly equal numbers of players in each class. Of course, those with outstanding novice village trial results or exceptional talent were exceptions and could go wherever they wished. In the Chinese server of Ask the Immortal there were 10 top-tier sects corresponding to 10 combat classes. They were the Violet Thunder Sword sect on the Violet Thunder continent, whose first class was Swordsman, a balanced class that accumulated strength steadily. The Misty Illusion Palace on the Azure Thunder continent, whose class was Melody, skills focused on control with weapons like various instruments such as zither flutes and pipas. The Star Radiance Bow Hall on the Grand Thunder continent, whose class was Ranger, commonly known as Archers, the class with the longest attack range, highly popular. The Heavenly Firmament Sacred Gate on the Jade Thunder continent, whose class was Mountain Shaker, a gathering place for body cultivators using weapons like fists, spears and hammers. The 100 Flowers Immortal Valley on the Cinnabar Thunder continent, a sect that only accepted women, whose class was Celestial Fragrance i.e. Healing Cultivators. They were popular team members suitable for gentle ladies with weapons like ribbons, lanterns and pots. The Divine Thunder continent was at the center of the Chinese server and the largest continent. It housed 2 top-tier sects, the Grand Mystery Divine sect and the Kanglan Blade sect. The Grand Mystery Divine sect was the premier spellcasting sect, rivaling the Violet Thunder Sword sect in every aspect, equally powerful and ranked first. The spellcaster class was called Celestial Master, with a wide variety of weapons, fans, scrolls, brushes, fly whisks, seals, and so on, making it the most popular class. As for the Kanglan Blade sect, it was bold and unrestrained, with the class called Blade Master favored by many melee players. The Pure World Buddhist sect on the Jingxiao continent had the class Dharma, which only accepted men and was a versatile class. Buddhist cultivators could purify, provide buffs and had decent defense. They shared some traits with healers, could serve as half-body cultivators, dealt solid damage and even inflicted extra harm against evil spirits compared to other classes. This class had no real flaws except for the required bald look. Their weapons included Buddhist prayer beads, monk staffs and pestles. The 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa on the Jade Thunder continent had the class Beast Master, which sounded quite interesting. This class specialized in beast taming with weapons like bells and rings. While other classes could summon at most 1 pet to assist in battle, after their first class advancement Beast Masters could summon 3 pets. The class had high potential and skilled Beast Masters were formidable. However, the early stages were awkward as good pets were hard to obtain. Finally, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect on the Langshao continent had the class Soul Chaser, commonly known as Assassin. The Soul Chaser class could be either strong or weak, with a high ceiling but also a low floor. Every player's experience was different. Ye Xun remembered that the top player among players in his past life, Night Wound, was a Soul Chaser, appearing and disappearing in battle with incredibly sharp maneuvers. Back in the novice village, Night Wound had been on the cultivation ranking list. Surely he would rise again in this life. Besides the main combat classes, Ask the Immortal also had life skills. For example, alchemists, blacksmiths, formation masters, talisman masters, and so on, which were also popular choices among players. At the Violet Thunder Sword sect on the Heavenly Dipper Peak, Elder. A young man has come to the mountain showing his abyss trial results. A streak of rainbow light flew straight into the hall, shouting loudly despite the decorum. The abyss. The Heavenly Dipper Elder rose abruptly upon hearing this, pondered for a moment, then ordered, "Send word to the other peak masters, activate the spirit summoning platform." Yes. At the sect's entrance the stewards surrounded Ye Xun like curious onlookers, introducing themselves in hopes of getting acquainted. Just then a rainbow light shot up from deep within the sect, streaking across the sky and arriving instantly. "Greetings, Elder Heavenly Dipper." The stewards recognized the newcomer and quickly bowed. The elder's robes fluttered, his aura overwhelming, making the players struggle to breathe and filling them with awe. Was this the style of a top-tier powerhouse in Ask the Immortal? Immortal cultivation was absolutely incredible. The Heavenly Dipper Elder floated in midair, glanced down and his gaze sharpened slightly at the mask. Then he waved his hand and Ye Xun involuntarily floated up before him. "Hey, little one, you have an extraordinary aura, a fine seedling. Follow me into the sect and I shall personally activate the spirit summoning platform for you." With that the elder vanished with Ye Xun. My god, what level of expert is that? It's terrifying. He crushed my breath away. It's so unfair, we have to go through the whole process to join, but Ye Xun gets personally escorted by an elder. A direct disciple. TSK so envious. Did you capture that scene just now? I did. I'm uploading it to the forum right now, flying through the sky and vanishing into thin air. Now that's real cultivation. At the main peak of the Violet Firmament Sword sect. Sect leader, a youth who passed the Abyss secret realm at the foot of the mountain, has come to seek apprenticeship. Inside the hall on a jade platform a woman sat cross-legged, still as an ice sculpture. After a moment of silence she slowly opened her eyes. The woman's brows were like distant mountains, her eyes like cold stars. In her deep penetrating gaze there seemed to dwell an endless chill and awe. The Abyss secret realm in the sealed land. The woman was somewhat surprised. The significance of passing the Abyss secret realm in the sealed land was no longer merely a matter of talent. It was a matter of destiny. Yes, but he passed through with ink rhyme deep bamboo. The sect's investigation of the secret realm trial results could detect the equipment configuration of the one who passed. Ink rhyme deep bamboo. That celestial artifact lost by the supreme profound divine sect. Indeed. The woman frowned and rose, walking out of the grand hall. Ink rhyme deep bamboo actually appeared in the sealed land. Could it be that the old sect leader is also there? Where is this disciple now? He is currently at the Heavenly Pivot Peak undergoing talent assessment. Will the sect leader go? Before Ye Xun lay a glazed stone platform connected to 8 jade pillars beside it. Place your hand on the spirit summoning platform, the Heavenly Pivot elder said, gently stroking his long beard. Inside the hall were 6 elders, 5 men and 1 woman, all with an immortal air, looking at Ye Xun with eager anticipation. A personal disciple could apprentice under an elder. As Ye Xun placed his hand on the spirit summoning platform he pondered which elder would be best to study under. That female elder seemed quite suitable. The moment he touched the spirit summoning stone he felt a surge of energy enter his body, weaving back and forth, yet it carried no hostility. After a moment the first connected jade pillar lit up with a white light slowly climbing from its base. Even mastering the art of perception could not reveal another's innate talent, it could only be detected through special means. Ordinary disciples could only use common testing stones. The spirit summoning platform was a higher-level existence requiring a massive consumption of spirit stones to activate each time and was not for use by unimportant disciples. The spirit summoning platform could not only assess talent but also baptize cultivators and bestow special blessings, though each person received a different reward. The best blessing was a random small increase in talent. Ye Xun would not receive that, his talent had already reached its limit. He wondered what blessing he would get instead. Strength talent exceeds 50, just as expected. Truly a seedling of immortality. The innate talent limit for ordinary people was 50, but there were always anomalies whose certain talents surpassed this threshold. Such individuals, provided their other talents were not poor, were collectively called seedlings of immortality. Ye Xun suspected that on Blue Star he was not the only one with talent exceeding 50. For instance, those legendary organizations, like the Supernatural Administration Bureau or the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, were said to house superhumans. Their innate talents likely surpassed 50 as well. And the one who had cursed him could not be an ordinary person either. Yet he believed that even if someone's talent exceeded 50, it could never be higher than his. He had been blessed by the Nuwa stone. So-called mortal anomalies could not compare to a divine relic. 70. This is a talent seen once in a century. It's still rising. It's reached 80. A unseen millennium talent. A pity it's not spiritual talent, the limitations of strength talent are too great. 90. It's reached 100. Innate full strength talent. This. I never thought I'd live to see the spirit summoning pillar light up to its peak. Truly worthy of one who passed the Abyss secret realm. Indeed, an ordinary chi condensation cultivator, even with a celestial artifact, could not pass the Abyss secret realm. Other talents are beginning to light up. Let's hope they're not too poor. 6 consecutive system prompts followed. Ye Xun's consciousness was now somewhat hazy. Several images flashed through his mind, mostly scenes from his past years, but one image was unfamiliar. The image revealed a warm, fragrant and cozy little courtyard. When he had been adopted by Xining's parents at age 12, his earlier memories were a blank. Could this be a fragment from before that time? Ye Xun's spirit sharpened and he quickly concentrated, wanting to examine it closely. Yet at that moment a pair of pitch-black eyes suddenly appeared in the image. The eyes were pure black without a trace of white, exuding a ruthless indifference toward all life. Suddenly they emitted a dark light shooting straight toward him. This. A powerful sense of crisis surged in Ye Xun's heart. But in the next instant a multicolored divine light flashed in his mind and the image shattered. At that moment he had only one thought, the soul-devouring curse of reincarnation. It was too terrifying. He couldn't even tell if that scene was a reflection of memory or if it had truly happened. Ye Xun slowly opened his eyes and saw all 8 jade pillars beside the spirit summoning stone blazing brightly, almost blindingly so. Ding! Congratulations on enduring the baptism of the spirit summoning stone. Your body will forever be immaculate, free from dust, elegant as jade and orchid with a natural heavenly fragrance. Ye Xun. What the hell is this? Immaculate, free from dust, meaning he'd never need to bathe again. Or even. You know. Elegant as jade and orchid with a natural heavenly fragrance, he smelled a faint delicate scent emanating from his own body. Holy crap. Ye Xun was deeply disappointed. He had wanted a blessing that increased his combat power, not to become some kind of seductive charm. I came here for immortal cultivation. Not to be a charm. The 6 elders stood with mouths agape, staring at him in shock as if they could fit a duck egg inside. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. After a long while they came to their senses and communicated telepathically. Is the spirit summoning stone broken? All 8 talents are full. This is an ancient divine stone, it cannot break. Damn. What kind of creature is this? Could it be a divine beast in human form? He looks quite human, but he smells a bit fragrant. Maybe he's a 9-tailed celestial fox in disguise. That would be a fox's stench, not a fragrance. No, the fragrance is from the spirit summoning stone's baptism, it wasn't there before. I can sense his aura, he is human. I just don't know why the baptism resulted in a bodily fragrance. Has there ever been such talent in the history of the immortal realm? According to ancient records, someone in antiquity achieved a talent of 100, which is why the spirit summoning stone's test limit is 100. But that ancient person only had a single talent at 100. I am certain he is the anomaly that countless predecessors have awaited. Heaven blesses our violet firmament sword sect. Ding. Heavenly pivot elders favorability towards you 10, current favorability 20 kindred spirits. Ding. Shui Yinling's favorability towards you 10, current favorability 10 new acquaintances. Ding. Jade balance elders favorability towards you 20, current favorability 20 kindred spirits. Ye Xun was startled. Earlier there had been 6 favorability prompts corresponding to the 6 elders present. Now there were 8. This meant 2 more people were secretly present, one of whom was Shui Yinling. Ye Xun knew the name Shui Yinling well. She was the sect leader of the Violet Firmament Sword sect, a name that had thundered in his past life. Ahem, look at you, all so advanced in age yet still so emotionally volatile. Your cultivation of self-cultivation is clearly lacking, the Heavenly Pivot Elder said sanctimoniously. The middle-aged beauty shot him a cold glance. Heavenly Pivot, who are you calling advanced in age? Ah, this. The beauty snorted coldly, then turned to Ye Xun, her expression instantly softening. Little one, from now on the Violet Firmament Sword sect is your home. We are your family and elders. Take off your mask and let us see you. Ye Xun's talent needed no elaboration, it was higher than anything they had ever heard of. As long as he didn't die young, his future achievements would undoubtedly be terrifying. However, they were still unfamiliar with Ye Xun's character. The face reflects the heart, one could discern a person's traits from their appearance. This was no empty claim. With their cultivation and experience they were all as shrewd as old foxes, surpassing any micro-expression analyst on Blue Star. They had their own methods of reading people. By having Ye Xun remove his mask now they could satisfy their curiosity while also gleaning some insight into his character from his features. Ye Xun did not resist, after all it was just unleashing a powerful move. So he gently plucked the Mo Yun Yu Huan. His eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, radiating a warm and gentle light. His features were sculpted with strong yet soft lines, and the corners of his eyes slightly lifted, exuding an innate nobility. This face seemed like a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the heavens. Even the radiance of the jade pillar could not dim his brilliance. At that moment the elders' minds were flooded with countless adjectives, yet none seemed worthy of him. Ding. Genji elders favorability toward you increased by 5. Current favorability 25 kindred spirits. Ding. Tianxian elders favorability toward you increased by 10. Current favorability 30 kindred spirits. Ye Xun was speechless, his move was indeed formidable. The male elders were fine, only adding 5 points of favorability, but the female elder Tianxian was far more generous, directly adding another 10 points. Unfortunately Shui Yinling's name was not among the system prompts. Truly worthy of being a sect leader, her composure was unshakable and even his ultimate move could not sway her for the moment. What a handsome young man. Haha, I am Tianquan, the 7th elder of the Zixiao sword sect at the midstage of the Dao integration realm. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Midstage of the Dao integration realm. Ye Xun was startled. In Quest for Immortality, the realms from the first turn were from low to high Qi condensation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul and deity transformation. These 5 realms required 15 points of enlightenment to break through and most players could ascend through them. But from the deity transformation realm to the first realm of the second turn, the spirit void realm, required an enlightenment value of at least 10, a step that could stymie many. Further up, the requirements for enlightenment grew ever higher for the great vehicle and Dao integration realms. In Quest for Immortality, there were no equipment pieces that boosted enlightenment. Though the game would later introduce methods to increase the upper limit of talent, the difficulty was immense. After the second turn, every minor realm would block countless people in the future. Each step was like ascending to heaven. Above the Dao integration realm lay the true immortal realm. For tens of thousands of years no true immortal powerhouse had emerged in the realm of immortals. The current strongest beings on the continent were only at the Dao integration realm. Now Elder Tianxian was at the midstage of the Dao integration realm, already an absolute powerhouse on the continent. Tianquan, don't look at him like a mother-in-law sizing up her son-in-law, all right. Be careful not to scare the lad. I think it's more fitting for Ye Xun to become my disciple. Nonsense. Your disciples are all left to fend for themselves, you've barely taught them a few times. What's wrong with letting them be free? Geniuses should be free to develop, otherwise their nature will be stifled. Which of my disciples isn't strong? Ha, enough arguing. Ye Xun, I have a granddaughter, beautiful as a flower, a national beauty. She'd be a perfect match for you. Kaiyang, you old fool. Have you no shame? Your granddaughter is only 9 years old. 9. So what? We can arrange a betrothal first. Ah. But Qingxue from my Tianxian peak is just the right age. Ye Xun was born with 20 points of enlightenment, making his breakthrough to the Dao integration realm almost certain. Such a disciple was a rare find and everyone wanted to take him under their wing. Ye Xun was dumbfounded. How should he choose? After some thought he felt that becoming Elder Tianquan's disciple was more suitable. A middle-aged beauty, gentle in appearance, likely easy to get along with and easy to extract something from. Auntie is good, auntie is wonderful, auntie is splendid. I happen to be in need of an heir to pass on my legacy. Just then a melodious ethereal voice suddenly echoed through the hall. It was serene, airy and incredibly pleasant, carrying an inexplicable power that instantly silenced the quarreling. As the voice faded, 2 figures materialized in the hall. They were the sect leader Xue Yinling, who had been observing from the shadows, and Elder Yuhan. Greetings, sect leader. The elders bowed in unison. Even though Ye Xun had long known Xue Yinling was watching in secret, he couldn't help but be mesmerized when she appeared. Xue Yinling was the undisputed strongest on the 9 heavens continent, at the peak of the Dao integration realm, only a step away from true immortal. Dressed in a moon-white robe, her sleeves fluttering, her jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist, held in place by a simple jade hairpin. She stood with her hands behind her back, surrounded by a swirling aura of frost and ice, her graceful figure exuding an inviolable majesty. Her beauty was beyond words and her temperament was transcendent, like a snow fairy untouched by worldly affairs, radiating a nobility and aloofness that made people dare not look directly at her. Ye Xun suddenly recalled a post from the forums in his past life which ranked the beautiful NPCs in Quest for Immortality. Xue Yinling, the sect leader of the Zixiao sword sect, was tied for first with several others. Those others were also sect leaders, each stunningly extraordinary. The post contained no images, only text descriptions, so Ye Xun never had a direct impression. Now experiencing it in person, he could only say, well deserved. He even found it puzzling with Xue Yinling's looks. How could there be anyone in Quest for Immortality NPCs who could rival her? Your name is Ye Xun. Are you willing to become my disciple? Xue Yinling's expression was calm, a glint of admiration flickering in her deep eyes. Ye Xun's talent had truly amazed her. Beyond his aptitude, her impression of him was equally favorable. When he first saw her, his eyes held the usual awe and daze she was accustomed to, but not a hint of lecherous intent. This pleased her greatly. Yet what intrigued her was that a flicker of complexity, seeming like regret, had also crossed his eyes. She wondered what he regretted. Perhaps she had misread it. Ding. Xue Yinling's favorability toward you increased by 5. Current favorability 15. Fateful bond. Disciple Ye Xun pays respects to master. Ye Xun did not hesitate, he bowed deeply. Forgive me, Elder Tianquan, for your great kindness. Though an anti is good, I choose Xue Yinling. After all, she was the sect leader with unparalleled cultivation. The title of the sole personal disciple of the Zixiao sword sect's leader was an irresistible temptation. Not only could I swagger around the sect, but even outside I could almost walk with impunity. Forgive me for being too drawn to this identity, utterly unable to resist, and definitely not because Xue Yinling is too beautiful. Absolutely not. Ye Xun muttered inwardly, but his expression was well controlled. He merely smiled. Though his smile was a bit goofy. Even Xue Yinling, with her usually cold demeanor, was nearly amused by his expression. She had to admit this disciple's appearance was truly remarkable. He was bound to attract many romantic entanglements in the future. The elders observing this felt somewhat disheartened yet not surprised. Even with the sect master absent today, had they accepted Ye Xun into the sect upon the master's return and learning of it, he would likely still claim Ye Xun for himself. After all, a disciple of such talent once missed would likely never be encountered again in this lifetime. Congratulations, sect master, on gaining such an excellent disciple. As Ye Xun calmed down, his thoughts turned to the fate of Xue Yinling in his past life. In his previous life, the fundamental reason for the annihilation of the Violet Firmament Sword sect was Xue Yinling falling into a demonic ambush and perishing. This event had spread across the entire continent at the time, leaving countless in shock. Xue Yinling was the supreme powerhouse under heaven, yet even she could not escape. Subsequently, the previous sect master of the Violet Firmament Sword sect emerged to take command, but was ultimately ambushed by the demon race as well, reportedly falling into demonic madness, killing indiscriminately. From then on, the Violet Firmament Sword sect was left leaderless, having lost both of its top-tier combatants, and was eventually destroyed by the demon race. Ye Xun harbored some doubts about the veracity of these rumors. When the Violet Firmament Sword sect was attacked, did the other hegemon sects not understand the principle that when the lips are gone the teeth will be cold? Was there no one to lend aid? He even suspected that among the forces that destroyed the Violet Firmament Sword sect, besides the demon race, there were shadows of other hegemon sects. In this life, having received the mission to save the Violet Firmament Sword sect, he was determined to investigate, the mission. With this thought, Ye Xun hurriedly pulled out a letter. Master, this disciple encountered an old beggar in the novice village who seemed to have ties with our Violet Firmament Sword sect. He asked me to deliver this letter to you. Oh. Xue Yinling took the letter with curiosity. Ding. Congratulations on completing the first stage of the Save the Violet Firmament Sword sect mission. Reward 5,000 reputation points. Conditions for triggering the second stage are insufficient. Insufficient triggering conditions. Ye Xun had a vague suspicion that the second stage of the mission might be related to Xue Yinling's demise. Would it only trigger on the eve of her death? Before he could ponder further, his attention was drawn to Xue Yinling. The moment she received the letter, her expression visibly trembled. This aura. It's the old sect master. What? The elders were astounded. The old sect master is trapped in the sealed land. After reading it, Xue Yinling passed the letter to the elders and sighed, for these years I have searched the entire continent in vain. Had the old sect master's soul lamp not remained lit, I would have thought he had met with misfortune long ago. Upon careful thought, aside from the sealed land and the deep sea, there was no other possibility. When I learned that my disciple Ye Xun had obtained the ink rhyme verdant bamboo, I already had this suspicion. It was just as I expected. The elders, having read the letter, all furrowed their brows. Genji elder said with concern, Sect master, you're not thinking of going to the sealed land to retrieve the old sect master, are you? Sect master, you must not. With your current cultivation you cannot pass the barrier. Forcing your way into the sealed land would come at too great a cost. The elders all tried to dissuade her. Ye Xun's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected the old beggar he met in the novice village to have such a significant background. No wonder he could casually deliver nearly 1,000,000 points of damage with a single slap. He was likely another Dao integration realm powerhouse. Moreover, he remembered that in the mission prompt the old beggar was named Xue Qianshan, sharing the same surname as Xue Yinling. His identity was probably not just that of the Violet Firmament Sword sect's old sect master. Could they be father and daughter? Also, Xue Yinling said that when she learned he possessed the ink rhyme verdant bamboo, she guessed the old sect master was in the sealed land. What was the connection between the two? Could it be that the ink rhyme verdant bamboo was a gift from the old beggar? And why was the novice village called the sealed land? What was sealed there? Too many questions plagued him, giving him a headache. He wanted to ask but found it inappropriate. Master, can't you wait until you break through to the true immortal realm before going? He had thought only immortal level powerhouses could return to the novice village, never imagining that one could do so before reaching the true immortal realm. But hearing the elders speak of a great cost, he wondered what that cost might be. Was Xue Yinling's future demise related to this cost? Ye Xun wanted to dissuade her, but Xue Yinling gently shook her head and instead instructed, "Disciple, go ahead to the main peak on your own. There are many formations on the main peak, remember not to wander recklessly, actually take this." She unfastened the jade token from her waist and handed it to Ye Xun. "Carry my token and the formations will not repel you. Find Xiaoqing and have her arrange lodging for you." Ding. Xue Yinling's favorability towards you has increased by 5. Current favorability 20 kindred spirits. It seemed this was the hidden benefit of delivering the letter, gaining the sect master of the Violet Firmament Sword sect's goodwill. Ye Xun reluctantly accepted the token. Although his status as the sect master's personal disciple was high, having just joined the sect, his strength and prestige were still lacking, making him unable to participate in such significant matters. He could find no reason to dissuade her. If he tactlessly tried to prevent what seemed to be a reunion of father and daughter, it would only incur his master's displeasure. He couldn't very well say, "Master, you will die in the future," could he? He little one, your cultivation is overflowing and your foundation is solid. It's time for a breakthrough, isn't it? I happen to have a foundation establishment pill here. Take it. Tianxian Elder said with a beaming smile. A top-grade foundation establishment pill. It came just in time. Overjoyed, Ye Xun quickly accepted it. Tisk aunties are the best. Seeing this, the other elders exchanged glances and were about to offer something as well, but were stopped by a single look from Xue Yinling. "All right, disciple, you may go. Break through to the foundation establishment stage on your own and wait for your master to return to guide you." Yes, this disciple takes his leave. Leaving the great hall, Ye Xun put the ink rhyme verdant bamboo back on. His master had pressing matters to attend to and hadn't given him any benefits. He wasn't worried. When she returned and began his instruction, she would surely provide them. Ye Xun looked at the foundation establishment pill in his hand. Breakthrough pills for each realm had 4 grades: low, medium, high and top. The grade of the pill did not affect attribute bonuses, only the success rate of the realm breakthrough. The success rate for a low-grade pill was 20 plus luck value percentage. A medium-grade pill was 40 plus luck. A top-grade pill was 80 plus luck percentage. Currently, a normal player's luck value wouldn't exceed 10 points, meaning even with a top-grade breakthrough pill most players wouldn't achieve a 100 success rate. Some unlucky ones might hit that 1 in 10 failure probability. Ye Xun was not among them. With his luck value of 25, taking the top-grade foundation establishment pill would guarantee a successful breakthrough. Failing a realm breakthrough wouldn't cost a player any attributes, only time. For instance, failing a breakthrough from chi condensation to foundation establishment would result in an inability to attempt another breakthrough for a day. As the realm grew higher, the cooldown period for a failed breakthrough became longer. Consecutive failures might drive one to explode in frustration. Players in the mid to late stages would still do their utmost to find top-grade pills for breakthroughs. However, top-grade breakthrough pills were not easy to come by. One either had to gather the materials themselves and find a reliable alchemist, or exchange sect contributions for them, which was no small amount. When Ye Xun arrived at the main peak, he was dumbfounded. As expected of the sect master's exclusive domain, the entire peak was majestic like a sharp sword. And there wasn't even a single step. Thinking about it, it made sense. With Xue Yinling's cultivation, she certainly wouldn't choose to climb on foot. How am I supposed to get up there? Ye Xun stared at the steep sheer cliff face, speechless. Xue Yinling probably never imagined such a comical scene would occur. After all, this was her first time taking a disciple. The chi condensation stage was far too distant a memory for her. Ye Xun thought for a moment, then simply sat down cross-legged and took the top-grade foundation establishment pill. It would be better to wait until he broke through to foundation establishment and learn the flight technique before going up.